Hello, everyone. Welcome to DPA Open Mind episode 62. The biggest news over the past week is the Russians have sort of officially, based on DPA, I'm going to do a video going to say, officially, the Russians have started their winter offensive, and the Russians started their winter offensive. Just over the past 2-3 days, we already see two settlements falling to the Russian side. So this probably is the biggest thing. Otherwise, we have the Argentinian president going to the World Economic Forum, making a very good speech, which I didn't listen to. So and some other things like Trump winning a landslide in the primary at Ohio. So that's also very big. So anyway, I'm going to drop the link to join the open mic, and anyone can join. For those that are new to this DPA open mic, any one of you guys can join. Just click on the link on the pinned message in the YouTube live chat. So and all run Rumble, but Rumble cannot pin chat. So you just have to scroll up if there is. And sorry, Iowa. It's not Ohio. So sorry. No, I'm not American. Clearly, yeah, you can tell. I'm gonna drop the link, and and okay. Before you join, remember, look at the private chat if you are new, because I need to do verification to make sure that you're a real human being and not some kind of troll. And so I've dropped the link to join, and it's pinned to the live chat, and I have also dropped it in the Rumble. And if you are watching on Twitch, you may want to come over to YouTube to watch, and we shall see. Hi, Archimedes.
How's it going, Wyatt?
Tired, very busy.
What's up, it's what coffee's for. You know what? You wouldn't be the first one to mix up Iowa and Ohio, and then there's also fucking Idaho too, just to make that, and Illinois and Oklahoma.
Hi guys.
Hey, where are you, Vaughn? You look down in Middle Earth somewhere.
Hey, Leo.
Hi guys.
Hello.
Yeah, let's just make sure we're sticking to the motherfucking topic list right off the fucking bat.
Yeah, hell yeah, Vaughn. I'm glad Vaughn's here as well. Yeah, guys, I think today some of the guys in the speakers lounge talked about this. We're going to try and stick to a list of topics for today, at least for the first hour or two, and just see how that goes as sort of a change of pace. So I'd appreciate it if everyone kind of pitches in and helps out to keep everybody on topic. I'm thinking maybe 30 minutes to an hour. So the topics that we decided on discussing the last couple of days, we're going to start with Ukraine and talk about that first, everything with Ukraine. And then after that, move on to the Houthis in Yemen and that situation and anything involving Gaza. After that, we're going to go to the situation with the Balochis, with Iran and Pakistan for a while. That's pretty interesting. I think there's a lot to talk about there geopolitically. After that, we're going to go to U.S. politics. Obviously, Trump won in Iowa. After that, we want to talk about the WEF and Millet and everything that happened in Davos. And that's about it. So I'm going to post that in the comments also, guys, just for people to follow along, and in the private chat. So if we're all good with that, I think that's a good place to start.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, if you can't follow the fucking outline, just bounce the fuck out until you can. Seriously, it's not that hard. We got an outline. Everyone agreed to it, so follow the fucking thing.
So for those that are watching who don't know what is happening, to be honest, I also not fully sure what's happening, because they have already decided what they want to talk about, and they make a lot of plans. So I'm just going to keep quiet. So I'm just going to let them talk whatever. Oh, Archimedes froze. You see?
Am I frozen?
Yeah, you froze for a few seconds. Yeah. Censorship is very fast nowadays. Like, to limit speech. Censor. So, what is the first topic you guys gonna? Ukraine. Yeah. So the biggest thing is I have been talking about a potential Russian offensive launching, and there is a few false alarm, because the Russians launched a lot of attacks across all the different fronts, but it's always a one-off thing, and then they stop. and they try again, and then they stop. So I have been like calling for a Russian offensive like 2-3 times, which is always wrong. Then suddenly they punch from a direction that is totally unexpected at the Kupiansk front, over at the Tabaivka, Kromalny region, which is like the Ukrainians, I think, was caught by surprise. They didn't have the good troops over there defending the front line. Then suddenly there was this sudden punch from the south of Adiivka when the all this attention was at Stepove, in the north, in the north of the Adiivka front. Suddenly they hit from the south, and then they break through also from the east. So this is a very interesting, it's totally unexpected. Maybe the Ukrainians know, but we do not know. We watching all the OSIN reports, we can't tell. So I think that is very, very interesting.
Well, they are trying to maintain the initiative, which is very important at this moment. And in doing that as well, the Ukrainian troops probably are wasting resources and exposing themselves because they don't know where exactly the main attack will be. Well, it's actually quite intelligent. Besides, it gives the idea that the Russians are not so much there for big territorial conquests, but mostly and foremost, what we've been discussing all these months, they're just making time, because the real victory will be when the Ukrainians are completely exhausted, or the moment the Ukrainians are completely exhausted, and they could do something much bigger and unexpected. We also see the European leaders becoming more and more paranoid about a possible breakthrough of the Russian army, which I think it won't happen, but they are completely paranoid about it and making their populations paranoid about it as well.
Yeah, I agree with Prada. I think that they're making time, as he said, keep it active, but I don't think the Russians are necessarily going to make any large advances right now because they don't need to. Like they don't need to take more territory. Number one, I think that the catalyst for them making any advance will be whether or not Ukraine gets funding. I think if Ukraine gets funding, you'll see them advance. I think they're trying to wait and see now to see, how much longer do we have to go in this conflict? Is it 4 or 5 months if they don't get the funding? Or is it more long-term if they do? So I think that Russia's probably playing a wait and see, and that's where we're at right now.
Well, the funding is very interesting because both ways works for the Russians. If the West, which is already depleted in terms of available funds, keeps going into that to give money to Ukraine, yes, and Ukraine needs huge amounts of money. So it's not like we are talking about pennies. We are talking really about a lot of money, especially because the Ukrainians have wasted in such a short time a lot of equipment. So they need everything back again if they want to continue the war. So it works also for the Russians if they get equipment, because a very weak West will be the West that will be humiliated in October by the G20. The one that promised last year so many funds and nothing happened. You know what I mean? And the one that went to Gaza and did exactly the same, or to the Houthis and did exactly the same, they also broke international law. So it's like everything goes in favor of the Russians. If the Ukrainians don't get the funding, which I find it very difficult not to happen, if they don't get the funding, well, it's bad for the Ukrainians. Probably it will implode in the country inside. And that would be also quite interesting, like Arestovist has been saying. It's interesting, the mentality of these men. I don't know how important he is, but it's the idea that they need to be with the stronger. And the stronger is now Russia. So could you imagine a country that is fighting a country and then goes to its side? It's crazy. But it's what Arestovist is saying.
Yeah, I think it's kind of it's sort of a Chinese finger trap that the Americans have, or the West in general, has gotten themselves into with Ukraine. Because if we were to go ahead and pull out funding now from Ukraine and just say, okay, well, fuck it, it's not working, we're going to go ahead and just pull out. I mean, that would cause such a huge backlash within Ukraine, and you're seeing that with guys like Arestovich right now, that are starting to say, hang on a second, maybe we need to reconsider this. Maybe we need to join up with the Russians. And that's always that's always been the issue for NATO. It's been that the Ukrainians ultimately could be on the same side as the Russians if they wanted to. You know what I mean? They could switch over. I mean, just like they were for hundreds of years. They were on the same country as the Russians. If that happens, now you have this incredibly militarized, incredibly strong country that has expertise in NATO weaponry switching sides. If a large portion of the Ukrainian military switches sides as opposed to getting destroyed, I mean, that's absolutely disastrous. Now that makes Russia much stronger. So there's this weird situation now, this sort of bind that the West has found themselves in, where you kind of have to keep putting funding into Ukraine in order to keep them from switching sides, right? And basically, I think now there's what that kind of is boiling down to is both the West and Russia are going to simply grind Ukraine's military down to nothing. I think demilitarization of Ukraine now, for that reason, is sort of becoming an objective of the West also, and that might be the logic towards continuing funding. But we'll see if that goes on.
I mean, honestly, like talking about Ukrainians switching their sides, I don't think that's gonna happen even if the Russian forces, I don't know, will be near Kiev, because even after the counteroffensive failure, most of Ukrainians, they actually still believe in this idea of coming back to 1991 borders. And where just after this 10 years, like decades of propaganda that we're a strong Ukrainian nation, it's actually kind of backing up right now that Ukrainians, after such failure, after such heavy losses, they still believe that they have chances.
Well, you just haven't killed enough of them yet. And obviously, you have to kill off all the nationalists. And really, Russia doesn't have any impetus to stop until they get exactly what they want. And you can see it across the front. It's breaking open here and there. Wherever they put pressure, they can create problems for Ukraine. Ukraine's losing Adiivka. They're breaking out in Kupiansk in places. I mean, wherever they find a hole, they're going to exploit it and turn it into another cauldron or whatever. And that's what's starting to happen. I mean, look at Krinky. They don't even talk about it on UA maps anymore because it's an embarrassment. The only thing you can show you on DEMA is drone footage of how many Ukrainian bodies are laying between Krinky and the river, all along the riverbank, all over the riverbank, legs, arms, bodies floating in the water. They're running at it, man. They got Vosha, the Down syndrome kid, in there somewhere. They got pregnant women. They got women. They got old men. They ain't got nothing left. I mean, it's all over but the dying, and they just haven't figured out they don't want to stop dying yet. I mean, yeah, the nationalists kill them anyways. I wouldn't even let them surrender. They just kill them because they're the biggest problem. But the regular guys, they got to be folded. That's why they're running away. That's why the whole middle is going to open up. Once Putin gets reelected, he's got a mandate to fight the war however he wants. And can do it the same way he's been doing it, or he can up it even more and go even harder. No one's going to complain. Everyone in Russia is behind it. And the people that aren't, you don't hear about, so they don't matter. I mean, I'm sure there's some Russian somewhere that hates Putin. Good for him. I guess that means they're going to lose the war because there's a dissident in Russia. I mean, it's disgusting what's going on in Ukraine. It's nothing but a fucking slaughter fest. And that's all it is. With NATO approval, 100%.
I think all the Russians that hate Putin have fled to the West by now. Yeah, but go ahead, Prada.
Most and foremost, exactly. But let's not forget, they are trying very hard to. So as we see the Ukrainian population have been questioning exactly what Lev was talking about, because people were really very strong believing that they are stronger, the Russians are really bad, they're incompetent, they are this and that. All the naval stuff we read here in our newspapers, it was much worse in Ukraine, which has been being done for a long time. But we see something happening in Russia now, which is, for instance, very disturbing. And I wonder that's why the West is also behaving more erratic, which is, for instance, they have been destroying water warmer conducts for warming. It's happening all over Russia. Something that never happened before suddenly is happening everywhere. They attacked a gas liquefaction facility near St. Petersburg, It's confirmed now that it was due to external forces. And I wonder, how did they get that there? Was it from Estonia? I find it very difficult that a drone could fly from Ukraine for so long, for such extremely and not being noticed, and then suddenly it falls down in one of the most important infrastructure for the Russians, and the Estonians are just right away. I find it difficult.
I think we all know that Estonia and Latvia, these other little chihuahuas, are playing games like they're peer competitors with Russia. And they're playing these little games and they think they're getting away with flying a drone out of Estonia into Russia or sneaking a drone. I mean, the Russians know where this stuff's coming from. You know, whether they respond or not, it's up to them. They'll respond at a time and place of their choosing. I mean, they have radar tracks. They know where that shit came from. I mean, like everyone says, unless they can provide evidence of a drone that's able to fly that far from Ukraine, you know it came out of some NATO country. But they've been playing that game since it started. Oh, we're not fighting Russia. He's fighting Russia. It's the same stupid shit. I mean, if Estonia wants to play the game the United States plays, go ahead. You know, we can back our shit up. Estonia, you're just fucking getting used like a little bitch. I mean, it's stupid. You're doing shit against a country that you have zero chance of surviving if they decide to come after you. It doesn't matter if NATO's there or not. What are they going to do? Save you with nukes?
Well, this
I
is
mean,
interesting.
these people are. It just shows you how dangerous the Western leadership is. They're childish. They're immature. They don't think, and they get involved in these stupid, dangerous schemes all the time. And they don't give a shit about their country because, you know, what if Russia decides to retaliate because they did find out they launched a drone from Estonia? What are the people going to say? Oh, why are we getting hit? Oh, you're getting hit because your buddy over there thinks he's sly. That's why. And we know what's up. And now we're going to come for your ass. Those people didn't ask for that shit. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of brainwashed people in the West and all that, but it's really these leaders that are getting involved in these little schemes and little hits against Russia, and they think they're doing something. It's like all you're doing is adding your name to the list. And that's not a list you really want to be on when this is over and done with.
I mean, referring back to what Prata said, that right on near St. Petersburg, or you can still call it Leningrad. People call it normally like that, but I think that's pretty much could be true since in September last year there was strikes on Pskov airport, and it was actually launched like from Estonia, so it could be pretty much true. It's just, did the raiders see where these targets came from or not?
No one's going to tell us unless somebody leaks the information. And I mean, if NATO knows it was tracked, they're not going to admit it came from Estonia, and maybe the Russians won't say anything because maybe they couldn't track a drone, so they don't want people to know they can't track the drone. Or maybe they just assume, let people wonder, and the people who know did it wonder if Russia's going to get me now.
Well,
you know,
just
I mean, they know. I mean, there's no way they don't know where this shit's coming from.
The rhetoric inside of the European Union got really strong in the last days, saying there will be a war with Russia. And it was very strange the way that so many high responsible officials, so high officials made those comments that people will start to wonder, what are they talking about? Why is something going to change suddenly out of nothing? This could be an explanation.
Well, sorry, Prata, you finish. I go. I think what you're forgetting is that the European leaders, they need. It's almost like they're trying to scare the population so that they can go back to being their leaders. Because if they don't scare them, they won't lead them for long. So you need them scared so that they can. It's just age-old tactics. If the population is not scared, you had what Charles Schwab was saying in his speech. He was saying they're facing opposition to the system globally. They're actually admitting this. So they need their most important population scared. So they're just trying to scare them, tell them the Russians are coming. We need to go back to World War II stance where everybody is against some giant enemy that's coming for them. I think it's just scaring the population, basically. But even they know it's bullshit.
As far as I read, sorry for taking so much time, what I read, for instance, in Sweden, where the scaremongering was the worst, is that it backfired really bad, and they were criticized by all political spectrum for being warmongering, for scaring people. So it didn't come that good.
You see, they're all facing like political pressure. Like if you're in France, you're fucked if you're the leader. If you're in Germany, you're fucked if you're the lead. If you're in the UK, you're fucked if you're the leaders. Where else? If you're in, I don't know whether it's the same with Portugal, but seems all the countries, the major countries in Europe, they're all fucked. The populations are angry as fuck. And if you factor in that nobody knows who's gonna win the American election, nobody knows. Like everybody's like, okay, it's going to be Trump, but we're not sure yet, so you can't make any strategic moves. I just think they're all confused, and they need the population distracted. It's nothing major. There's nothing about war here. It's just you need the population talking about something, and that something shouldn't be you.
It strikes me that they need to change the narrative, obviously, because the narrative was we need to arm Ukraine so that they can defeat the Russians. That obviously didn't happen. So now they're like, well, we need to arm ourselves because of this foreign boogeyman. The thing about it is, this is the same playbook that they've been following for the last 50 years. And when I was a kid growing up, the Russians are coming. The Russians are coming. It's the same playbook. They used to make movies about this shit all the time, right? And the difference was, though, 40 years ago, we had a lot less visibility to global information, right? So they're using a playbook that's really outdated, because nowadays everybody can just say, really? The Russians are coming? Seriously? No, the Russians aren't coming. Like, I can Google this stuff, and I can see maps, and I've got friends from Russia, and whatever it may be. We're a much more intelligent, I would say, society when it comes to being able to source information globally, is what I'm saying. So this playbook just won't work. It can't work.
Yeah, I mean, it's all like I as a kid in the 80s, I went to private Catholic school, and if you want to get a taste for how anti-Soviet America was, they would once in a while line us up in class and talk about when the Soviets invade America and capture you, they're going to line you up, and they're going to walk down the line and ask you to renounce your faith or not renounce your faith. And obviously with the implication, if you don't renounce your faith in Christ, that they would execute you as their godless communists. And that was in like middle school, which is like 4th, 5th, 6th grade. So they're lining me up, asking me, of course you're going to say I don't renounce my faith because you don't want to piss the nun off. But that's some fucked up shit. I mean, the Soviets, the Reds, the godless heathens. I mean, I don't buy into that shit. I mean, I grew the fuck up, but apparently Victoria Nuland and all these other motherfuckers are still living in like my 6th grade class in 1984 or something.
Yeah.
But let me ask someone who's in Europe, like Prata, do you think that the population would actually get scared of a threat from Russia? Is it something that people will be seated at home talking about, like scared? Would it actually work?
Doubt it. I doubt, at least for now, I doubt it. Well, some countries will be more scared than others because they have been more brainwashed. There are countries where the Ukraine narrative is 24 hours. There are countries that actually rarely watch Ukraine. So it's not like Europe is completely uniform in this type of propaganda. I also see that, for instance, there are countries where the counter-propaganda is gaining the narrative. So you see that pretty much happening in Slovakia now, but in many Eastern European countries, even in Germany, you see that the questioning of the whole objective is being exposed, even worse. I think the Slovak Prime Minister made some really nice comments today, saying that Ukraine is not even independent; it's actually managed by the US.
Yeah,
and things like this. Sorry, Nuno, you want to confirm?
No, I'm nodding. I'm agreeing with you. I read the same article. Yeah.
It's impressive what is happening. I don't.
Isn't that how it always goes? You know, the U.S. is always like, "Let us manage it for you. We'll do a better job."
But if there is an answer from Russia, and this is the point, so provoking Russia to act against the European Union, if there would be an answer to Estonia, like a payback, because it would be worth it, would be it would be legitimate in terms of international law and so on. If there was a payback from Russia,
do you think there's
you
any
would
chance?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. If you're saying
bait on this, do you think Russia could ever take the bait on this after Ukraine?
No, I'm just saying if they did it, because it would be legitimate, it would be according to international law. The Russians could do, but then you have to understand Putin. Putin, he reads people's minds. He understands what he needs is the European population to continue to change to his side, to make the same critical assessments like he tries us to listen to. And so I don't think this is going to happen. You yourself, you question that. But of course, things can happen. Depends how the direction that things go. It might be in some strange calculation that I don't know, that it would be useful to actually attack Estonia and make them pay in terms of for what they did. Of course, it has to be balanced. It has to be with the same weight. That they do this. I don't know, but at the moment, if I understand Putin, he will never do it because he wants us in the European side to actually start questioning all this war.
I think I kind of agree with what Prad is saying. I mean, I think if Russia decides to do something, it's not taking bait. It's going to be something that they view as legitimate retaliation for a wrong, and then they will layer it in the rule of law and the rules-based order language, and they will lay it in the UN language to justify it. You know, you did this on this date, therefore under this section and this section and this section, we can do this, and now we've decided to do it. And what they'll probably do is wait until things come up in these countries that they got on their payback list. And if there's something on the list they can do that would benefit Russia and hurt them for the previous wrong, they'll probably do it. I don't look at it as taking bait. I look at it as they've got a bag of goodies to give back, and it's their decision if they want to do it or not. And if they do it, like you said, Putin's very smart. All those people, they're going to wrap that shit in the perfect diplomatic language so that 70% of the planet's going to look at what they say and say, hey, you know, this is what they did. This is what they're saying they want to do. This is how they laid out the legal framework to do it under the rules-based order. You know, they're fine with it. You know, what the EU is going to cry about it, maybe the UK, the United States, it'll be the same thing again. And Russia's going to play that shit perfectly because they have real leaders and diplomats, and the West has children who throw tantrums. So, I mean, I don't look at it as bait. I just look at it as they will punish people at opportune times when it benefits them, and they'll justify it legally.
I think NGS is making a great point, though, to consider in regards to this. I mean, I think that this analysis is pretty much correct when you talk about Western Europe. I mean, in Western Europe, historically, has not, at least in the last couple of big European wars, has not been the enemy of Russia. It's been the ally of Russia against Central European powers. I mean, you can look at how Germany allied with Russia against Poland to partition Poland multiple times. You can look at how France and Britain allied with Russia to fight against Germany, obviously, in World War I and World War II. But today, again, we see this Western Europe versus sort of Central/Eastern Europe divide happening once again, where it's really Central and Eastern Europe. It's Poland, it's the Baltic states, it's Scandinavia and Finland, like NGS is saying, that are really concerned about Russia. And that's just normal, considering their history, considering their size, considering the balance of power there. Whereas it's the Western European countries that are kind of having to go along with it, even though they don't actually feel that level of societal pressure. It's a pretty weird situation for Europe to be in, honestly, where it's being led by the eastern half of Europe, and the western half is kind of following along in terms of the political geopolitical situation. It's very strange.
I guess my answer to MGS is, were the people in Finland and Sweden scared prior to joining NATO? Like, I never heard a big outcry of people in Finland being terrified of the Russians. I could be wrong. I don't live there, but if somebody can provide some insight of the level of brainwashing amongst the people in Scandinavia, I'm sure it's huge. I mean, like Vaughn was saying.
Well, NGS is
I
for
can give you a
Scandinavia.
quick example. Prior to the SMO, I have a picture of, because I think Norway or Finland, I can't remember, whoever's got F-35s, they have a exchange
Norway.
program with the Russians where they monitor each other's base, I guess, for certain activity to trust but verify kind of thing. And in the picture, there's some Russian Air Force guys in their flight suits standing in front of an F-35, and they're saying, we'd like to thank, whatever, McConnell Douglas for receiving our first F-35. And it's just a joke, but obviously they had cooperation and they were civil enough to go back and forth on these bases in Scandinavia, whether it was Finland or Norway. And now that's obviously not happening. But I'm just saying, there was a relationship there. So I don't buy into this I was afraid of Russia shit. They're literally letting these guys stand next to one of their top secret planes and make a meme.
Okay, wait, before we continue,
I think
let Chris introduce himself first. You all don't continue first. Wait, let him introduce. If not, he will never jump in, Chris, introduce yourself.
Hello guys, how are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. I'm Chris. I'm from South Africa. I've been following the channel, I think, for about a year now. So let me hear the topic and then I'll comment.
Yeah, so like I said, I'll just reiterate for the viewers. Today we're trying to be a little bit more structured about the topic. So right now we're talking about Ukraine, maybe for another 20 minutes or so, and then we're going to go on to talk about Yemen and the Houthis. After that, we're going to go on to the Baloch situation, then U.S. politics, and then the WEF. But for now, let's keep it on Ukraine. So if you've got anything, as we're talking about right now is all about the situation with how Europe feels about Ukraine, whether Europe could really prepare for a war, how that's different in Eastern Europe versus Western Europe, and so on.
Actually, it would be interesting to ask Chris, what's your perception since the beginning of the war to now? Because there was some polls about the reaction of South Africans, to which side they sympathize more. Let's put it in easy way. How do you think? Did it change since the beginning of the war, or the South Africans have been changing towards a certain perspective, one side or the other?
From our side, South Africa is pro-Russian. They never take the Ukrainian side. Most of the South African side believe that the war started because of NATO's expansion. That's the. So, my own view is this. Ukraine was led by the US and NATO to believe that they can win a war against a superpower of which they're going to lose. So in the long run, in our view, in South Africa, we believe Russia will win the war. They will reach their goals that they set at the beginning of the operation in Ukraine. That's what I see.
Well, my experience to Scandinavia, going back to the previous topic, is that there has been a kind of Verse in some societies. Like this was a soap opera going on television for most Scandinavians. But of course, like in soap opera, you're always led to sympathize just to one side, the good side and the bad side. And so was the soap opera going into Scandinavia for a long time. Then there was a moment when Norway got a bit paranoid and started to arrest people for in terms of spying for Russia. And this was actually going for a while quite strongly. Then they kind of stopped. And now we have all these people scaremongering the population, saying they have to buy stuff to store at home, water, lamp, because the first 36 hours are very important. I was wondering if these guys know anything about a nuclear weapon being thrown out to someone. The 36 hours It's like incredible. Yes, it's a 36 hours after the attack with a nuclear bomb, but to say this to the population is so scaremongering, is so unbelievable. And the thing is obviously it's a test in most of the Scandinavian countries. I think actually mostly Sweden, but of course these countries are together. So whatever they say in Sweden also connects to Norway and a little bit to Finland, for them to feel the same. But it is in a way it's fully unpredictable. You should never talk to the population that way. If something was really going to come, to do it in such a clumsy way, it's not the best way. But of course, they are just testing the population. That's my point.
Should we go back to like first question? Like,
Go on.
yeah, how was the
Yeah,
Russian plan?
I wanted to talk about Ukraine. I mean, you
Yeah.
had the what's I don't know what's her name. She's some leader in the EU. She was being interviewed in the in Davos, and they were trying to give an excuse as to why, even if Ukraine is shit right now, why it's still a good place for the EU to be invested in. And she just went out and said that she actually spoke the silent part out loud, where she was like, we shouldn't look at the situation in Ukraine as a bad thing. We're going to have resources. We have resources of food, and then she then said cheap high-tech labor. And I was like, what the fuck? She actually said that. You're going to have cheap high-tech labor. And everyone was like, these guys already know they're going to lose. Like, these guys already know there's absolutely nothing else to do. And Zelensky's there asking them for money, saying how they're going to get the country back and they're going to defeat Putin and his grandchildren and what the fuck. And I was just laughing, to be honest. The minute she
Hey,
said
where's all this cheap high tech labor going to come from? Because
Ukraine,
I
like
mean,
the population of Ukraine.
Well, Daniel, it's funny
well,
you mentioned that.
that's what I'm saying. I mean, I've seen a lot of that labor just laying around in the fields and in the rivers and in pieces all over Ukraine. I don't know where she thinks this vast pool is suddenly going to reappear.
Hey,
I mean,
Daniel,
they need 500,000 more to go to the front and die. So I get what she got another strategic reserve of high tech laborers that we don't know about.
hey, Daniel, it's
Yeah,
funny
so
you mentioned
Leo was
that.
trying to say before he was cut off. I think he was trying to go back to the question that NGS posed. I think that's a good idea. We should talk a little bit more about the conceptualization of the Ukrainian offensive. So I think you had something to say about that, Leo. So I'm going to pass that on to you.
Yeah, because honestly, Russian offensive, like it's already going like for 3 months since October, since beginning the battle of Adiivka, and right now as we talked, West kind of started to like. There's a lot of media, and I think today there was a Blackwater leader talking about that Ukraine is gonna lose this war, but I'd say that the war is gonna go for another long time. So all of these speeches that Ukraine from West that Ukraine gonna lose right now, it's pretty much, I would say, I don't know, kind of really strange moment. But anyway, the Russian plan, I'd say it's pretty much not to break through, since we're ready for going like for second year of war, and this war had been mostly turned into war of attrition since the failure in the north of Ukraine and the failure of Battle of Kiev. And this war of attrition, Russia actually right now kind of winning, because Ukraine is continuously suffering heavy casualties. Even Ukraine is not on offensive now, because right now the Russian main the Russian main tactic, and what we're doing for previous 3 months, is using their low quality forces, or so-called Storm Z units, out of prisoners, since it's pretty much wastable resource for Russian high command. They send it like a few squads a day on assault. And what actually happened in on the Svatova front line yesterday at, how was it called? This village, Kakhamalova, or however it was called, is actually that instead of sending like those low quality forces once again, they actually sent it a whole motorized brigade, and actually it not happened first time, because in the summer in July Russia also did the same near Novaya Gorovka, because, and I mean it was predictable. I think History Legends one time mentioned in his video this moment that it's gonna be like few soul squads of low quality forces going in, and one day it's gonna be like a whole brigade bunching into one village. But pretty much the thing is that as we broke through this first line, our breakthrough, because there's no kind of this plan to go to Kupiansk, there's no plan to go to Oskil River right now, and all this like last breakthrough near Novaya Gorovka, it actually didn't really went far, and it had been stopped since Ukraine kind of sent a lot of reserves to Bleshin the point and Blesh the breakthrough. But now it's the thing, it's not only in Svatove, the Russians are also kind of broke through the south of Adiivka and basically entering the city from south. But Avdiivka is kind of our story. It's kind of just Bakhmut 2.0. And the Russian breakthrough in Seversk, when they captured Vesole.
Yeah, Vaughn. Well, I'll go ahead and go after you, Vaughn.
Yeah, I want to push back a little bit. I mean, you want to use the term low quality Storm Z troops. I mean, are we going to go back to that? Because I'm pretty sure those low quality Storm Z troops get way more training than the high quality NATO troops that are going to meet them on the front. Those guys are just as well equipped as the regular army. They probably have just the same training. They're not low quality troops. Maybe they're expendable. They're assault forces. They're designed to go in assault and take shit. They're not low quality forces. The Russians have never just sat here and pissed away guys on this war. And the idea that they're going to take these guys and invest money in people and train them for months on end, which we know they were trained months on end, and then just piss them away on shit. Shit happens in a war. Dudes get killed every day. And the idea that there's some Russian offensive going on for 3 months, the Russian offensive is always going on because every single day they have pressure on the line. When they break through, it's because something gave. The offensive is never ending. It's always going. Doesn't matter if it's a tree line, a village, a settlement. They're always pushing, looking for an opening, looking for a weakness. And when they find it, they exploit it ruthlessly. And in the meantime, they're killing everything that's trying to come up and support them, resupply them. I mean, the Russians are doing everything right. They lose guys every day. I don't give a shit if they lost a platoon of stormtroopers or a tank in a village to a Bradley. It doesn't mean jack shit. Wipe out an entire battalion tactical group and then have your battalion still be able to fight and push on through there. Then maybe you'll have something. But, you know, these little bullshit fights, oh, they blew up a fucking T-90 it got ambushed by 3 Bradleys. We don't have any context what happened. I mean, and it looks like they walked away from it. So, but people want to act like that whole video was like the end of the war. That shit happens every day. Every day Ukrainians are getting pushed back everywhere. It doesn't matter if it's across the Krinky River or a block in Krinky or wherever. Every day the pressure's on. The offensive never stopped. You could say the offensive has been going since the 22nd of February. And within that offensive, they've reorganized parts of it and elements of it and stuff like that. But the offensive's never stopped. The pressure's never stopped. It's only gotten worse and worse and worse. And now it's to the point where things are starting to break.
Yeah.
And whether they push forward fast or not probably depends on the ground, where they're at, and the availability of mine clearing stuff like that. Once they get into areas where the Ukrainians haven't had time to set up a lengthy defense, you might see faster movement. But where the line of contact is right now, they could, if they wanted to go hard and didn't give a shit about casualties, I would assume they could go hard in multiple places right now. But they don't, because they care about their men, and they just want to kill all these Ukrainians and grind them up like they've been doing. It works just fine.
I think the place that we're most likely to see a serious Russian advance and a breakthrough into areas that are less defended is actually in the Kupiansk area, which I think is where Wyatt's been talking about this sort of, quote unquote Russian offensive. And offensive doesn't really mean anything, but this push that Russia's been making, that's where we're most likely to see territorial changes. I think that the strategy right now in Avdiivka is pretty similar to the strategy in Bakhmut last year, which is to hold the Ukrainians in this fortress and have them continue to pour in troops and supplies into this fortress that they hold. In the earlier case, it was Bakhmut, and now it's Avdiivka. This fortress, which is supplied basically by, which does depend on the rail lines that go through North Luhansk, right? It's all connected there through the entire eastern edge of Ukraine. It's also the place that it makes the most sense for Russia to fight, as opposed to fighting further west, because this easternmost portion of Ukraine is the part where the logistics is going to be the most difficult for Ukraine. I think that the situation in the Kupiansk front, basically, and the situation in Avdiivka is connected. I think last year, what the Russians wanted was to not storm the city of Bakhmut directly, but rather continue to take land around it, bit by bit, the way that they're doing around Avdiivka. I mean, they've just continued surrounding Avdiivka. They're not storming the city itself. I think the only reason that they stormed the city of Bakhmut itself was because of a decision made on the part of Wagner, as opposed to a decision made on the part of Russia itself. I think what we're going to see is this continued pressure on Avdiivka that's going to force Ukraine to send their troops and resources into Avdiivka and to defend that region, while the region of Kupiansk becomes more and more difficult to defend. And that region there is some of the most difficult to defend territory in the entire front line. If you compare it to the Donbass, which is extremely high in population density, there's really not a lot happening in Kupiansk. There's Kupiansk, Svatove, and that's about the only towns that are in that entire region. That's where we saw a huge push by the Ukrainians, in November of 2022. I think that we are going to see a big push from the Russians there once they decide that it's time for them to do that.
So, Archimedes, question for you.
Before we go forward, I would answer one. Basically, for low quality forces, that's actually maybe true, since Ukrainian soldiers, they actually never got a lot of training, except those guys who was fighting like from 2014, and Ukrainian soldiers, they spoken openly that their assault squads were like getting training for 3 days. But for Russian low quality forces, yes, they may have more training, and that's probably true, but in terms of equipment, we actually mainly see them using old MTLBs. There was even one case where the Russian such Stormzy unit had used BMP 50, or no, I already know.
I understand they might use some older equipment. I'm just saying that their soldier, man for man, is equipped just as well as any other soldier. They got a gun, they got mags, they got radios, they got access to artillery, drones, and all that. And granted, they have to ride out on old shitty equipment, but let's be honest. You could ride out there in a BMP-3 brand new off the factory, and it hits an anti-tank mine. It's going to blow up just as good as the BTR-50. So, I mean, or if you're riding on it and get hit by an ATGM, what Dan said before, they use shit to ride into battle that normal armies don't use. Like, I was on tanks. We would never let infantry ride on tanks into battle. That's stupid. But the Russians use tanks as taxis. So do the Ukrainians.
Personally, in my opinion, I think Russia's overall goal isn't to overwhelm the Ukrainian front lines right now, because according to even the Americans, analysts, the Europe is trying to prevent a Ukrainian collapse of the military. So all Russia has to do is just grind them. I don't think there'll be any major offensive. Just wait, just tire these guys out. Let them keep running around looking for money. Let them keep having their elections. Just let them collapse on their own without having to lose any more Russian lives. I don't think Russia is going to make any major moves. Do you guys think
Yeah,
they
but
would?
I don't think we're disagreeing there. I mean, they're always pushing
Hmm.
to push that, keep that pressure on them, and then when something breaks loose, they can advance a little bit and create a panic and a problem. That's all I'm saying. There's no reason for them to make a big aero offensive when they can just create multiple problems in multiple areas the Ukrainians don't have the manpower to respond to.
Yeah, makes sense.
So, guys, I agree with everything Archimedes and Daniel just said with respect to the Adiivka strategy. So here's my question to you guys. If the three of us can see this, why can't the Ukrainian command see this? Like, if I'm the Ukrainian command, would I not be pulling out my troops to try to save them and put them into a more defendable position? Like, I don't understand the ongoing kind of meat grinder in that situation after they've been through it already a couple times. You know,
actually,
I don't get
I
it.
was looking at Wyatt's. You saw Wyatt's map. Is it today, Wyatt, where you were showing they were able to take the higher ground somehow. Yet the Ukrainian military could have easily guarded it. Yet they went through a valley and took over a higher ground, and the Ukrainian forces were not that far. I can't remember the exact place, but I just thought, like,
Adiivka.
if those are the mistakes they're making on the ground, I don't think they're even anywhere near as strong as. I think they're just putting up props right now. I think they're already collapsing.
You have to understand
I mean,
It could be because they talk about how fortified Adiivka is. Like, supposedly it's got like incredibly amazing underground bunkers and shit. You know, so they've been fortifying it since what, 2014 or 15. I don't know. Maybe that shit is real and it's that good that these guys are still able to hide down there and hold out, or maybe they're so good that it makes them think that they can hold out. But I as a guy that was in the army, I can't understand why they haven't pulled out and tried to fall back and defend, because they could bleed out the Russians. You know, it's if you fall back 10 kilometers, it sucks. But then your Russians got to come 10 kilometers. Right now, you got to go to them, and every time they do something, you're like a moth to a flame. You have to go, because they might be breaking out of Papasnaya. They might be breaking out of Soledar. Oh, they might be pushing back in Robotny, or they're pushing out around Adiivka or wherever. I mean, they have to go. They have to go to that hot spot and deal with it, whether it's a real or not. I mean, they can't win this game. It's a shell game, and the Russians always have everything they need. It's just, wait 5 minutes and they'll make sure it's there. If they need an Italian tactical group to move somewhere to make it look like they're going to do something, they can just load them on a train, drop them off, and the American satellites will say, hey, there's a battalion tactical group sitting here. And then they'll have to send some up there to deal with it.
Okay, let's hear the insights of Wade, because he wanted us to say something. He was cut. Wait, please.
I forgot.
You want? Oh, come on. That's not fair.
So I was trying to say that, you have to also understand that Adiivka, the battle at Adiivka is not just like now, only these few weeks. It has been going on for like 2 years. So especially over the past 1 year, we are seeing like severe airstrikes, severe bombardments. So even if the Ukrainians are very serious at defending all those lines, eventually they are going to be ground away, because they do not have the surface-to-air missile system to protect them at Adiivka area, and they also are running low on artillery, to counter artillery, to counter battery, to defend against the enemy artillery. So there will be one point where the lines will start to break. The men don't want to go up to the front to sit in the trench to wait to die. So it's not that they are not serious or they don't want to defend that. That reach that is overlooking that valley. That place is one of the furthest point you can go at the front line at Adiivka. So you have to go from a totally exposed road all the way from far away from the rear, travel through FPV infested airspace, and then you have to go through the city, then you go through the forest to reach to that breach. Is very, very far. So at any one point where you're traveling there, and if you walk, maybe safer. If you're driving, you're going to get spotted over time by FPV drones. And it's not just go there and sit there. You get rotated. You go and go out and come in, go out and come in. Every time you are rotating, you are taking a risk that you will be spotted, and then you will be in the open, and then you get hit by FPV drone, or you'll be just unlucky and get hit by artillery strike or air strike. So it could be any kind of thing. So it is it. I will not dismiss the Ukrainians. They are trying their best, but no, they are ultimately Adiivka is a semi-encirclement. That's the problem right now.
But do you think that the current stagnation in the front lines could be Ukrainian? Like, could you think Russia could be like artificially creating the stagnation instead of making any major moves? It just keeps the line there, just to see how many of them can come towards them. Because you see the front line is pretty big, it's pretty broad. So maybe Russia is just keeping that front line just to like. It's like that thing for killing flies. You just want as many of them to come to the light.
It
Well, I mean,
feels
if they
like it to me.
keep creeping up on them, they got to keep fighting the Russians. So the Russians, I mean, that's all they're doing. They're just staying close enough to keep in contact with them.
Yeah, that's
You
what I'm
know,
saying.
I mean,
That's
I mean,
exactly what I'm saying.
classic NATO doctrine. Like let's say we were in the Fulda Gap, we would have, if it had gotten to the point where we were outnumbered, we would have gone to the trade space for time, where we hit, fall back, hit, fall back, hit, fall back, and try to attrit the enemy as they advance. They don't even do that, and they're supposedly NATO trained. I mean, like I said, they don't give themselves space from the Russians. They don't break away from the Russian lines, so they keep getting hit nonstop. They can't, it's like, oh, we're going to fall back a half a kilometer and start digging trenches and putting up concertina wire. Well, those guys are going to get hit by artillery and FPV drones the whole time. It's like drop back 10 kilometers, give yourself the space, and it forces the Russians to come to you for a change. Because right now it's like all the Russians got to do is walk up to the trench and wave, and they'll start shooting at them, and then they can bomb them. As long as they, it's like if they don't want to give themselves the space they need to defend properly or even reorganize. And you can tell they get pounded. All they do is keep moving those guys up. And like you said, they got guys on the line getting hit, and then they keep moving the reinforcements up through these supply lines that are under complete observation from drones and everything else. It's like if you moved back 10 kilometers, your resupplies points might not be getting hit as hard. And like you were saying earlier with the Adiivka, they can't support the front end of Adiivka with artillery anymore because it's too close to the Russian lines. So the front half of Adiivka is not even covered, really.
If we try to go back to the beginning of the question, which was why don't they realize this is just a meat grinder? I would say, going back also to what Van just said, is that actually it's a political decision. It is also a type of a strategy unwritten on NATO, how to react to these situations. But although many already have said the best they can do, understanding what the Russians are doing, is to go and make a defensive line, a very strong defensive line, which they could just hold until they are better prepared. Of course, it is difficult because, as we saw from the Russians, going from the defensive line to offensive strategy, it takes a lot of discipline. And that's not always what we have seen within the Ukrainian army. It's a very undisciplined army, in the sense that there is not a single line of command. It sounds like there are many stars there in the command office. They think always they have the best perspectives of what is happening and do things sometimes disconnected, which is also quite interesting. It means that the Western strategy to Ukraine is also disconnected. It's not everything is all in one line, but I find it more political decision to keep on the pseudo-offensive strategy of Ukraine. It's like trying to convince the lawmakers to give more money to Ukraine, which is actually, in terms of long-term, a failure. We know. Well, we preview that.
Hey, is there anything to the Zaluzny being reassigned and all that? I mean, is that really a big deal, or is it more just a PR thing?
I mean, it could be both, but honestly, I think we're gonna blame all this summer failure on him. I mean, they already kind of did, and the failure of whole Ukraine military. But truly, referring like to this idea why Ukraine high command doesn't realize that it's kind of getting trapped into this meat grinder for a second time. I'd say it's not actually like I think they pretty much understand. Actually, there was this one general who noticed before the start of offensive it's going to be a failure pretty much, and I think it's political decision, not by Ukraine command but by West, because for them Ukraine war it's kind of just a meat grinder. It's to kill us more Ukrainians, to kill us more Russians, because guess what, Ukraine's path is already decided. It's gonna be like in Chechnya post-war. So
I can
honestly,
explain a bit.
We got an intro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys.
yeah.
Right now actually came before.
Yeah.
Oh, is it?
A
Okay.
bit more head than.
Mhm.
So I
Yeah.
want to chip in a bit regarding the why there's this meat grinder and everything. So if you've been through a military or any big government organization, maybe even MNC before, if you worked before, you realize that a hierarchy, when you have a very huge hierarchy, a lot of people are just surviving. They're just going through their motion. They're not really caring. So when everybody don't really care about the general mission, they're just taking care about their part of things. Then what will happen is that a lot of the company or this military or the government organization will start to tell you to do a lot of stupid things, because the top will have an idea of what they want to do. Then they just send the order down. But the people below are not going to plan it in the way the top is thinking. And when everything goes down all the way down, what will happen is that you have very poor commanders giving very poor orders, like sending them on a suicide mission. And then it makes worse when the hierarchy have this culture of putting blames on each other. Then you're going to have more problems. Like, for example, if you go to attack and then you redraw and then you get punished for it. Maybe you redraw for a very good reason, but then you get punished for it, and this becomes a bad culture. And what will happen is that these junior commanders will start to just send people to die. They rather die, send his men to die, and rather than redrawing, and then get punished for it. It could be this kind of thing. So it's huge organization have a lot of problems. It's not like we play computer games. Everything is very controlled. Everything is actually very messy in a big organization. And
Just real quick,
I think sorry,
which is
Ivan.
why I'm amazed that Ukraine,
Mm.
given the size of the country and everything, they are able to continue to have the logistic working. They are able to bring back refurbished aircraft, tanks, armored vehicles, and continue to fight. Which is why I'm impressed with the Ukrainians, because this is actually very, very difficult. You try refurbishing anything in your house, it's crazy. It's like just rearrange your house. It's a lot of work. Imagine rearranging the whole country to fight a war. So yeah, this is what I'm trying to.
I think just to add to what Leo was saying, and even what Wyatt is saying, is that the biggest problem with Ukraine, even in their army, in their military, is things like for example, the head of the NATO general, like the head of the NATO army, I don't know what's his name, he actually admitted that the Ukrainians are running like he's receiving all the updates about all Ukrainian actions. Like he's actually calling the shots for the Ukrainians. Like he's actually receiving all commands that are for the ground guys. And you're like, this military isn't even being run by a Ukrainian. It's being run by other people. And they're just making decisions in their cities with their own economic reasons in mind. And I just think this being a Ukrainian right now is just shit. It's just fucked up.
hey, I just want to make a quick point on what Wyatt said. Then I guess we can go to the Air Force super chat. I mean, there's been rumors for a long time that there's a lot of civilians in the Pentagon that have direct input into the missions and operations with no military experience. So that could be another part of the problem. But it's obviously political, because anybody that's ever been in the military, I don't give a fuck if you were a cook, you still went to basic training. What's going on in the ground does not make any sense at all, period. So it's political, and there's probably people coming up with ridiculously horrible plans that they think can happen, and then they implement them and get tens of thousands of people killed and wounded.
Yeah, the Ukrainians
I
don't even
think
have control over their own army. It's just sad.
Before we run into all of this Air Force, Waziroo Air Force active on the front line, we have to understand also another important point, why actually Russian command is like, why is Russia actually winning? Because Ukraine High Command, we are not planning. They never planned how to win a war. They always went to like in a small scale. They know how to win a battle, but they never know how to win a war. And for Russia, it's kind of like our way. And this is why they actually like it's hard to say, but basically, while Ukrainians think like 2 step forwards, Russians think 7 step forwards. This is kind of a deal.
Yeah, and I just want to say one more thing on the concept of why the Ukrainian command is doing what they're doing. I think it's important to understand the different factions that are present within the Ukrainian population and within the Ukrainian military structure. Ukraine has a large contingent of liberals, of true believers, both within the population and certainly within the absolute elite, who are, well, even if they're not true believers, they're true believers in money, and they're true believers in the fungibility of money, and they're true believers in their villas that they have in Milan and Los Angeles. So they're going to be quite happy to go back there once everything ends, and and ultimately they're liberals, and that's why they're okay with this. They're okay with advancing the liberal international order as they see it, and those are the people at the very, very top, and they have and they're of course headed by people like Victoria Nuland, for example, and they have no regard for the life of Ukrainians. I think that's the most likely explanation. But below them, there is also a very large class of Ukrainians who are hard right nationalists, right? And you have to understand that the word Nazi in Russian to Russians kind of means a different thing than it means in the West. In the West, we associate it primarily with the extermination of gypsies and Jews. In Russia, they associate it primarily with the extermination of Russians. I mean, a lot more Russians died in World War II than did Jews or anybody else. So that is kind of their biggest national trauma. Second, so of the Second World War. The point I'm making is that these hard right Ukrainian nationalists are trying to build this identity of Ukraine as something very different from Russia. And again, these are people that have a lot of popular support in certain regions of Ukraine, and also have certain levels of power within the military and political hierarchy of Ukraine. If you see the way that a lot of the units are structured, there are these blocking units, which is a normal thing in any frontline war, to have blocking units that basically prevent your own troops from retreating. Right, you have some units of elite forces that are behind your frontline units to make sure that nobody retreats, to kind of cover if needed, depending on where to go. That's a normal strategy. But these blocking units are generally, super far right, Azov style Ukrainian units. So it's the people that are fighting are like normal Ukrainians that are on the front lines, but the people that are behind them are really the true believers that are well trained, that have been fighting for a long time, that are ready to die for the cause. And the people that are behind them in Kiev and really in London and Washington are the people who simply don't care at all about Ukraine, and they're the ones that are really pulling the strings. You have to look at it from those motivations. Ukraine is not a country of normal people that are, the average Ukrainian might have some hard feelings towards Russia, but also some good feelings towards them. Those aren't the people that are making the decision. It's not actually borderlanders that are 50-50 Russia, Ukraine. It's normal people at the bottom, and it's this layer of hard right nationalists and this layer of globalist internationalists that are at the very top. And it's kind of fucked up that the actual Ukrainians are getting sandwiched in between these two groups. But that is what's happening, I think. But I also do want to, if anyone has something burning to say, please go ahead. But I want to throw it to Alex and Rylar in a minute to let them speak if they have anything to say, since they haven't had much of a chance to speak.
So what percent of the population in the Russian annexed areas that are currently controlled by Ukraine do you think are pro-Ukrainian? Or what would your guess of that number be?
Specifically Russian annexed areas that are controlled by Ukraine still. So that's a pretty small area. That's mostly regions of Zaporozhye and Kherson. Mm-hmm. I would say pretty high, because considering Kherson is Novorossiya, right? This is a region that was settled by Russia in a fairly recently, I mean, historically speaking, only a couple of 100 years ago, was historically called Novorossiya by Catherine the Great. Kherson, famously, at the beginning of this war, the mayor of Kherson basically let the Russians in, and that's how they took the city initially. So I think there is a very high level of pro-Russianness in Kherson, Zaporizhia, Luhansk, for sure.
Because what I was thinking is that
also-
basically,
I have a question also. Okay,
I think the
according to the
pro-Russian
European-
ones
We're letting the
Let's
two new
finish
guys
the topic.
go.
If you guys keep
Let me-
Yeah, thank
turning
you, Vaughn.
around, we
Yeah,
never
well-
ends the topic. So
Wait.
go on,
The
Raya.
pro-Russian ones are all gone already. Because when they have the chance, they they would have already left for Russia. When they got conquered by Russia. So I would believe in Zaporizhia and Kherson, or Kherson, they're still under Ukrainian control. I think the pro-Russian elements are very, very low. I think the populations are really low. I think when they had a chance, they probably have already all run away or something, or
Well,
they
the
would have
same-
been recruited and sent to war. So I'm quite sure Zaporizhia city itself, in the northern part, maybe there is still pro-Russian people, but no, are not going to be that high. And before we jump further away, okay, I want to let Alex have a chance to introduce himself. He's new here. Alex?
Cheers, Wyatt. Yeah, I'm Alex. I'm a 19-year-old from a cold county in northern England called Yorkshire. Yeah, I've been watching Open Mic for quite a while, and there's one, because got onto the topic of Adiivka and the meat grinder there. There's one thing that I don't believe anyone's mentioned or spoke about when it comes to the meat grinders in Ukraine, because I've often thought there'd be no way I'd send my own kind of people to the front line like that just to be slaughtered outright and over and over again over the course of years in stupid offensives, in stupid defenses of stupid places. But why I think Zelensky is the perfect puppet for the West is because the guy is Ukrainian, ethnically speaking, he's Ukrainian. So when it comes to him sending tens of thousands of blokes and lasses now, I suppose, to the deaths, it's not like he's sending his own people to go and die, really, is it? There's that point that obviously I can't get too much into because the stream will get shut down. So I won't elaborate on it. I'll say do your own research with it. But that would, to me, that's one reason why I think they do these stupid defences and offensives that cost God knows how many lives. There's that, and like what Archimedes said earlier, it is the Western governments that are telling him what to do, or Zelensky telling him what to do, and that's why I think he's the perfect puppet, because he ain't sending his own to the slaughter. Really, it's the goyim, if you like.
I would like to argue that actually it's also for internal consumption inside of Ukraine. So all that idea of the whole Ukrainian army that's very strong, that Ukrainians are much superior and so on, they also have to keep feeding that narrative, because otherwise people will start opening their eyes and question that Zelensky is not an ethnic Ukrainian. Zelensky is actually from a Russian-speaking family, and he's, they say, Jew. I have my feelings that he's just an atheist, but technically he's a Jew.
Yeah, that was basically the crux of my point, was that, but there is definitely that propaganda element within Ukraine itself, which is playing for all to see, especially as we see in the western part of Ukraine. There's definitely the more extreme elements that would benefit from it, because at the end of the day, I don't really see Russia taking Western Ukraine. So the point about them being, Ukraine strong, this strong, that, whatever you'd like to say it like, is, yeah, I'd see it as that point. But yeah, I agree.
And keep going in on that direction, if I'm allowed, sorry, because I'm taking time for you other guys, they also have great points, is that Arestovich made a good point. At this moment, Ukrainian alienated around 30% of their population because they are not the ethnic speaking people. And they feel that this idea of Ukraine is just putting them away. It's like ostracizing them in terms of culture and higher positions and so on. They are not true Ukrainians, they are not pure blood. And this will be not just Ukrainians, but many other peoples that live in majority in many little areas around Ukraine, but they are of course a minority. We're talking about the Gagauzins, the Romanians, the Hungarians, and so on and so on and so on. And these people, besides the Crim Tatars, because I don't know why the Crimea Tatars are considered also kind of a holy people for the Ukrainians. It's also a very strange situation there, how this happens. So do you have like elected ones and you have unelected, untouched ones, a kind of a caste system, and this is creating a perception where Arisovich say that a lot of people feel themselves that they don't belong to this country, and they will actually choose something different if they are given to choose. So I think it is Raylar was asking how many pro-Russian Ukrainians still exist in the non-occupied areas, but I think he asked about the occupied areas, right?
No, I asked about the areas,
Non-occupied.
the regions Russian annexed, and the part of those regions that are still under Ukrainian control. That's what I was referring to. So cities like, Kramatorsk, Sloviansk, Zaporizhia, stuff like that.
It depends what we are talking about. So, for instance, I think the Donbas area we saw that in studied Donetsk and in Lysychansk, where the Ukrainians were pissed because the population itself was giving up their positions to the other side. So the Donbas is very special. After the Ukrainians in the last years, since 2014, has been exchanging population. These are definitely Russian populations historically and ethnically. The other parts of what Archimedes was saying of Novorossiya is a more complex melting pot, and there are many ideas, although most of them also speak Russian, not Ukrainian as mother language. But the element is more complex, and I think these populations, like we saw in Kherson, they are very willing to change place. That just means the situation they feel in. They are more flexible.
Kherson and Crimea are rightful Ottoman territory. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So here's what I was thinking in terms of the pro-Russian people that were in those regions. I feel like, well, speaking of the pro-Ukrainian people in those regions, I feel like a lot of them, like in the early days of the war, when it was like most people thought these areas were going to be overrun fairly quickly, most of them fled either to Western Ukraine or to Western countries. So with that in mind, I feel like these areas are very depopulated in terms of where they were pre-war. In terms of that, depopulation that's left, or reduced population that's left, I should say. I think that if I had to guess, I would say it's like half pro-Russian, half Ukrainian, although that's difficult to say at this point. And yeah, what else was it? No, it doesn't matter.
No, you are right. It's because it's a melting pot. These populations are in a melting pot situation. We would call it in Portuguese the Creole people. And the Creole people, they belong to both sides. And they have a hard psychological situation where they have to keep constantly to choose sides or keep neutral. So also keeping neutral is very hard, but you have to keep pushing things down, and this is actually quite energically. So there was a guy in Melitopol. Go on.
Oh yeah, one other thing. Basically, if you look at in terms of economics, the GDP per capita, real GDP per capita in Russia is something like 3 times what it is in Ukraine. I don't remember the exact number. It's something like that. So when you're talking about regions like Crimea or Donetsk and Luhansk, it's not just the ethnic conflict portion of this that causes people in those regions to want to be pro-Russian. It's also the economics, the fact that Russia can give them a lot more economically than Ukraine can. And so I feel like with that in mind, you might have a lot of Ukrainians and Slavs who don't really feel particularly strongly towards either Russia or Ukraine, and that once Russia annexes these areas, you might have a lot of people who weren't pro-Russian before who become pro-Russian because Russia gives them more economic opportunity. And so I think that's partially what happened with, if you look at surveys in terms of like the percentage of the Crimean population that supports Russia, I think you saw that with like the Crimean Tatars and the Ukrainians, ethnic Ukrainians in Crimea. And so I think you might to a degree see that in the areas that Russia's annexed already. And getting to your point earlier with the Crimean Tatars, the reason that Crimean Tatars were more pro-Ukrainian in 2014 is because during World War II, the Soviet Union deported the Crimean Tatars to, I think it was like Kazakhstan and Central Asia, stuff like that, because a lot of them collaborated with the Nazis during World War II. And so because of that, you have, ethnicities like that that might be resentful to Russia for whatever reason. And, maybe in Ukraine, you might have some similar dynamic going on with the Hungarians and Romanians, what have you. But with that in mind, I feel like it's sort of, you're just gonna have to see where that ends up in terms of who ends up supporting who long term.
I want to I want to add on a bit on what Raila said on the neutrals. Those people who are not really that nationalistic about Ukraine, and they have no opinions about Russia. What we saw that a lot of these people, the Ukrainians who have been evacuated into Russia, or they have left the war zone to go to Russia, what they realized is that they got surprised by how Russia actually operates. The services that they give to the citizens, the benefits, the money, the welfare, and they're surprised because they don't see that, they don't have that in Ukraine. And it was a culture shock for many of them. We saw bits and pieces of all these things that being revealed by Ukrainians that are now living in Russia. So I think what you say is true, that there's a possibility, a very good possibility that after they are conquered by Russia, then as a conquered people, they start to get Russian welfare, and they will start to realize, hey, this is so much better than what I used to get, because Ukraine is not really known for good welfare, to put it that way, while Russia is actually known for giving a lot of money for all sorts of reasons, because people are not having babies, they are not moving around, they're not migrating around, everybody's going to the city center, they're trying to push them out, that kind of thing. Yeah.
I forgot what I was going to say now.
Yes.
Oh, okay, I remember. Yeah, I mean, I would assume like your average regular people, once the Russians move in, as long as if they feel like they have opportunity and they're safe, they'll just go with the flow. Like you said, if it's a better opportunity for them or safer and more stability, then they're not going to make waves. They're just going to blend in and be absorbed. I mean, it makes the most sense. I mean, there might be some kind of vetting process of people that stayed behind, because you don't want nationalists and people like that ducking in and staying. So, but yeah, I would think most regular people, if the Russians come in and rebuild stuff and give them opportunities, they'll just go with the flow.
Yeah, and building on that, I feel like, to a large extent, when you have crises like this, war, violence, what have you, I feel like a lot of people aren't, practically speaking, a lot of people aren't super politically, active or motivated or devoted to particular cause. And in times like this, a lot of people just, want to live their lives and just sort of believe whatever they're told to believe, for lack of a better word. And so in that sense, I do think that, you might have a lot of people, particularly in, post-Soviet countries where sort of the collapse after the Soviet Union was sort of blamed on this sort of radical political change. And so it sort of created a culture where, being apolitical is almost, value is almost a virtue. And so in that sense, yeah, I do think there are a lot of, these neutral people who don't really feel particularly strongly either way, who, could be happy under Ukraine or Russia.
Yes, and I wanted to just give you some analysis I've been making from the bloggers of these occupied areas. And one of the things I've noticed, for instance, is around Mariupol and Novosibirsk, Lysychansk, there is a tendency to call them Ukrainians. It's like there is a kind of a consensus that they are not anymore part of that. It doesn't mean that they are already part of Russia, but they already call them the others, no? And the situation is more confused if you go to Melitopol, definitely. But it's one of, you see, the difference is that because Russia is a multinational state, it doesn't have problems with the fact that local cultures have their culture. So they are not trying to impose any type of centralized official culture to everybody. Okay, we talk about some narratives about the Second World War being imposed on children. Okay, right. But the thing is that I've been noticing in Melitopol, they have been raising monuments to people that were from that city, important people from that city. You see, they are just raising local awareness of their culture, and this is very welcome by all the by these local populations. They feel they are being appreciated. They are not being a part of Okay, of course, they are part of a game. They are not stupid. They are probably much more aware of it. But they feel appreciated. So culture plays a lot of sense. And like you said, economics, it's amazing because especially if we are talking about a very aged population, like it is also the Ukrainian population, well, the old women do like to have their, because unfortunately men die very early in Russia, in these areas, the old babushkas love to have their Russian pension, which is 5 times higher than the Ukrainian is. And they have all types of help. They have new hospitals. That's something also incredible the Russians did the first time. They built new hospitals everywhere in any of these little cities, besides the little cities on the frontier. These cities haven't been touched. That's also true. They have just modernized where they are very sure that nothing is going to be destroyed. Sorry for occupying. I think Leo has been with his finger and I keep talking.
Hey,
I
what about
mean,
me? I was first.
yeah, you can talk if you
Now,
have.
I really quickly, just to put a button on Rylar and Prada's points around the economic thing, which I agree with you, it doesn't get a whole lot of press, but I think that that's a big trigger for the people in those areas for this very point. Let's keep in mind that Zelensky came into power overwhelmingly under the platform of ending the conflict in Donbass. Everybody voted for him. Didn't matter. The ethnic Ukrainians, the ethnic Russians, you name it. They all voted for him. So now they're all looking for it. They're looking at this mess that's been created, and they're obviously outraged because, all they wanted was peace. So I wanted to raise that point just to put a button on it, because I think you're right. I think that in the Donbass area, I'm not sensing that there's a huge, strong Ukrainian nationalist, sentiment there. No, I think that everybody seems to be, getting along, and they're all happy to kind of come to a resolution of this. And if that means switching over and becoming Russian, I think they'd be more than willing to do that. Number one, for the economic benefits that you mentioned, and if anything, just to have some normalcy in that area for once. And to Prada's point, look at Mariupol as another example. You see how quickly they brought up those apartment buildings and stuff after that the Russians built for the people there. So the people are looking at hospitals going up and apartments and stuff. They're actually seeing change. And I think that that's helping them with the Russians as well. That's all I had to say. Sorry, Leo.
Yeah, it's fine. It's just I
Yo,
wanted to go to our
DKS.
question.
Rella, can we answer NGS's question about the
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to
Air
go
Force.
over
I think that's what
super
Leo was
chat.
getting
over
to.
that
Let Leo
because
speak.
Let's get to it.
we've been talking too long. The question was
Daniel, let Leo speak, please.
I
He
mean,
was speaking and then he got interrupted, so let's not interrupt you.
yeah.
here's the question. Basically, I mean, Air Force, we're part of this war of attrition. So, because kind of not only for Russia, for both sides, it's a question like how much you can kill a day, an hour. So basically, why is the Russian air forces are now so active? It's pretty much the reason because Russia is now on offensive, and kind of all of this air force systems, they kind of had been. I mean, there was a lot of casualties for Ukraine anti-air system. So for now, for Russia, all of this anti-air systems on the front line, a lot of them had been destroyed, and anti-air capabilities of Ukraine, they was pretty low at the start of 2023. Guess what happened after a year? It's like it was 11%, now it's even less than 10. So I mean, we need to also record that the air forces had been mainly used for long range operations, not to bombard the positions what it is like near the front line, but to bombard also the military objectives all over Ukraine. Since Russia restarted its rocket and air bombardings like all over Ukraine since like New Year.
Well, expanding on that, I think that a large reason why Russia didn't use its air force so much in the early part of the war is that they for the most part lack guided munitions. Back in like the 80s and 90s, things like manpads weren't as advanced, and they could be pretty easily duped by flares and maneuvering and whatnot. That's why you have things like the highways of death, where you just had like A-10s and F-15Es and whatnot, just carpet bombing Iraqi tanks and whatnot. Whereas now you have manpads and SHORAD that can pretty easily track aircraft that are flaring, and so you can't really do gun runs or unguided bombings like you could back then. And so to have effective air superiority, you really need very, very large numbers of standoff guided munitions. And I think that's something that Russia really lacked early on in the war, and which is why you didn't see them using, in terms of like close air support and whatnot, you didn't see them using that as much as, say, a NATO country would. Whereas now, you're getting to the point where Russia's producing large numbers of glide bombs and guided gravity bombs and what have you, as well as obviously cruise missiles. And so with that in mind, I do think that once you see Russian production of these weapons ramp up, you're going to see them using them much, much more than they are now. And that's what you've already been seeing, I think.
I think just quickly on the topic of glide bombs, this week I saw really quite a
question, and then you guys can answer. Sorry.
Well, I just wanted to say something specifically about what Ryler was saying.
Can I ask my question, and then you guys can pick up?
No, because I want to talk about specifically what Ryler was saying. I just want to quickly add on to his point about glide bombs. Because this week there was some news about a glide bomb kit for thermobaric munitions, which I think is going to be something people should look out for in the future. Okay, please go ahead.
Now, I wanted to ask, who has relative air superiority over the front line over the Ukrainian? Is it Ukraine or Russia? Who has air superiority right now?
Well, Russia certainly. I mean, you see, just Russia's probably doing dozens and dozens of times more airstrikes than Ukraine is, and in terms of their long-range strike capacity, Russia definitely has a considerable advantage. And so it might not be air supremacy where Russia can just fly their aircraft over Ukraine wherever they want, not risk getting shot down. But it's definitely air superiority in that Russia can use its air force much more generously than Ukraine could.
I think the overall simplest answer is at the beginning of the war, Ukraine had a fairly potent air defense network. The Russians have from the beginning been casually adverse. So why would they send a bunch of their high-end attack aircraft and fighters into a SAM-dense environment to hit stuff when they can sit back and hit them with ballistic missiles or artillery? I mean, they use their air when they have the ability to use their air. When they need to clear out an area, you could tell they send in the Garans, they clear out the air defense, and then you start seeing the FABs come in and the cruise missiles, or they use the drones ahead of time. I mean, I think there's been times where they couldn't use their air force because of the SAMs, and when they have the opportunity to use them, they do. I mean, at this point, you could say the Ukrainian air defense system is probably as weak and pathetic as the Iraqi air defense system was on the night we took it out. And the Russians are at that point where it's starting to shift. And wherever they decide to go, they will gain air superiority. They will, if it takes 2 weeks to do it, then it'll take 2 weeks to do it. Then you'll see the area get lit up. And the fact that they couldn't get in there and provide close air support with helicopters and stuff like that, you can tell when that changed. Robotny, they got lit up by fucking helicopters. And when they can't get in, what do? Okay, I can't fly overhead and bomb you, so now I'm going to put some wings on this fucking bomb I built back in the 50s and throw a GPS on it, and now I'm going to drop on your ass from 40 kilometers away at 50,000 feet. I mean, they've adapted to the theater, so when they have to stand off, they can stand off. When they have to get in close, they can get in close. It's really their choice. I mean, overall, I don't really think, I mean, they've taken losses, but considering what it is, I mean, and if you were to take the same event and put the United States Air Force on it, it doesn't matter. We have F-15s, F-16s, we have F-18s, A-10s. They're still going to have to fly through that shit and get their asses shot off, just like the Russians would have had to. So the Americans would have done the same thing. They would have bombed from a distance and used standoff weapons and treated the air defense until they could come in and get you close. I mean, that's what's going on, basically, I think. They just use it when it's available.
Guys, can I expand on that?
Sure. Toby, go first.
I just want to talk about what Vaughn's talking about here. I think he's correct. Look, in a war, in a normal war, you try and destroy your enemy's capability to make war. So if you think about the Allied bombing campaigns in World War II, they were designed to hit the infrastructure of Germany and to put Germany out of action. Same against Japan. If you think about Desert Storm against Iraq, air power was used to take Iraq out of the war. Now, think about this war. How can Russia take NATO out of the war? Well, they can't, not unless they use nukes, and they certainly can't do it in Ukraine, right? Russia can't strike at the NATO supply centers that are keeping Ukraine in the war. They can't use air power to go and bomb NATO factories that are supplying the Ukrainian side. They can't firebomb all of the infrastructure that is supplying the Ukrainian forces. That's not an option. So what we're looking at here, if we're sober about what we're looking at, Russia believes it's fighting NATO. It can't use strategic air power to take NATO out of this fight. And if we have a look at the way Russia is fighting, we can start to see what their strategy is. Notice how they've kept their supply lines very short. They've kept Ukraine's supply lines very long. They're not seeking to take large amounts of territory and occupy it. They don't want to take over ownership of a large amount of hostile territory because they can't defeat NATO's supply base. So what are the Russians trying to do? Well, you see, all war is essentially economics. And what Russia is doing, I would submit, is they are bleeding NATO. They have used air power. They've used their missile core. And they've used their missiles to utterly cripple Ukraine's economy. Ukraine has no effective economy. And the Russians have been hitting the most valuable parts of it, particularly the electrical substations and the industrial capacity with missiles. They've sustainably attacked that. And now Ukraine is on life support. NATO is not just paying for the war, they're paying for all the policemen and the firemen and the teachers, and they're paying for all the diesel as well. There's a huge amount of hydrocarbons being pumped into Ukraine. The West is bleeding money into Ukraine. And that's why Russia is not seeking to take territory, because the further that Ukraine and NATO have to move all of that money and equipment across the country, well, the more it costs them. So when we talk about air power, we're not talking about World War II or Iraq. Russia can't use its strategic air power to take Ukraine's war power out of the equation because Ukraine's war power is NATO's war power. This is an economic conflict, as all war essentially is. And what Russia is doing is it has destroyed Ukraine's economic capacity. And that's very deliberate because it makes Ukraine a very bad investment. All of the Western corporations that want to move into Ukraine and start their factories and start their farms, they can't even begin to do that. No one can get a return on investment from Ukraine until this war stops. And so all Russia has to do is keep their supply lines short, keep their economic exposure to this war small. And that means not using a great deal of air power because air power is expensive in terms of losing airframes. And all they have to do is keep Ukraine crippled, right? And NATO lose money, more and more money as time goes on. And eventually, this is what I think the Russian strategy is. Eventually, the people of Ukraine will have to invite the Russians in. Right? That's the only way this war ends. The Russians are not going to march across Ukraine conquering, fighting an insurgent army. They are going to keep Ukraine hanging on a tree, to use the old parlance. Ukraine is going to be increasingly impoverished as the West gets sick of paying to keep this country of 40 million people going. And we can already see the funding is starting to wane, right? Because it costs a lot of money. And so eventually those people are going to either make peace with Russia and ask Russia to come in and ask to come back inside the CIS economic zone, or they can keep doing what they're doing. And Russia really doesn't care either way. Russia's objective is not to conquer territory by force. They can't knock NATO out of this war. And so I don't think they're going to advance, and I don't think they're going to use their air power in the traditional way of striking the industrial capacity of their enemy. They're just going to hang Ukraine on a tree. No one's going to be able to do business there until the people there throw NATO out and invite Russia in. And that could take 10 years. In fact, it could take forever. The Mongols did this to that part of the world for hundreds of years. They burned down every village that was ever burnt there and kept it an empty territory as a buffer zone. And I think Russia's perfectly prepared to keep Ukraine as a buffer zone for as long as the Ukrainians want to keep the NATO there. So that's my assessment of the air power and why we're seeing the air power play out like it is. We're not going to see a big shock and awe, let's go conquer some territory maneuver, in my view.
You know, a lot of pro-Ukrainian commentators often say that the investment, sort of like the military investment that the U.S. gives to Ukraine or the West gives to Ukraine, is sort of, it's so great because you don't have to have Western lives being lost or what have you. But the thing with that is that when you give these weapon systems to Ukraine, the Western doctrine would have been to have very highly trained troops manning these systems with air superiority and then going out and fighting the Russians. Whereas when you give them to Ukrainians, they're not anywhere near as well trained as NATO standards would have them be. And so in that sense, they're going to be losing these weapon systems at a much higher rate than if they were in the hands of NATO troops.
Yeah.
And so in that sense, there's sort of this loss factor that's not being considered by these people, I don't think, where you're going to have Ukraine losing these weapon systems at a much higher rate than they would be if NATO was fighting Russia. And obviously you can I honestly did want to ask if you guys think NATO could invade Russia, but I mean that's another topic.
I just want to build on what Toby and Ryla are saying. Nanya, if you'll allow me. I think that I sort of see this conflict as a continuation of this century-long process that more or less started with World War I, of basically the hollowing out of Europe. I think Russia sees its enemy. It sees itself as being basically the enemy of Europe right now and fighting a global economic war against Europe. I think the global South as a whole also does. And I think the United States also sees it that way. I think the United States was one of the main factors behind decolonization and the destruction of the European empires. And the Europeans fought hard for their empire, some of them anyway, not all of them. The Portuguese did for sure. But the United States came out on top along with the Soviet Union. And I think this is another example where the US and Russia are hollowing out Europe. And I think that's really the bigger story here, and how you should look at what's going on in this war. I think that's also a good segue to get into what's going on with the Houthis and talk about the larger global economic war that's really happening. But if anybody wants to kind of make some final thoughts on Ukraine, I think we should get moving on to that topic about the Houthis and that economic war. Let's go ahead.
I'll make one real quick just to
sure.
Just to follow up on Toby's point, which I agree with 100%. Putin came out the other day, 2 or 3 days ago, and he basically said what Toby had said, not as eloquently because he's not a DPA member, but he basically said Ukraine has effectively ceased to become a country because their economy is now dependent entirely on the West, right? And he was basically getting on the exact same point that what Toby was saying is, we've crippled this economy. If you want to come talk to us. But if you want to keep paying, we'll play that game too. That's all I had to say about that.
So I would like to comment just for the NAFO friends, because Toby said it very clear, but the NAFO friends will probably not say it. Look at Syria. So in Syria, Russia had no problem using their air power. Actually, they mostly and foremost used just air power. And they were also fighting NATO weapons, actually, in many cases. So, yeah, there is some comparison to be made. On the other side, about the 473 article, which is this when all the great powers decided to go for decolonization. Well, the thing is that the UK and later France, which was also not willing to give up, understood that they were not going to be able to keep those countries like they used to, because before they used to control these countries with a couple of hundred of soldiers, and things were getting increasingly more problem as, let's say, modernization increased, and that demanded more soldiers, and they couldn't be able to hold such a huge empire. The Portuguese situation is a bit different. That's why they fought for so long. But then anyways, the Niger situation, well, the conflict which we discussed for long hours in this this chat as well, was that the US, many people realize the US is using it to clean the French influence out of Africa. The point is the same as like during the Cold War, and why all France and Britain was forced to leave Africa and South Asia, which is to open competition to the US, for the West to expand, or the Soviet Union. Otherwise, they would do it like they did in Angola and Mozambique, fight each other in a Cold War, proxy war, for a long time. So we saw the same thing in Niger. The Americans are trying to clean out the French from the monopoly of uranium, so the Americans can't go in. And they were like, they would go to war if the French and Italians and the European Union decide to invade Niger, which they fortunately decided not to. But the Americans, as they understood that this was not going to happen, immediately made deals in order to keep their bases inside of Niger. The French were expelled, but the Americans managed to keep their air base very quiet. So it's like, it's their double game. Their game is actually to increase their influence into the French, or let's say influential areas where the French still use a lot of military power. The British don't, but the French still use a lot of their military power to maintain influence in many African countries. And this is what we'll see.
Prata,
yeah.
The situation in Niger is actually, the US is not that prevalent.
I don't care about Niger. Let's move on. Let's go to the Houthis.
Yeah, we're going to the Yemen.
The whole point of this was to go from Ukraine to talking about the Houthis. Let's not get distracted with Niger.
Just got one point. Building up
Go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, cheers. I'd say Ukraine isn't just about dumbing down the West economically, but also the populations. I can only speak for other English folk that I speak to about war, but people have had enough of it. So, I mean, if you go back the past 24 years, we've had Iraq, Syria, got Ukraine now, and then all this that's kicking off in the Middle East. And people haven't forgot Iraq. This is something, I don't know what it's like in other parts of the world, but here, if you mention anything about British foreign policy in the recent couple of decades, they'll say, Tony Blair took us to war in Iraq, killed 1 million people, and we got nothing out of it, except a bunch of our lads dead, and God knows how many more injured. And if you ask them again about, suppose even recent conflicts, Ukraine, it's the same kind of thing. It's sort of something that hasn't got any brakes on it, that affects us but don't benefit us. It might be some knob in government down in Westminster says, right, let's go start a war somewhere or join in with something. But, you know, if my burger at McDonald's is 30p more, I'm going to be more pissed off about that. It's a weird thing, I suppose. Let's say I can only speak about England, but people have more opinions about things when they're economically uncomfortable. And the way that's going at the moment is a very anti-war thing, because people have had enough of paying more for basic things or getting God knows how many people killed somewhere else because someone else says so, and we don't get any benefit from it. And it's the same thing with what's happening in the Middle East. Unfortunately, it's just another campaign somewhere that's going to get God knows how many people killed and not benefit us in the slightest.
As for now, the Houthis are the American approach to the Houthis is still ambiguous. We don't see an attempt of the invasion. Well, I don't know who wants to start a question so we could move on, but picking up what Alex was saying, I don't think the US will try to make a occupation invasion, but I do believe that this
I've got
conflict...
a question that can start us off for the Houthis, right?
Oh,
this is something I wanted to talk about last week, but the question is this, right? Why is the West dealing with the Houthis, given that Saudi Arabia dealt with these guys 5 years ago? And Saudi Arabia has by far the biggest military budget in the region. In fact, Saudi Arabia, with this vast military budget, this superpower of the region, who's been supplied with all the modern weaponry, has been dealing with the Houthis now for years and years. So why are we there? Why aren't the Houthis dealt with? And what does that tell us about the Saudi regime? And just how secure is Saudi Arabia? And if Saudi Arabia falls, are we going to go in? And is that what this is about?
I think they failed because of the terrain in Yemen. I think that's why the Houthis are confident as well, because they've seen what happened in Afghanistan. And they
Do you
know
think they've failed? Do you think Saudi Arabia has failed?
I think Saudi Arabia has failed. Yeah, I think they saw the terrain and like.
Do you think they need our help?
I think the West is going to do what it does, regardless of if they need help or not. It's especially with the mining in the Red Sea as well. I think they're more likely to contemplate maybe some kind of military operation outside of doing airstrikes, but I don't think they're likely to go in on the ground because of the terrain there. It would be a suicide mission, I think, especially when you're fighting the population too.
Well, you could say the same thing about Afghanistan, and we spent 20 fucking years going into Afghanistan. I mean, don't underestimate the stupidity of these people. Don't underestimate their hubris. I mean, is it possible that we're going to spend the next 20 years in Yemen?
Maybe they've learned, but you never know.
I think since it's an election year, you probably won't see anybody talk about the ground, and if it changes administrations, they're going to look for some other way of solving that. Because there's really no benefit to going on the ground. The Houthis don't even give a shit. I mean, you can bomb them every day, and it don't matter. They'll cobble together something to shoot at one of your ships. I mean, you can't really take them. I mean, and I think maybe the Houthis are going to play the angle of the victim at some point. Look at these big, powerful white nations bombing these poor brown people. Kind of like the tide turned against Israel and Gaza. Maybe they're playing that angle too. The poor guy standing against the man. And I think, like I said before, the perception of the Biden administration being so weak and the West being so schizophrenic, everybody's making moves because they have confidence that they can get away with it. So why not?
About Iraq, or now what we saw in Afghanistan, and probably what we're going to see also for a while, but with less intensity in the Horn of Africa. It's the fact that the main intent. Wakar once said something very interesting. The conflict with Iraq costed Pakistan a lot of development that they were starting to be launched, and then they stagnated and finally started to decrease. We saw also the same. We saw that India, for instance, had a chronic disruption of energy supplies for a long time. It took them extremely long time to be able to find new suppliers, steady suppliers that would sell them oil and gas, well, mostly oil. India consumes oil. This is also explained one of the reasons why they were completely reluctant of playing with the West when they made sanctions on Russian oil. This country without oil, it goes down. So they needed to play that, to be that aware of that. We saw also that Afghanistan was able to keep Iran for a long time on the stagnation. And now if you look at what really the West was able to do was to increase the conflict in the Red Sea. So even less ships are crossing now than before the intervention. So this is going to increase prices all over the world. Inflation is going to rise, but the first and foremost focus is actually on making supplies of Chinese products more expensive, less reliable shipments to Europe. The Europeans is going to suffer, true, not the Americans, but the Chinese will have to to figure out how to get the way. I think Belt and Road Initiative is the answer. But in a way, we can look at what they will be able to do with military, which is a joke in Yemen. But we also can look at the political side, and the political side goes pretty much with that: disrupt the supply chains, disrupt development. Sorry there.
Yeah, I agree with you entirely, Prada. I think it's kind of a funny parallel with the Nord Stream situation, right? I mean, you see these Germans talking all about how they're going to have green energy and they're not going to need any more oil. And America kind of was like, okay, well, we'll call your bluff. Let's see if you really don't need any oil. We'll blow up Nord Stream for you. See how you like that. I kind of see the same thing as happening. And this might just be my fucking American hubris and my cope for the supremacy of America and all things and how we're always going to win. But honestly, like, I mean, China's talking about this Belt and Road Initiative. Oh, we're going to have a new Silk Road. We don't need maritime shipping anymore. But what's happening now with the Red Sea closing down is that China is effectively going to have a much harder time to ship to Europe. I mean, that's what's being cut right now is the European-Chinese connection. It has nothing to do with the Americans. It's Europe to China. And
I
think
always go around Africa, man.
Are the Houthis attacking Chinese ships, though?
I disagree.
We're not there because of the shipping. Don't
let me just say, it doesn't matter if they're attacking Chinese ships or not. That's not how shipping works. It's not about a Chinese ship going here and there. I mean, there's ships that are. I mean, most ships are fucking from from Micronesia or Tuvalu or something, because they're just going wherever, they're licensing wherever it's cheapest. Ships go to different countries, many different countries, pick up and drop off loads, find the cheapest thing. They have shareholders from different from all kinds of different countries. So there's always an impact, whether they're trying to avoid Chinese shipping or not. It's still going to have a huge impact on Chinese shipping because it's all interconnected. But yeah, I mean, they could go around Africa. I mean, I suppose that's right.
Well, but what I was thinking is that basically you had the Yemeni civil war that was going on for 10 years, and you had a ton of different countries that were supporting, the
what now?
The Yemeni civil war.
You mean when Saudi Arabia was attacking Yemen?
Yeah, but I mean, what I'm saying is that you basically had, a bunch of different European countries that were backing, the Saudi-led coalition there. You had, I think, United Kingdom that was sending some support. You had, I think France was doing it at some point, but you had basically these Western countries that supported Saudi Arabia and by and large also support Israel. And so in that sense, I feel like the Houthis see it as sort of what they're doing is sort of a collective attack on the West and this sort of pro-Saudi and pro-Israeli viewpoint or axis, if you will. And so in that sense, they're trying to damage global shipping to, I guess, sort of stick it to the West for supporting Israel and Saudi Arabia. That's how I see it, anyway.
Yeah. I disagree with Archimedes' assessment that it's about China. Actually, this has nothing to do with China. Actually, I really think the biggest beneficiary is China because, number one, this problem it actually pulls attention away. All the problems that are happening away, they're pulling attention away from China. You remember, I think 6 months ago, US, Europe, everybody was all about China. Like, actually, China is by far the biggest beneficiary of all these conflicts. The Europe is not focusing on China. US is not focusing on China right now. The Houthis have no problem with Chinese ships. Chinese, Russian, Indian ships, they're going through the Suez very comfortably. No one is touching them. Only the British, the Chinese, the American, and the Israeli ships are in problems. Actually,
guys, if I can, I want to reframe this, right? Because the thing is, I don't believe this is about shipping, and I'll explain why, right? Ryla described a Yemenese civil war, which is a really fascinating way to describe Saudi Arabia attacking Yemen, right, with First World weaponry. Let's talk about the demographics of the Saudi Peninsula, the whole Arabian Peninsula, because it's kind of interesting. Saudi Arabia, on paper, has 30 million people, and Yemen has around 35 million people. But here's the thing. Saudi Arabia, 40% of their population are slave immigrant workers from Pakistan and Indonesia who aren't citizens, right? So of the remaining 20-odd million, the Saudi, the Bedouins who make up the House of Saud, that ethnicity, they're only about 30%. There's only about 7 million people who are ethnically loyal to the Saudi regime. The other 14 million, right, who live in the Arabian Peninsula, who are from there, they hate the Sauds, right, because they were conquered in living memory brutally by the Sauds. This is the whole Lawrence of Arabia thing. You're talking about the kingdom of Hejaz on the western side with Mecca and Medina. Those people are not ethnically and culturally aligned with the Sauds. And on the other side, on the eastern seaboard, you've got your Shia populations. You see, what's happening in the Arabian Peninsula? It's not a civil war in Yemen. It's a massive civil war on the Arabian Peninsula. The Sauds are not even a majority in Saudi Arabia. And that country is not some happy-clappy democracy where everybody's flying a Saudi flag. It's an apartheid regime. If you want to be an officer in the army, if you want to have a high office in the administration of the state, you have to be from one of the Bedouin tribes, right? You have to be from this minority. And these are the Wahhabists and the Salafists. What's happening on the Arabian Peninsula is that a tiny minority of about 7 million people are culturally, religiously, and ethnically in conflict with around 50 million people. The Bedouin Sauds, the House of Saud is unbelievably weak, right? They can't staff a professional army. And this is why Iran and the rest of the Muslim world, the Muslim Brotherhood and the rest of it, who don't particularly love the Salafists, are so strong. And the conflict in Israel is really important here because inside the Muslim world, the way that the Salafists, right, the House of Saud are seen is they are seen as a lapdog of the West. They are seen, rightly or wrongly, as an ally of the West, an ally of America and Israel. And it doesn't help that the House of Saud came out recently and took Israel's side against the Palestinians, right? The House of Saud, that 7 million people who are ethnically in control of Saudi Arabia, they are unbelievably unpopular and weak. And so don't imagine for a moment that the reason that the West is sending so many ships into the Red Sea has got anything to do with shipping. Everyone could just go around the coast of Africa, right? The reason that we're there is because if the Saud regime goes down, and it's going down, right? If they go down, we are going to have to go and liberate our gas station. Because if the Americans and the Anglo energy companies lose access to that source of hydrocarbons, and if that source of hydrocarbons falls into the global south, then the global south is going to control between 70 and 80% of the world's hydrocarbons, and that is going to hurt the UK. That is going to hurt the West. So if the Saudi regime goes down, we are absolutely going to war. I mean, to some extent, that's what Israel is for, right? And that's what our Navy is there for. It's because Saudi Arabia has done a very, very poor job of controlling the Arabian Peninsula.
Well, the House of
Arabian
Saud
Peninsula is
definitely
not there
aren't.
to control, first of all. The Arabian Peninsula is not the Saudis to control. There are many other actors. They are also quite important, have also quite big populations, although they are much smaller inside. I would like to remember Bin Laden. So there was this siege of Mecca by a group of Wallabists. And what they did is, what they exposed back then is that the religious fundamentalists that the Saudis used to control or to gain control of the country they have today was using Wallabists, and the Wallabists turned against them because they were supporting or were supported by the West, by the Americans. And this has become a conflict problem with their most deep inside. So even the basis of the Saudis, like Toby was saying, is compromised by the fact that the Saudis are always playing around with the Americans. And doing that, their most extremist elements, which are also the ones that hold this society together, the Wahhabists, they are going to turn against them. So
the best example is Bin Laden, right?
Yeah, Bin Laden, exactly. So this example guy that came out from that siege of Mecca, which is still there, it never disappeared. They still imprisoning people because of that event. And so the other side also to take into account is that, for instance, which I think it's describing what Toby is saying, it's getting worse. First of all, we didn't have from the Saudis a very clear position in terms of what's with Palestine. It's even weaker because the Saudis wanted to portray themselves as the saviors of Islam. Their reaction is even weaker than the ones from Jordania, which is also a big, strong ally from the US and actually has a peace treaty with Israel. And last but not least, I would say we just had this week this information from some Saudi officials during the World Economic Forum that Saudi Arabia is not yet a member of BRICS, that they are still considering entering the BRICS, which is also would actually make many of the most conservative ideologies inside of the Saudi peninsula very surprised. Well, these guys are really like the puppets of the Americans, and this is against their own ideology. Sorry.
I mean, honestly, why Toby mentioned that most of Saudi Arabia it isn't ethnically Saudis, and how is it all like working together? How is it still stable? How is there still no like civil war? I would say it's because in Saudi
not well
Arabia,
enough to beat the Yemenis, despite having all the money in the world and first world weaponry. It's not holding well enough to control the Arabian Peninsula. That's why we're there.
Well,
I mean, it's
Leo,
not
how it
about
works, Leo,
Arabian
it's
Peninsula.
it's the
I
biggest
totally
welfare state on the
disagree. I
planet.
disagree.
Well, I
Toby,
wanted to respond to what Toby said earlier. Well, first I want to just say the House of Saud
Can I
aren't.
just finish what Toby's saying? Because I think no, Toby. The reason Saudi is not getting into this with the Houthis is because of Israel. It does not want to be seen as siding with Israel at this point in time. Otherwise, if it was anybody else, the Saudis would be helping. But the Saudis cannot touch the Suez Canal, because if you touch the Houthis right now, you're siding with Israel. And
Yeah,
they
agree.
cannot do that. They cannot do that. It would blow up on their face
No,
very
the
quickly.
Saudis are quite openly pro-Israel in this. I
No,
mean,
right
you
now
see
you
in Saudi
cannot.
current
TV.
conflict.
No, you
They've
cannot.
also been bombing the Houthis as much as they can for the last 5 years. So
Yeah, they have.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
but I
not
mean,
like
now
it
they're
would be.
not
since like
seen
And also,
spring
it's not the
of
fucking
2022, there's
Suez
been
Canal either, Daniel. That's like the wrong side of the Red Sea, buddy.
So what?
It's not the
That's
Suez,
Egypt.
man. We're talking about the Bab el-Mandeb, not the Suez.
Where are
But
the Houthis?
anyway, like,
Houthis-
Do you
why,
think that
why
the
is
Houthis are
Saudi
at the
Arabia?
Suez?
Why is still Saudi Arabia a whole united country, and why is there no like any civil war? Is
Well,
the
I wanted
reason
to.
because most of people like not taking any country, taking a whole world, they don't give a shit about politics, and they just need those economical wealth. It's all, but it's just not even like a world. It's human factor.
Not just
And
that.
in Saudi
the-
Arabia, the wealth level is good
Well,
for
I
You
did
have
want
to
to
look at the
respond to
welfare.
what
Middle East.
You have to look at the
So-
welfare in Saudi Arabia. The amount of welfare they give to the people is next level. No one have that. So that is the reason why they don't overthrow the monarchy, because they get everything. What the
Yeah,
hell you
but
want
yeah,
to overthrow a government that give you free
exactly.
education, free medical care?
That's not
People
true.
get
Actually,
everything what they need, and this is why
don't
we're
pay
not
taxes.
overthrowing monarchy,
Not
because
true.
people can
In
leave, not
Saudi
survive.
Arabia, as explained by Toby, you have different ethnic groups, tribal groups, and those who are closer to the Saudis tribes have good social assistance. But you have many parts of Saudi Arabia where the people are very poor. And I'm not
Basically
talking about the
slaves.
Pakistanis or the Indonesians who are working there. I'm talking about locals. You have some tribes who have an historic issues with the House of Saudis, and those tribes are living in total poverty.
It's
Well, I
true.
wanted to
And
respond
that's
to
the
what Toby
Saudi
said.
Arabia we don't see
Okay.
in the news media, like the Shia Muslims or other Sunni tribes which are not close to the Saudi house. And those are living in real poverty. And if the Saudi house
And oppression
wants
as
to
well. The
maintain,
Shias in the east have a terrible time. It's
Terrible,
not a free and
terrible.
happy state. There's real ethnic tensions
Very
and there's real
terrible.
social divides and social inequality in Saud. It's not
It's a
some
total.
happy
It's
clappy
a
Scandinavian welfare state.
Yeah, and the one
Okay,
good
Errol.
part about Saudi Arabia, which is the fact that the women couldn't drive, they changed that shit too, man. I mean, that was the one upside.
Let's hear what Real wanted to ask,
Yeah.
because he's trying to ask for a long time. Wait, Errol.
So-
Real has been trying to speak and he's been cut it from everybody all the time. So go on, ask finally.
Well, first, I do agree with a lot of what Toby said. But, well, the first thing I wanted to say is that the House of Saud definitely aren't Bedouins. I'm pretty sure they're ethnically Arab, but Toby does make some good points. Basically, since the agreement that the U.S. made with OPEC and with the Arab countries to break the oil embargo after the Yom Kippur War, I think they made that agreement in 1974. Basically, what they've been doing, what the West has been doing, specifically in particular the United States, is basically supporting, Arab countries like Saudi Arabia, UAE, Egypt, what have you. They give them, essentially the same level of support that Israel gets, the same access to weapons in return for them, being friendly and, selling them oil and whatnot. And so since then, what you've seen, great examples is Gulf War in 1991, Iraq War in 2003. Basically, you have United States having considerable influence from Saudi Arabia in order to support their foreign policy goals. And so in Yemen, what you basically saw was that up until 2011, you had Yemen ruled by Ali Abdullah Saleh, who was a very pro-Western leader who bought a lot of Western weapons, supported war on terror, what have you. But then you had the Arab Spring, which overthrew Saleh, installed Mansour Hadi, I think his name is. They installed Hadi, and basically Hadi was very pro-Saudi individual. And I'm pretty sure both Saleh and Hadi were Sunni Muslims. And he basically had the Shia majority in Yemen, who was more pro-Iranian. They basically, overthrew them and sided with the Houthis, who had sort of arisen around the time of the Arab Spring there and the overthrow of the Saleh government. And so since then, you basically had, you had the Yemeni civil war that went on until, basically you had sort of this, Saudi-led coalition backed by the West that was, bombing them, forcing this really inhuman blockade, something like 500,000 people, 500,000 civilians starved to death because of it. But then in the spring of 2022, you had a ceasefire in the civil war. It's more or less held. But what that's basically allowed them to do is, what it's allowed the Houthis to do is import, Iranian weapons more freely than they could have before. And Iran's been a lot more willing to send the Houthis weapons than they were prior to 2022. Maybe that has to do with the Raisi government that took power, but I don't know too much about that. And so I think at this point, what you've basically seen is that the Houthis want to basically show to the world that they're willing to stand up to Israel in a way that most other, Arab groups, Arab governments aren't willing to do, and gain support for their movement throughout the Arab world. And in terms of Saudi Arabia, I don't think, even though Saudi Arabia has been at war with the Houthis for such a long time, I don't think, just because of how pro-Palestinian most of their population is, they don't want to appear as being pro-Israeli out of fear that it might cause internal unrest. And so I think in general throughout this current conflict, they've been taking more of a neutral approach where they don't try and escalate things with the Houthis and more or less just allow the United States and other Western countries to do that work for them. Or at least that's my interpretation of this.
Go on,
Anyone have anything to say?
Errol.
No, to go back to the Saudis' reality, it's a total divided country. The society is totally divided, and the Saudis manage to control that country by fierce police, surveillance, and religion. They brainwash people with religion, with Salafism, Wahhabism ideology, and till now it's holding, but that's up to the Saud. I mean, the West, for them, the Saud are the best token to have in Saudi Arabia, because if the Saud falls, who will come there to power? Someone which will not side with the West? It's like the both parties, the Saud in one corner and the West in the others, are kind of have to deal with each other. And
If
then
I
you
can-
have the Saudis' today's position with what happened in with the Houthis, what happened with Gaza. I mean, as mentioned, Saudis have made several years wars, bloody wars, with the best equipment, with even direct involvement of Western countries by sending special forces, by giving them intelligence, surveillance, and so on, and targets. The Saudis weren't even able to manage to shoot because they are not competent. Yeah, it's great to have a lot of money and the biggest budget if you don't have the competent military personnel to man the equipment. And they have spent so much money, they have lost so many lives, many mercenaries died there. For what result? It was a total loss. And the Chinese rapprochement between Iran and Saudi Arabia ended up the conflict suddenly. It was very sudden, very fast.
If
now,
I could quickly, RL, we should talk
Go.
about like the Muslim world, because inside the Muslim world, there's different blocks, if you like. Traditionally, we tend to think of the Sunni and the Shia, but inside the Sunni world, there's different flavors of Sunni Muslim. And the two main ones are embodied by the Muslim Brotherhood and by the Wahhabists, otherwise known as the Salafists out of Saud. Now,
don't see that division inside the Muslim world, Toby. For me, the division is amongst the elites of the Arab countries and the rest.
Well, I think that's possibly true, but my point that I wanted to make here is that I think what we're seeing at the moment is a shift, and it's a shift because of China and Russia and the BRICS and the global South, because traditionally what you've had in the Muslim world is Iran, which is predominantly Shia, being in conflict with Sunni countries. So there was this Sunni-Shia divide. Now, if that divide goes away, if the Muslim Brotherhood, who are quite widespread, they're based in Turkey, that's Erdogan's pet, is the Muslim Brotherhood, but they're also very big in Egypt. And guess what? They're also reasonably big in Yemen. If the Muslim Brotherhood, who are Sunnis, make peace with the Shia, and they all turn against the Salafists and the Wahhabis, then you're talking about the vast majority of the Muslim world being united. And Saudi Arabia's regime and the Salafists are massively, massively outnumbered. And I think that's what we might be seeing. And you've got to understand, this will tie in with China's Belt and Road, because if China wants to build a belt across the Muslim world, they have got to stop the Sunni Shia divide. They have got to bring peace between the Sunni and the Shia. And if Turkey and Iran can make peace as part of China's Belt and Road, then the global South controls that whole region, with the exception of the Salafists. And this ties in with the next topic, which is Balochistan, which Archimedes can talk a lot about. But that's what I think we might be seeing here. We might be seeing almost like a rapprochement between the Muslim Brotherhood and the Shia and Turkey and Iran as part of a Chinese and Russian policy to basically kick the Saudis out of control of the Arabian Peninsula.
I mean, honestly, they'll be talking about like making peace.
I would like to continue my point, because he interrupts me.
Fine.
If you allow, Leo. For me, that how to say, way of seeing things between before the Shia, the Sunni, and inside the Sunni, the Muslim Brotherhood, the Salafi. For me, this is a false way to see things. For me, the real division in the Muslim world, and especially in the Arab world, which is very specific inside the Muslim world, is the division between those who have the power and the rest of the population in those countries. You can go to Algeria, you can go to Morocco, you can go to Tunisia, you can go to Egypt, you can go to Jordan, you can go to Saudi Arabia, to United Arab Emirates. They all have different type of, how to say, political structure. Some are claiming to be a republic, others are royalty, kingdoms, emirati, sultanate, whatever. That those distinctions between them are just an illusion, because all those regimes will use either nationalism or a religion division like Sunni versus Shia, like Salafi Wahhabi versus the Muslim Brotherhood or whatever. No, you have to understand that it's just a power structure that wants to keep its power in each Arab nations. Al-Sisi doesn't care if its opponent are Shia Muslim, Salafi, or Muslim Brotherhood. Whatever, he will do anything to keep its power. And the same goes for the House of Saud. They will use the religious card, Salafi against the true Islam, against the fake, the how to say, others, Shia or Muslim Brotherhood, or those who are more Sufi or something. It's just a tool used for them to keep their power. That's why all Arab states, whether they are a monarchy or a republic, kind of, are all kind of dictatorship. They just want to keep their power, with their clan having all the position in the economy, in the finance, in politics, in justice, in the military. Even a country which is not a kingdom, you just look at who is the general or the member of the general staff of the military. Look at who is the most wealthiest businessman, who control the banks of that country, and who is the politician. You will see a family linkage between all of them. And of course, in a kingdom like in Saudi Arabia, it's more obvious, because they are all Al Saud, Al Saud, Al Saud. But it's the same in countries like Algeria or Egypt or Lebanon or whatever. So the real division is between those elites and the rest of the population of the Arab
like in
world.
every society. But you're right, Errol, like in every society. Leo, you have your finger up. Go on, speak you.
Yeah, because I wanted to refer like ages back to the question why actually Saudis did not deal with Houthis for those 5 years. I think they pretty much noticed what happened in Iraq. They noticed what happened in Afghanistan, and they like matched. Do we really want a war that's gonna go for ages? Especially in such places as Yemen, because in Yemen, I think before this civil war, where it was like 3 civil wars from World War II, as I remember, and it's like, do we really wanna, for thousands of KAs coming back to Saudi Arabia each year, do we really wanna to invest into this? Like, do we really want a war? And I think this is why we decided to just like don't go into this minefields. It's just like waste of time and waste of resources.
I think the other thing is too, just like in Ukraine, just like in Desert Storm, just like in Georgia, Doesn't really matter how much money you got and how many cool new toys and weapons you got and who trains you. If you can't execute, you ain't going to do shit. And the Saudis had all the bells and whistles. Everyone knows they have a shitty army. They're not professionally trained. Ukraine has all the bells and whistles. Whatever trained army they have is gone. The new army coming in don't know shit. They're all dying. Georgia had a bunch of NATO training and weapons. They got their asses handed to it. Desert Storm. Iraq was trained and equipped by the Soviets. Couldn't execute the doctrine, even though they had more shit than we did. I mean, that's part of it too. Probably that's a huge part of it. They just got their asses kicked, and they ain't going to go back and get their asses kicked again. And they're certainly not going to sit there for 20 years and get their asses kicked. I mean, they're not going to invest in the culture and the money and the time to build a professional army that would actually be loyal to the House of Saud and go fight for the country. They just hire dudes that, once the bullets start flying, they run away.
If you allow me to make a kind of synthesis of what does the Houthis reaction to the Red Sea really had, we had 150 ships crossing the Suez Canal in the first 2 weeks of January against 400 ships last year. But let's also remember that the world economy is slowing, so this could be also one of the reasons for such an extremely decrease, but we are talking of more than 50% at less than before. We also have extreme increase on the price of shipping costs. Of course, we are very far away of the shipping costs during the pandemic, but it's a steady increase of almost 30% on prices, which is quite big. Let's remember that during the pandemic, those costs were like 5 times higher. And we also have an increase of insurance to cross the Suez or cross the Red Sea. And in the case of ships going to Israel, the increase of insurance is 250%. It's immense. The amount of ships boarding Israeli ports has diminished increasingly. So with a very low intensity, what the Houthis were able to do, all the Arab countries refused to do. So there was a call for Arab countries to actually blockade Israel, which they did not. Like Toby was saying, there is a lot of sympathy as well for the Israelis, unfortunately, in some big houses, in this case, the Saudi. And the Houthis, with a very little thing, managed to make the Israeli economy lose millions every week. It's impressive the economic effect they had on Israel now, and this should be also noted. So just in terms of what was achieved or not achieved, besides the big and interesting discussion we had on how the Saudis are with all their heads inside of these conflicts.
Okay, can we just
so there was something else that happened during this week that we all wanted to talk about, which is the Pakistani. Go on.
No.
Lambo. I do you hear me?
Yeah, I was trying to say, can we go around because
Daniel, I was speaking.
Sorry, Mr. Lambo. I just wanted to clarify.
He's just trying to make a suggestion that we go around the corner.
Can we
That's
go around
all.
so that everybody talks? Because I'm realizing we don't want to keep jumping over each other. I think Leo's hasn't said anything. He was lifting his hand, I think, at some point. Raila, I want to speak, and I'm realizing that when I saw RL making his very long speech, I was like, I will never get to speak now. But can we just start with Raila or something, or Mr. Lambo? Like, we just decide where we start, and then everybody goes around. I think that'll be better, right?
Yeah, I'm going to be short, so don't worry.
Yeah.
I just came in and I followed nothing, so I just heard Prata saying something about the Red Sea. So I have breaking news. You see that ship behind me? Yeah. It's going to be a problem solver. So Belgium decided to send up 50% of their naval combat ships to the Red Sea to save the world and the commercial ships. So we are talking about exactly one frigate.
Woo!
Let's go,
frigate.
Belgium.
But I bet it's a good one.
2 frigates of 112 meters long with whopping 1 cannon on board with a 78 millimeter cannon and 16 whopping air defense missiles. Wow! Oh my God, Europe, fuck off! Come on.
Those many, 16. Did you have 16?
But on the news they said if they don't have anymore, they don't have anymore. So if they use all the 16,
Houthis.
and they promise also, it's not a joke. They promise also, yeah, but we know we have just 16 air defense missiles. They are very expensive, 120,000 euro. Are we going to provide the ship with 160 crew members, extra air defense portable missiles?
I think they'll ask the Houthis to come together and then say cheese and then bomb them. I think that's the idea.
I mean, think about it. The Houthis sink that ship and they could brag, we sunk 50% of the German Imperial Navy.
Yeah. They ask them to come together and say cheese. Then
but luckily for us, they're building 2 new ones.
I guess this frigate gonna liberate all of Yemen in the next week.
Can we go around? Like, we start with Raila or someone. Raila, can you just start and then we go around? So I think that would be better, right?
Are we moving on to Pakistan now, or what are we doing?
I haven't even talked about the Houthis. I'm pretty sure. Like,
okay.
If you have something to say, can you say it, man?
I mean,
yeah,
I don't really have anything to say right now.
Say what? Okay, I was just saying, like, number one, okay, I disagreed with obviously about the China thing. Number two, the Arab world has always been tribal. That has no bearing on the Houthi situation. It has always been tribal. The imaginary conflict in Saudi Arabia does not exist. Life is too good there for them to mess it up. Yes, you have those small poorer regions that are not really highlighted. We have some poorer tribes in Saudi Arabia itself that they're pretty much kept in the back burner, but they're too small. They're very small minority. They're not even given the jobs that other foreigners come. They just stay in the villages. Nobody talks to them. There will not be a problem. The other thing is the Houthi situation. There's no one, no matter how much, no matter how powerful you are, you cannot beat the Houthis in their own home. You can't. You just can't. No matter what the US does, no matter what the Saudis had, you can never beat these people in their own home. It's exactly like Somalia. They had way more guns. We keep forgetting the reason the US was not able to invade Somalia is because Somalia had, I think, 3 guns for every human being in the country. So they were already well armed and they've been fighting for so long. You can't invade such a country and win. You're just getting yourself stuck. So Saudi cannot beat the US. No matter who go, no one can go into the Houthi territory and win. No one. Doesn't matter how many weapons you have. Doesn't matter how big of an army you have. You get there, you're stuck for a very, very long time. I'm done.
Objection. So I disagree. It's just a matter of how brutal you want to be. There is no such thing as a war that cannot be won. A war can always be won. If you have overwhelming firepower, you will always win. The only difference is, can you accept the world's condemnation like Israel?
Yeah, if you go genocidal, obviously, yes.
Like Afghanistan.
You see moving person, you kill it. It doesn't matter if it's a combatant or a civilian. If you can kill it, you kill it. You win the war 100%. You will clear out the whole country, and the whole country is yours.
Like Afghanistan,
you can. The only problem is today's age, no one dares to do it because we still have some semblance of international order. This is why I warn against multipolarism, because there's a danger. One day, when there is no too many power center of power, if no center of the power want to interfere in any conflict, the war will get very, very brutal.
You mean like Gaza?
Gaza is not even yet. It's not even yet. That's why I always argue against. This is not even yet what you call a massacre or genocide. It's not yet because you haven't saw a real genocide yet. When a real genocide is, they see every single moving person, they fire and kill. They bomb every single thing that moves. That is a genocide. Tentatively, it's not yet. It still really is not yet.
I want to make a point about the Houthis before we kind of talk about whether Gaza is a genocide or not. That's, I think, a little bit.
No, we don't talk about that. I'm just saying my point.
Just want to criticize what Wyatt just said. Like in Afghanistan, yeah? Yeah.
Well, in
They were
Afghanistan,
very
the
brutal.
Americans were not very brutal at all. The Americans had some.
No, they were
very
not very brutal at all. They just killed anyone wearing a cell phone in his hand from a predator drones, killing people in weddings, killing civilians.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
don't.
they were very
No, no, no.
brutal.
RL, a genocide. We're talking about a different scale here. If you're using drones, you don't
No,
kill
no, I'm not
millions of
talking
people with
about
drones.
genocide. I'm talking about winning a war and
Oh,
being
yes.
brutal about it. The West were
Yes.
very brutal in Afghanistan.
Yeah, but you have to
And
compare
they
it.
lost.
It's comparable, RL.
After 20
But
years, they
okay,
lost.
who was more brutal? Who was more brutal? Okay, Germany in Poland, or the West in Afghanistan. Okay, there's levels to this. Okay, yeah, predator drones. You're not going to kill 20 million people with predator drones. Well, why it's saying is that the only way that you can win a war in Yemen is if you go full genocidal, if you go full scorched earth, and you can only
Okay,
do
I
that
agree.
with bullets, not with predator drones.
So example, one example is how the Mongols can conquer most of the known world during those days. It's because they are ruthless. They are utterly ruthless. There is no such thing as you can run into the mountains and be guerrilla. They'll just kill your whole family. So go ahead. So it's a very today's age. No one fights in that way. It's not that we are not capable of fighting in that way. It's just that it's not worth it at the moment. But because there is still international order, this is the danger right now, because the international order is not under threat.
Yeah.
And if this international order is broken down, we are going to be in big danger, because wars will become very, very brutal, and no one will interfere.
I mean,
Prada,
Mongols.
I really want to speak on this if I can. I'm sorry, Rylar and Prada. I just want to say about the idea of international order breaking down. I think this is the biggest takeaway from the Houthi situation is how easy it is to completely mess up global shipping. I mean, global shipping is this giant, interconnected, very, very fragile beast, and it can be screwed up by some ragheads living in caves. I mean, it's the Houthis really don't. It doesn't take a lot to arm them enough to completely fuck up global shipping. And the point I'm trying to make is that imagine if a similar situation were to happen in the next few years, let's say in Panama, or let's say in the southern, in the Kra Isthmus, okay, or in the Philippines, or in Madagascar, or South Africa, or Sri Lanka,
or
Singapore, or Gibraltar and Morocco and Algeria, right? Or who knows where, right? I mean, the world is going to be a very dangerous place. International shipping is going to break down, I think. And I just want to say one thing, a little bit of a history lesson. I mean, you're talking about this one frigate that Belgium has, Lambo. There's this book. I didn't read this book, but I read like the intro to this book. Okay, so there you go. But it's called Six Frigates, and it's the story of how the U.S. Navy started. And the basic point of the book is that in the Barbary Wars in the early 1800s, where American shipping going through the Mediterranean was being hijacked by these Ottoman Turkish sponsored privateers that were operating out of Algeria and Tunis, these American ships were being hijacked, and America built a navy of 6 frigates to go after them in the first place. And that was really the beginning of the American Navy. And in the course of these wars, America took out a lot of these ships. America even went ahead and conquered a town on the coast. I think it was Jerba or some other town. I might be wrong. But the success of the war didn't end because of a show of force by the Americans. The war ended because the Americans eventually gave up and paid tribute to the Algerians, the Tripolitans. They paid tribute to them. They negotiated with terrorists, as the phrase goes. And that, I think, is the only way that you're going to be able to get through the Red Sea anymore, is if you pay off the Houthis. And I think that's going to be the situation that, global trade is going to return to this sort of concept of piracy very soon. And that is what multipolarity means. And it's just a reality that we're going to have to be used to.
So speaking about the Mongols,
like the British Empire. Oh, sorry, I just want to add. If you look at the British Empire, how they finally conquered most of the world is through ruthlessness. So something like a Houthi type of thing trying to disrupt their trade, of the British East India Company, they could wipe them out. You could send in an army and we just wipe them out. So we may go into that kind of world. That's what I'm trying to say. And the British colonial, the East India Company, all these things, it's not even just, it's just 100 years ago. or 100, 200 years ago. It's not that far away. We are not that far away from that point of moment in human history where we are just fucking ruthless. So, yeah.
Well, speaking about the Mongols, I think that, in terms, like, historically, I don't know if there's ever been a power in history that's had, had more power over the world than the Mongols did. Certainly more power than, say, the United States has to influence other countries. And so when you bring that up in terms of like multipolarism, I don't really think that, a unipolar world as opposed to a multipolar world is going to be any less violent. You basically just have, a single power backing whichever state it wants, whatever states it wants to, whether they're however ruthless they may be. And so you just end up having, things like, again, the war in Yemen, where you have Saudi Arabia blockading Yemen, starving hundreds of thousands of people, and they get full support from the US for it. And so I just think that in general, you don't really see, whether you have a multipolar or a unipolar world, you're always going to have these sorts of wars and the sorts of, brutality that you're describing.
Yes, I wanted to say something interesting, because you see, we had this security architecture from the Second World War. We had the Cold War, where none of the biggest intervenients, in this case Russia and Soviet Union and the United States with both their allies, couldn't go and punish and doing stuff. There was always going to be an answer. So things were under control, more or less. And we have the 10 years, more or less, of completely free unipolar world. And it is the state that was most keen on conserving international law, the international security structure that came from the Second World War, that was actually breaking that security all the time, invading countries without a real mandate. And so what we have seen from the countries that ask for a multipolar world is they are asking for a new security architecture. So they are the ones that want to bring order. And if you look still at the ones that are looking order, opposing the ones that are within the old order and keep breaking this old order, they are the ones creating conflict all the time. It doesn't mean, so that's where I wonder, okay, if we go to a multipolar world without a clear peace deal for Ukraine, let's say like this, because I always imagine that the peace deal for Ukraine will be a new security architecture founded on those documents. But if we really don't go to a kind of a new document that creates a new security architecture that is multipolar, then we will have this conflict. So this is trying to bring us there all the time. So we are trying to go there. In the meantime, we go on. Wait, you have to unmute yourself. You have to mute.
So I will argue against why I will argue against a little bit. So in a multipolar world, so the for example, let's say the multipolar world, international community say that Niger is off limits. There should be peace. Okay, and then if one day USA decided to invade Niger, who is going to go and stop the United States? They decided to tear the peace treaty. They don't care. They just going to invade. They're going to conquer. Who is going to stop?
I think
would Russia going to stop? No. The whole world is going to start a war with the United States.
No,
start a World War III. They can't.
No, they are not. What they want, it's not the security. What the global South has been talking about, like the new security concept of the world, is not very different from what we have. They just want to get away with the veto powers, and they want to have a kind of a majority decision making in that Security Council, where many more. It's what they say. And this would actually block the United States of doing what they have, because they could actually be punished in the Security Council by a decision-making of a majority. And this would be the meaning that...
The reason why there is a veto system is because that you don't want the superpowers to clash. That's the whole point of the veto system. So if you have nuclear powers, if someone going to do something and it goes against the other nuclear powers' national interest, then we might risk World War III. That's the whole point of the veto. So United Nations is always trapped because unless you have all the superpowers decided that okay, we're going to do one thing, then nothing moves. That's the whole point. And United States being the sole superpower over the past 20, 30 years is That's why they went to war and whatnot. Nobody can stop them. And in the multipolar world, let's say Russia, United States, China, India, they're all more or less equal in power. The problem is who is going to go and save Niger? For example, let's say United States invade Niger, or some useless country. For example, let's say United States invade Mozambique. Who would want to risk a war with a superpower or nuclear power over a country that they have very little national interest in?
Well, speaking about nuclear war, this is something I've really been thinking a lot about recently. But no. This is what I've been thinking is that, recently you've had countries developing really advanced anti-ballistic missile systems, like, Russia has the S-500, United States has, SM-3, SM-6, GBI, THAAD modernization, whatever, what have you. And so what I've been thinking is that, in the next 10 years, you're really going to start to see a shift in countries, prioritizing, these advanced ABM systems that can shoot down, ICBMs, can shoot down cruise missiles, 95% of the time. And so the sort of mutually assured destruction you saw during the Cold War just isn't really going to be there anymore. During the Cold War, guidance technology wasn't good enough to intercept all these missiles. And so, but now, because computer technology has gotten so good, you can build interceptors for much closer to the cost of an ICBM than you could back then. And so it might make sense in the near future to have these sorts of air defense and missile defense systems that could intercept these sorts of nuclear attacks. And so again, you might just see the end of the doctrine of mutually assured destruction as you know it. And getting to that point, the point you're making, if that becomes the case in the next 10, 20 years, you could see gray power war starting to become a thing again, where you have things like in World War I, where you had Austria-Hungary invade Serbia, and Germany back then, Russia goes to war with Germany, what have you. And so you could see things like that happening over in Niger and Mozambique, like you're describing.
This is not
actually.
What I think will happen. This is not what
I
I think will
actually have
happen.
a question.
One-
I actually have a question
Wait.
before
I actually, my point is missed. The main thing, what I'm trying to say is that the major powers that represents the multipolar, the different poles, they are not going to come and save you. That's my point. It's not just about the small countries fighting small countries. These small countries fighting small countries will be backed by different powers, different poles, and then they will fight very brutal battles, and no one will come and save them. That's one thing. But then you have the major powers, the poles, like we, United States or China, invading a smaller country or weaker country, and no one else will come and save them as well. Because no one dare to risk a war between these major powers because they can't fight each other. Like what you say, it will be a world war situation where the nuclear weapons might be involved, or a lot of, or if they risk a very big regional war, so they will not get involved.
Well,
if you
even
look at example is like Israel.
Hold on, I
Gaza.
haven't said a word this whole time. I haven't said a word this whole time. I want to bring something up about this here. Is that the problem we have right now is that NATO, US, EU, the only thing they got is the threat of nuclear use of nuclear weapons. They don't have a conventional force that can stand up and be split up to handle all this shit they're getting involved in at all. Everybody knows it, and that's why people are making their moves, because we don't have the equipment. We do not have escalation dominance, which means that we either got to go all the way to the top or we got nothing in between. So we're stuck where we're showing we can only project power, but if we ever use it, it's the end of the world. We're in that position right now. There's no ground force. There's no air force. There's nothing right now that NATO has that can stop what's going to happen in Ukraine. It don't exist. It just doesn't.
I was just going to say real quick on the whole multipolar world. I'm going to give the dominant powers of the multipolar world the benefit of the doubt that as they expand their spheres of influence, they will arm and equip their allies with their weapons and their systems to create buffer zones around their areas and their interests, so that if you decide to go snooping around their neighborhood, that's all well and good, but just be reminded that there's this over here right next door, and even though we ain't watching that, that doesn't mean you can go in there willy-nilly and do what you want. I would assume China, Russia, India, whatever happens in Africa, South America, they will deploy umbrellas around their interests that will butt up against so-called like unaffiliated countries that are ripe for the picking. Because I mean, and that's not to say they'll go to war. It just adds to the calculation. Like, hey, if we go into Mozambique, these guys are here and these guys are here, and they both don't like us, then it might be a problem. And, it goes right back to proxy. They don't have to get involved directly. They'll just start feeding dudes in there to fuck with whatever's fucking with their neighbor.
Yeah, and even
But
if
I would
you
assume the multipolar worlds would militarize their spheres of influence to create buffers.
And even if you have this sort of multipolar world, during when Iraq invaded Kuwait in 1990, you had both the United States and the Soviet Union condemn them, and you had that happen, a few different times throughout the Cold War, like in the 1956 Suez crisis, them condemning Israel. So I think that it's not impossible to have this sort of universal condemnation you guys are considering, but yeah, in terms of an actual major power like going to war with another country, I do think you're going to see sort of having it be having this sort of escalation where you would need to go to war with them in order to counter them in that sense, or do what Vaughn is saying and have the sort of proxy wars, like what you're seeing in Ukraine right now.
Okay. I just need it. Okay, first of all, I agree. Unless we go genocidal on Houthis, we can't win them. The other thing I wanted us to see is maybe there's an angle we are not seeing here, because this entire situation has emboldened the Houthis. Do you think they might actually extend this conflict beyond just Israel, just so that the world can get so frustrated and then they can use it to negotiate for stuff for themselves? Because if they've just realized we can fuck up the entire world's trade now, like we're pretty important now. Don't you think they can use this as something to get something for themselves? They can be like, okay, the government is like, you want me to stop bombing you? How about you give me, I don't know, a few jets, a few billions here? Do you think they might use this to negotiate positions for themselves? They might actually go beyond Israel. They could use this for themselves. You guys think that might be a possibility?
I actually have another question about before Hussites in zeros. Didn't like the Somalians pirates kind of a bit fucked up with trade?
Yeah, that was a few years ago. I think the difference, though, is that the Somalian pirates were going out on boats and capturing ships, which the Houthis are doing. But much more than capturing ships, I think the risk with the Houthis has been missiles.
I think the Somali pirates were just.
I mean, Somalian pirates wasn't so armed. They didn't have.
Yeah, I mean, the Somali pirates are pretty much just individuals and groups who are just trying to make a quick buck, basically just organized crime. Whereas
you gotta look at the Houthis. They have missiles, boats. They've even landed up by helicopter, so it's not even the same class of pirate.
Well, in terms of the Houthis trying to extract concessions out of different countries by blocking trade, I think that's more likely to backfire for them than you're saying, because I think most countries would be more willing to go to war with the Houthis and try and get rid of their anti-shipping capability and actually try and negotiate with them without doing that. It was like what the US is doing now with all their airstrikes in Yemen, in terms of negotiating with this group, which is basically just armed people, an armed militia basically. I feel like a lot of people don't really see them as that big a threat or something that they really need to negotiate it seriously with. That's how I see it. And it's better for them to actually just use violence and try and get them to subdue them and not have to give up any concessions to them.
You negotiate with the guy with the biggest gun and the biggest balls. And the Houthis, in that point of view, are very relevant. They have big guns. They have big balls, and they are in the right spot. It's a matter of geography. It's their homeland. You want to pass ships, trade, world trade, just under their nose without them having a say. Oh, come on. Welcome to the multipolar world, man. You have to deal with them. And what happened, Wyatt, if United States decide to invade Niger? Russia will intervene. Russia will intervene. And what will the United States do? Launching a nuke on Russians? No,
Nuke.
will never happen.
Well, they kind of already intervened. Like Wagner's already there, like for half a year, so it's already happened.
So you see, that's the
There's
multipolar
different
world.
levels of
The West-
intervention. He's
the
talking
Western-
about
the
a
Western
very,
leaders-
very overt intervention, not this little hide and seek shit.
Exactly.
I wonder if you could even see
the
things like,
multipolar world. I just want to finish here. The multipolar world. Yes, it's very, how to say, it brings fear to those who had the power, to the Western world, which Singapore is part of. They are very afraid of that new paradigm of multipolar world that is arisen in the horizon, that is coming. Yeah, you are shitting in your pants. And maybe you are right. The future will be more chaotic, more violent. Maybe. But you will lose your primary spot. That's for sure. And you have to get with it.
It's not just Singapore. No, most countries will be the same. The difference between, like, let's say Ukraine from any other country is that Ukraine is just next to Russia. The national interest for Russia in Ukraine is so big that they have to intervene. They rather go onto a major war and intervene and to protect their own national interest. But in the multipolar world, if the country is a bit further away, then it becomes a problem. They will have to weigh. Do I really want to risk a major war with another major power for a useless country, or another country that if you just look at Sudan, who the hell give a damn about Sudan right now? They're fighting the civil war to no end. Nobody give a damn. No one give a damn. That is the multipolar world for you. In the future, and this is going to be worse, because if United States right now, they are trying to protect, or they try to puppet or control or influence a huge bunch of the countries, half the world.
No, but
but then in the future, when the United States get weaker, they cannot cover this much ground, and that's when the other major powers will start to take over. For example, Southeast Asia, China will most likely become the major power that is controlling this region, and if anyone don't follow China's bidding, they will hit it just like United States hit some of these other countries that don't follow United States, and United States will not be there to save me. I'm doomed. Although I think Singapore will be fine with China, we are pretty friendly with them, but this is going to be the norm. And yeah, this is just what I'm trying to say. It's not all sunshine and rainbow. If you look at just 100 years ago, before World War I, it is a multipolar world. UK did not control the whole world. There was Germany, there is Russia, there is France, all very, very powerful. Spain is very powerful. It's a multipolar world. And when they messed it up, the diplomacy, they messed it up. They used alliance and they used treaties to try to assure they are all small little babies everywhere, thinking that my guarantee of you means 100% there will be peace. That's how you get World War I. This is why NATO expansion is also no good. This is the reason why I'm always against NATO expansion, because it defeats the purpose of a NATO. Because if you expand NATO too much, what will happen is that you'll be pulled into a war that you have no interest in.
So what I want to ask a question just to clarify what exactly you're arguing here. Like, so with if you have a unipolar world, what you're basically describing is that you have a certain power that's able to basically do whatever it wants, invade whoever it wants. Are you basically saying that that's a good thing, for lack of a better word, that a country can basically just act in a certain way and impose its will on the world? Or are you saying basically a multipolar world would be a bad thing because there's more potential for escalation, where you have different countries competing with each other, potentially going to war with each other for these small states like Niger and Mozambique you were discussing earlier?
It's not an argument. I'm just saying that this is the reality. For example, what we have seen in the Americans' hegemony around the world, that's the only time in history that one country have full control over the entire globe. There was never a time in the world that is the case. Not even the Mongols. I would say that's not the case. Okay, known world possible. Like for example, Rome in the known world of the Eastern Europe and Middle East, yes, that is the major power. But there's no such thing as one country control the whole globe, like what United States did, which is why this is unique on its own. In most of history, there's always multipolar, and when it's multipolar, let's say in 2,000 years ago, Rome was around, the Han Dynasty was around. They each controls one side of this continent, the Eurasian continent. They each control one side. They don't clash. Of course, technologically, they can't clash because it's too far. But in the future, in the multipolar world, that's likely to be the case. But then, even in those times, if you see, even they have less influence, in the further outreach, all the smaller kingdoms still fight each other. And eventually, someone will become, through all this fighting, they become more powerful and they start to fight against this major power like Rome or Han Dynasty, because they get stronger and stronger as they fight each other. So this fighting between the smaller nations or the weaker countries will happen, and then they will grow. This is actually a normal state of international politics or diplomacy. That's a natural thing. United States having a hegemony is totally abnormal. There is never such thing happen, and this thing only lasts for 100 years, and we are seeing it's going to end very soon.
Yeah, I mean, actually, you do make a good point in that, before around, maybe 1500s or so, you didn't have the sort of globalization of trade you had now, where you could have, powers on different sides of the world communicating with each other in the way they do now. So I do think, to a large extent, the United States, since that globalization of trade in the 1500s, the U.S. has the most power over the world than any other country did. But I mean, it might be wrong about that. I don't know too much about like pre-1750 history or so. But I think that, I don't know, if you're talking about...
Wyatt, I mean,
I don't know. I mean, I guess it really just depends on how things
your
play out.
argument is that without a hegemony, the world would be more at war. Is that your argument?
No.
Like without a hegemony, nations would just clash more. But we've been doing it all through. I think it doesn't matter whether there's a hegemony or not. What matters is what is the common interest of the globe at that time. You see, in the old days, let's say 100 years ago, the concept of gaining territory was very important. Gaining land, like right now, the concept of territory is not that important. Right now, the primary goal of practically every state in the world is economic growth. And you're forgetting it's primarily economic growth, not gaining territory.
Ask the Palestinians.
No,
Are they fighting for land or fighting for economy?
Issue. I'm saying a global scale. Like if you look at majority of the nations in the world,
the reason why they are not fighting for... so I intervene.
Okay.
The reason why the big countries like United States and Russia, they are not fighting for land is because they have a lot of land. They have all the resources. This is the reason why they don't conquer for the sake of conquest. If you look at United Kingdom or the British Empire, during those days, they're still in the colonial era, they're expanding. They need to conquer because they're so small.
That's my point.
So that's my point.
That's my point. I'm saying we are looking at two different ages and assuming that human beings are being motivated by the same things. In the, let's say 100 years ago, the global motivation.
Money.
Yeah.
But
I'm saying, but I'm saying the thing that we are looking for 100 years ago is not the same. Right now, when we say economic growth is primarily having good supply chains, having the capacity for your goods. Right now, the supply chains in the world are very democratized. Like I can move something from here to Bangladesh without talking to the British. Before you couldn't. You needed to talk to the British people. So right now you're forgetting that the world is so far removed from those days where you needed to fight for territory. Right now you need to do good business. And business requires peace.
Yeah,
right
I agree. Daniel makes a good point because... with the globalization of trade I was talking about, basically, if you look back, say, 200-300 years ago, you would have basically countries essentially developing, producing all their own weapons, all their own guns, whatnot. And so when you had, these European powers like Britain, France, Netherlands go into these, basically third world countries where you have, basically extremely impoverished people who don't really have that advanced weapons, they could just completely roll over them and take huge amounts of territory, way more than they, than their metropolitan territory that they control. Whereas now you have, sort of globalization of trade where you have, these countries basically covering a lot of fixed costs for developing weapons, developing things like FPV drones, and you can basically have, a country like Niger or Mozambique, buy up these weapons from these more developed countries and create an armed force that's more capable of resisting, say, European invasions, what have you. And so in that sense, I think that you're basically, what you have now is a world where it's just so expensive to wage war and win a war than it was in the past. And because you have, more globalized trade where you can just, peacefully acquire, land and do business activity in other countries. I think Daniel's right in that it's simply not, doesn't make sense to wage war for territory the same way it did, 200-300 years ago, where now we essentially just have, when wars are fought over territory, it's almost always an ethnic conflict. You have Russia, fighting Ukraine because they think they need to, liberate, for lack of a better word, the ethnic Russians living in Ukraine. You have Armenia or Azerbaijan fighting Armenia to take back Nagorno-Karabakh, which they see as, rightfully as Azeri territory, even though it's populated by Armenians. And so I think with all this in mind, the world you have now is basically one where different powers are trying to gain influence over smaller states because of, economic activity and trying to grow their economies through that. And going back to the idea that the United States had this, unipolar moment in the 1990s, even then you sort of had, countries like Russia and China, limiting to a limited extent, trying to have their own influence over their neighborhoods. Russia had CSTO back then, what have you. So I don't think there ever truly was, a completely unipolar world. And now that you're starting to move back to that, you're going to see, sort of economic competition and sort of, a more, economic blocks start to emerge the same way you had during the Cold War with, Comic-Con on the Soviet side. Then you had, United States trading with, all its allies in Europe.
Daniel, please. I have my finger up, Daniel. So
Hold
I'd like to
on.
say, so I had my finger up. I want to respond to
Fucking
Ryler.
ridiculous.
Thank you, Vaughn. I think you're on my side here. I'm actually not sure if you're yelling at me. But anyway, I'm going to go ahead. Look, I think that this conception that Daniel and Ryler have about the world as being somehow different fundamentally than it was before, and that in the past you needed to be an empire in order to trade. You had to trade within your imperial structure. You had to trade with the permission of some imperial structure, whereas now trade has become democratized. I think that this is entirely a fiction that was created as a result of the specific historical trajectory of how America became the unipolar hegemon of the world. Now, there's two phases to this American unipolarity. First was sort of the bipolar world of the post-Cold War, the post-World War II Cold War era, and then the post-1990 world. Okay, in the first part, the Soviet Union was a land empire, and America had the doctrine of containment, that we would prevent the Soviet Union basically from having extensive connections with the rest of the world. There was what the United States was already building, basically a unipolar world, while the Soviet Union had its own little separate, not little, but its own separate world that was not part of it. So you were already part of under American hegemony, or you were in the communist bloc. When the communist bloc fell apart, then many of those countries went ahead and joined up with the American world order. One of the biggest parts of that was, of course, the Chinese under Deng. Or actually, it was under Zhou Enlai, if I remember correctly, where they switched over from being on the Soviet side of the Cold War to being on the American side of things. They were part of the American hegemonic structure of the world, and the only reason that we can talk about that. Oh, was okay. Well, there you go. Yeah. The only reason that we think about talking about this sort of free trade world is because it has come with the understanding that the ultimate power in the world, there is one ultimate power, and that is the United States of America. You have to have that structurally in order for there to be any kind of democratic trade, because if there are multiple competitors to the title of the final arbiter of power on the world and of legitimacy too, then you simply can't. You have to protect your own trade through imperial structures or through leasing your trade to some other imperial structure that can do it for you. Let me give one final example of what I mean. When the Mongol Empire became the unipolar hegemon of all Eurasia, because they conquered all of China, all of Iran, all of Russia, when the Mongol, which by the way, interesting how China, Iran, and Russia are now on the same team again. But regardless, when the Mongol Empire was the unipolar hegemon of Eurasia, what happened after the 1200s? Well, there was something called the Pax Mongolica, where the Silk Road expanded to a degree never before seen, where the amount of goods that were transiting between Europe, the Middle East, and East Asia expanded. And what we saw about a century later was the Black Death that happened because of the expansion of trade, in part along with other things. The point that I'm trying to make is that unipolarity leads to democratization of trade. The end of unipolarity leads to the fracturing of trade.
Yeah, I mean,
I agree with you.
We kind of, we've been almost 2 hours on Yemen. We need to kind of get on to Balochistan and Pakistan and Iran.
But let me finish.
It's cool to talk about these trade routes and stuff, but I mean, it's kind of stretching the topic to keep going and going and going and going. I mean, you guys have been going on 10 minutes about the same thing, and it hasn't really explained it any better. So let's go on to something else and wrap it up on this or something. This is kind of ridiculous.
Let's go ahead and do closing comments on that topic.
I suggest that we let Daniel speaking with his final words, and we definitely go to the next topic. Okay, so Daniel,
what I was saying, I agree with what Archimedes is saying. Yes, having a unipolar system does create this trade routes and whatever. But you're assuming, I think what Wyatt and Nani assume is that countries are unable to act in their own agency. They need someone to tell them what to do. What's going to happen is that countries will group together into multilateral systems. You have the ASEAN, the South. You're going to have all these multilateral systems that will act like hegemons, but separated by. That's what I see will happen.
Small hegemons, regional hegemons, sure, yeah.
There will be more peace because of it. Because we have the African Union. If you mess with the issues of, let's say, if the African Union can punish you as a single country, but it doesn't need the US to do it. You see, like the ASEAN countries can punish you. They don't need China to do it. That's how it's going to be. That's how I think it's going to be.
Well, the regional integration is very important, and will enables us to pull to the other topic we had today, which is the love affair between Iran and Pakistan. So my point about Iran, Pakistan in itself, it is a country that has lost the moment of regional integration completely. It's like a wall. It plays with two sides, China and US. And has been, and that is, it's a country that looks around to the rest of the world and sees that it's blocked, that has not developed, that has not created any type of ties with their regional partners. Of course, India will be always a problem, but trade can help actually break those ideological or historical conflicts. But they haven't tried. Imran Khan tried somehow. So what we also see inside of Pakistan is a kind of ideological civil war. What to do with the country now? Are they going to really integrate into the regional, make better relationships with Iran and Afghanistan, probably even with India? Or are they going to get even more close and more isolated? So the elites that have been supported by the US keep coming up. And the elites that want some change are being depressed. So some people even say that there is a kind of martial law being imposed in Pakistan lately. And saying all these, we have this recent event that within the Houthi and the Gaza conflict and Ukrainian conflict, Iran bombards not just Iraq, Syria, but also Pakistan. And surprisingly enough, Pakistan bombs the next day Iran. And the next day, they are very, very, very mad with each other. And then the next day, they actually are brothers again. Then diplomatic relationships are reestablished and everything. So what do you guys see of all this conflict going with Pakistan and Iran? How much does it represent something, or was it all staged?
I remember reading an article about how I think Iran bombed what they claimed were Israeli-backed groups in Pakistan, but that's really the only thing I've heard about this. Maybe you guys have some more input.
I just want to say real quick, because I don't know a whole lot about this, so I can either rotate to the back and let somebody else in that knows more. Basically, the way I look at it is Iran and Pakistan got together, decided to take care of a mutual problem. And as far as the open mic goes, remember, people come here to get information, opinions, and analysis. So let's try to keep that in mind as we talk, so people watching can get that information and listen to our opinions and analysis. I mean, we got plenty of time to speculate. I love talking to all you guys in the voice chat and everything else. So just remember what the viewer wants. They want information, they want analysis, and they want our opinions. They want it from regular guys from all around the world, and that's what we are, and that's what we bring. And y'all know we've been right, and y'all know we've been ahead of the game on a lot of shit. And that's what people like about us.
Let me bring some information, because I think a lot of people might not even kind of be aware at all about what happened with Iran and Balochistan. So we might not. So let me just kind of lay it out for you, just for the viewers and everyone else, because it is quite obscure. I mean, nobody gives a fuck about the Balochistanis, which is very sad. Okay, so Pakistan shares a pretty large border with Iran, and there's a sort of desert region on the on the southeast of Iran and on the southwest of Pakistan called Balochistan. Historically, it has been a country. I mean, it's an ethnicity of people called the Baloch, who want independence from both Iran and Pakistan. It's kind of a similar story with the Kurds, where it's a people that live on either side of the border in multiple countries. In this case, and there's also some in Afghanistan, by the way. Anyway, so what's happened here is, for a long time, the Baloch have been rebelling against the Pakistanis, probably maybe supported by India. I mean, Pakistan itself is sort of a patchwork of different ethnicities, and the Baloch are one of the ones that are really holding the torch of maybe breaking apart Pakistan. I mean, that's certainly something that I would hope for as a certified Pakistan hater. Come at me. But my point is that what happened this week, I believe it was this week, was that Iran struck some Baloch territories with missiles in Pakistan. They attacked Pakistan with missiles in Baloch territories in Pakistan. And then Pakistan turned around and said, "Oh, screw you, Iran. How dare you attack us? We're going to attack you." And then Pakistan attacked Iran in their Baloch territories in Iran. So the fucking Iranians attacked the Pakistani Baloch, and then the Pakistanis attacked the Iranian Baloch, which is just, I mean, I don't know if it's retarded or genius, but it might be both. And it really screwed over the Baloch, I think. But at the same time, the Pakistanis and Iranians, I believe there was a photo of their representatives at the World Economic Forum, and they were shaking their hands, So it seems like a very, kind of a, I don't know, just a very strange situation that these two people got together and screwed the Baloch.
They were having military drills. They were having military drills the same day. They were having war games the same day. It was crazy.
I can give you the statement from the Baloch Liberation Army, Balochistan Liberation Army, which is the rebel group that is actually trying to conquer half of Pakistan. So the Baloch territory is huge. It's basically half of Pakistan. So if they lose it, the Pakistan is like just one banana. So it doesn't work. Without that, the desert, Pakistan doesn't work. So. And so this Balochistan Liberation Army statement say that Iran and Pakistan are just putting an act. Both of them have always been cooperating and hitting them all the time. So this is just an excuse to hit each other. They are actually both targeting this rebel army. But they also claim that none of their soldiers got hit. Only civilians died. So yeah, you can take it whatever you want, but it's very, very weird. It's super funny. It's like you have the Kurdistan and then Syria and Iraq both hit each other's Kurds, and then they blame each other. It's a kind of a very fucked up situation. So I'm gonna let Alex in.
Can we go around so that everybody talks? Like, can we start with like Archimedes and then go like this? Because I think, Mr. Lambo or someone.
Yeah, sure. Anybody that would like to speak about
I would like to speak about this if I can. I've been discussing this with Archimedes earlier this week.
Can we just go around so that we don't?
Yeah, let's go ahead and go around. We'll start with Toby. How about that?
We'll start with Mr. Lambo or someone so that it goes better.
I think I'd like to hear what Toby has to say about the Baloch situation.
Unless someone else has got like a burning passion to speak about the Balochis. But okay, so like as White pointed out, both states hit each other's Baloch minority pretty much on the same day. So I guess if you believe in coincidences, that it wasn't an organized and orchestrated event. I disagree with Archimedes in that I don't think that the Balochs, I don't think that they're the great evil threat that he does to India. I actually looked into this. They've received a lot of support from Saudi Arabia. Pakistan in general, one of the reasons that Archimedes is not all that in love with Pakistan is that Pakistan was used as what they called a jihadist factory by Saudi Arabia in the West. That was where all the money came from Saudi Arabia, and they trained the Mujahideen to fight the Soviets in Afghanistan, and Pakistan was the platform. And that all went hell west and crooked because the jihadis that they trained also turned their hatred towards the Indians. And so the Indians copped a lot of terrorism from jihadists who had been meant to fight the Soviets. And so that's why there's a lot of ill will towards that whole project in India. And a lot of that ill will spills over into the Salafist funding of the jihadis in Pakistan. Now, that was a major thing. That was almost like the basis of Pakistan's power as a state. Now, Balochistan, I think, is it Deobandist is the way you say it, Archimedes? The Deobans are the faction in Pakistan who are the jihadists who received a lot of the funding from Saudi Arabia and the training from America. Well, I looked into it, and Balochistan is not a major province in terms of population, but over 2/3 of Balochistanis are Deobandists. And so this is a region of Pakistan and Iran where the people have been receiving Salafist, Saudi Sunni Salafist funding. So you can see why they would be in conflict with the Iranian Shia off the bat. But it's very interesting that Pakistan might turn against them, because that possibly signals a shift away from the Saudi-American axis and towards a Chinese policy. Because the other thing is, if you have a look at where Balochistan sits in the map, it's a massive roadblock in the Belt and Road, right? This land straddles in between Pakistan and Iran, and it's on the Arabian Sea. If it became an independent state like Saudi Arabia that was allied with the West, that would be a major problem for the Belt and Road Initiative. Yeah. And so if Pakistan is shifting away from Saudi and Western alliance and towards Chinese, and there's a lot of reasons to think that's the case. They're a spectator to the SCO now. They have a lot of ties with China. Then what we could be seeing with this dual strike by Iran and Pakistan against the Balochs is basically trying to curb any Western influence in the region. So that's, but you know, the thing is, we'd need more data about who exactly was hit. Yeah. But it is a bit peculiar, and that region, Balochistan, is definitely closer to the Saudi Western axis than it is to China.
Hey, just real quick, is it maybe a way for if you're saying is right, it's kind of a way for them to start extracting themselves from the West? Cutting ties.
Yeah, exactly. I'm saying it as basically this is the global South trying to push through the Belt and Road.
I think it's
and get everybody on the same page. And
I'd like
you
to
know,
throw
that
it to
fits
Prada
in with the Houthis and the rest of it.
I'd like to throw it to Prada, but I just quickly want to say, I mostly agree with you, Toby. I think it's possible that the Pakistanis are using, or that this is evidence of the Pakistanis throwing their weight fully behind the Chinese. However, I don't think that it's very strong to say that, you know, the Balochis receive a lot of Saudi money, because so do the Pakistanis themselves. I think that the Balochis and Pakistanis are on the same side in their, you know, Salafism and their anti-India Islamism. I mean, just as the Pakistanis and the Afghans are on the same side in that question, and yet the Indians are very friendly with the Afghans, right? I think ultimately India's main enemy is Pakistan. And they'll even, you know, anybody that's the enemy of Pakistan is the friend of India, even if otherwise they'd be the enemy of India. And if Pakistan is doing this fully going on the fully shifting away from the US to China, which may be possible, if that is really happening, that means India is going to shift away from the global south and the BRICS and the SCO and towards the West. And I think but that maybe is more speculation.
Did anyone
but I
see
do
what
want to give it
India
to
said
Prada.
about this, Archimedes? Do
I
you
don't
know
know
what India said about the Balochistan strikes? Because that would that would tell you what's going on, I think.
Yeah, let me do some Googling, but go ahead, Prada.
No, they did comment something actually, but something very neutral, that it's between themselves. They decided to maintain. They made a.
So they're in favor of it.
Of course.
Well, no, not necessarily. See, this is the thing. If they were anti-Pakistan, they would use this as an opportunity to say, "Oh, the wicked Pakistanis, those poor Balochs."
I just Googled
but if
something.
they're okay with it, that sort of hints that maybe that Pakistan's moving in the right direction.
From what I can tell, they're defending Iran strikes against Pakistan, and I think that India is mostly supporting Iran here against Pakistan, from what I can tell.
So now, my perspective about this, what is happening? Well, first of all, the Baloch, you have to understand a kind of a certain ethnological, historical perspective. This is a country this is a nation that's just like the Kurds, that never really had a nation in the past. They always belong in different parts to different empires and were paying vassalage. There were some kind of sultans of Baloch and parts of it that were more influential, especially almost conquest parts of India. But it was very short in time, and it's very lousy. Why? Because the fact that they never really had a cultural center enables, and also another interesting characteristic of these people is that they are very tribal. They are actually pastoral and nomads, and they tend to integrate any peoples that come to their side. So Sintis have been expanding towards the Balochistan area and trying to create rural exploration, also more sedentary communities, and they get very easily annexed, integrated with the Balochistan, assigned to any of the tribes, and also within the Balochis, the difference between the tribes is quite conflictuous because they fight for fields where they can bring their animals. And so they are very competitive with themselves. The fact as well, they have been integrating so many peoples. They are Balochis, they are Hindus, they are Balochis, there are all types of Islamic confessions. But it's very interesting what Toby is saying, because they are so loosely integrated. They have been an easy prey for the influence from Saudi Arabia and others. It's the only other ones in expanding Salafist beliefs. So nowadays, 60% of the Balochis already are pretty much organized in the beliefs of the Salafists somehow. On the other hand, you also shouldn't ignore the role of Turkey. It's an important role. And now, so as we say, nomad communities like in Niger, nomad communities normally have always a problem with rural communities. They all tend to get into conflict. And what we see with the investment of the Belt Road Initiative, which is pretty much on the Balochi lands, so to say, is to create fabrics, to railroads and things, and they are actually bringing the communities to cementate in cities and small towns, and so there is a kind of a strong geographic situation changing in Pakistan, so this should be taken in consideration in analyzing. So the Belt Road Initiative is a really good point from Toby. It's very important in many ways, but also it is the fact that not many people realize that Iran is waiting for Pakistan to get integrated in their transport corridors as well. They just built a railway from Zedan, and Zedan is a city that then has a railway to Quetta, all through the hardcore of Balochistan. And if this road was open to trade with India, this would revolutionize all the area in trade routes and understandings and so on. Also, the Belt Road Initiative, it's interesting on the side because it's so massive, but at the same time, the Chinese are very, how can I say, frustrated in dealing with Pakistanis. it's very difficult to deal with Pakistanis because each time there is a new faction that comes and change the rules and wants the rules to be in another way. The projects are never really completed on time. There is always a lot of problems. The Chinese have been targeted with a lot of terrorism, killing a lot of Chinese workers, which also tend to not employ that many Pakistanis because they are unreliable, at least in their thought. They want to have things done earlier. And so the Belt and Road Initiative is a strange situation. But let's not lose things outside. Some people were saying, some analysts in the internet were writing articles about the whole thing, and they were saying, well, China will always prefer Pakistan to Iran. Well, I think it was a bit too early to speak about that because in the next days we saw how Pakistan and Iranian authorities were actually shaking hands. So things were not so bad like we thought. But on the other hand, I think it would be very easy for China to choose Iran over Pakistan because all that investment in Pakistan has been stuck. It doesn't really go forwards. It's the Chinese use most of the electricity used in the country, and the rest of the country just gets blackouts. And this makes Pakistanis really mad. So actually, the attrition with Belt and Road Initiative in Pakistan is very big. In terms of a big perception, I'm talking too much, and people are getting bored, I'm sure. It's the ideas that I started on the beginning. The US supported and supporting elites, the ones that want more commerce through the Belt Road Initiative, and the ones that understand that the world has changed, a global south, the regional integration, I think they are all at war with each other, not knowing where to go. So the Balochis are just a fait divers, if in my perspective. It was a joke that both wanted to play in a moment when Gaza was heated and everybody was in the World's Economic Forum playing the world is beautiful and we are going to get even richer. And on the end, the perspective of this forum this year was really bad due to this.
So I just want to share some context about the Baloch rebel, the rebellion, or the insurgency in Pakistan. What is their purpose? What they think? So the Baloch people, at least the rebels, they believe that they are under occupation by the Pakistani. So it's a bit like the Kurds, or it could be a bit like the Palestinians. They believe that they are under occupation. So this is why they feel that the Pakistani is taking their resources, because Baloch is very huge. It's basically half of Pakistan. They're taking all the resources and then they are investing it in the eastern part of Pakistan. Whereas this western part in the Baloch region, all the resources are taken away and they are angry about it. So they want liberation. They want to get rid of these occupiers. This is the thing. And they become very, very anti-China. The reason is because China's investment in the Belt and Road and this corridor, what will happen is that it will just speed up the resource extraction from that region. This is why they view the Chinese very, very negatively, because they view that this is just aiding the Pakistanis to pillage their resources even more. So this is the context, and but generally they just want independence. But all independence groups say the same thing. So yeah, guess that.
I don't think that region will seek independence, primarily because number one, they're surrounded by two adversaries that are stronger than they are, because obviously you can't fight on both fronts, because you're going to have number one, the route, the middle corridor you're talking about, Wyatt, is incredibly important to China, because it is the only thing that saves it from being blockaded by the US in the Strait of Malacca or through Singapore. It's the only way out of China that is not under US control. The new corridor that comes all the way through Iran into the Indian Ocean, it's incredibly important for China. So I don't think they will be surrounded by two very big adversaries. You have Iran on one side, Pakistan on the other, and you have China in the middle of it, trying to help its business, something incredibly important to its future. Because if sorry, you guys can hear me, right? Or am I lagging?
We can hear you.
No, we can't hear.
I'm good?
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Okay. Sorry, guys.
I don't hear you speaking, but I hear you speaking. So
Yeah. Okay. I hope you can hear me now. Someone's using my internet.
Actually, someone should give the voice to Garrett because he was the one in line. Now we have Alex in the middle, so it's Alex. I don't know, but if you want to go around, we should actually give the voice to Alex. Go on if you have. Okay. Otherwise, Garrett.
I actually came on to. Sure, thank you. I actually came on to something about to say something about the topic of multipolarity, and you've moved on. I don't have anything particular to address here, so keep going.
Oh, sorry about that, Gareth.
Hey, Archimedes, you want to start off the U.S. politics and just
I think
lay
we're
it
kind
out?
of
I just want to give my disclaimer real quick. Ask me questions. I'll try to make them quick and short. My answers, and don't talk over each other. And I'll try to get through as much shit as I can with whoever has a question.
Yeah. Well, okay, so let's go ahead and move on to U.S. politics. That was the next topic. And while the open mic has happened, some breaking news, guys. Okay, as we all know, Trump won the Iowa caucus big time against the Republican challengers. But literally in the last couple of minutes, Ron DeSantis has dropped out of the race, and he has endorsed Donald Trump. I saw a post about this. I'm like, is this shit AI or something? No, it's real. Look it up. This is real.
That's
Ron DeSantis
amazing. That's really amazing news.
Let's fucking go.
Wow.
I don't know why anybody's surprised.
Breaking news.
It's going to happen eventually, yeah.
Can you hear me?
The USA.
We can hear you, Andrew.
I don't.
Okay, good.
Is it true that you guys might impeach Biden? Is it true you guys might impeach the guy?
I don't
and
think so.
make the elections even faster?
Not likely.
I had a question. I just joined. I just wanted to know if there's like a system now, a rotation about arguments. Okay.
Let me post the topics for you here. We're going to go into U.S. politics now, and then we're going to talk about the WEF, and then it's fair game after that.
If you have something to add about Balochistan, you can add it now. You would be the next in line.
Got one quick question.
One quick thing about the Baloch, the Baluchi, the Balochs, whatever. You have to understand that those Baloch, like the Kurds, are in many different countries: Pakistan, Iran, and Afghanistan. And each of them got kind of infiltrated or got ties with foreign powers. Toby mentioned the Saudis, and a big part of those Baloch, which are Sunni Muslims, were infiltrated by Salafism. But you have to understand that you have the Baloch in Pakistan who want independence from Pakistan, who have ties with Indian intelligence services. You have the Baloch in Iran who want independence from Iran, who have ties with Mossad and CIA. So for Pakistan in one side and for the Iranians in the other side, the Baloch question is a big issue. That's why they've thrown missiles very quickly.
And within 24 hours, China came out and made a statement that everyone should settle down and it was no big deal, and both sides agreed. So draw your own conclusions.
But I had a question about the Balochi rebels. Do the Balochi rebels in Iran collaborate with the ones in Pakistan? Is that they're like organized?
They're the same. Yeah.
Okay, good. Never mind. Okay, now we can go back. We can go on to U.S. politics.
Yeah.
Yes, I have a quick one over. Just a bit quick.
Politics.
Just wondering.
The politics of falling on fire. It's dead. Biden or Trump or even Nikki Haley. I mean, you're fucked. No matter what.
I think Alex wanted to talk about the previous topic. Alex?
It's just a quick one on it. I was just wondering what the role
No.
of Taliban is.
The role of what, sorry?
Taliban or Afghanistan, whichever.
Yeah, so the Taliban are interesting because there's a similar story with the Pashtun ethnicity in Pakistan. where there's Pashtuns in Afghanistan and also in Pakistan. Actually, I think there's more Pashtuns in Pakistan than Afghanistan. So it's just another vector by which Pakistan is being destroyed, is that similar ethnic instability there.
Cheers,
But
we can move on.
yeah, well, okay, look, I know RL, I know you're very, look, here's the thing about Trump, okay, what Trump represents, and what this represents, the fact that DeSantis has endorsed Trump as opposed to going with the neocons, okay? Why this is interesting is because the Trump represents a movement within the United States to completely throw out the neoconservative foreign policy. Above all, what Trump represents is two things: anti-immigration and anti-neoconservative foreign policy, anti-imperial meddling, especially in the Middle East, as well as the rest of the world. All right. I mean, and this is why Trump has been anti-NATO, for example, as well as various other opinions. So the movement that we're seeing within the Republican Party now, with DeSantis himself dropping out and endorsing Trump. Oh, why are you laughing at me, RL? Come on. What have you got to say about it?
Trump is anti-imperialist military action, please.
You were giving several instances about foreign policy. You forgot to mention, but Israel.
True. Yeah, fair enough. But we don't talk about that. But
you have something to say about the Jews?
Just one thing. Trump will not save you.
Andrew's gonna get triggered.
Not because he don't want to save you. It's just because he don't has the ability to save you. Nobody will save you. You're doomed. Get along with it.
Oh, come on. Don't be so.
Well, you're more doomed than we are because you're closer to the bottom than we are. So let's move on to the fucking politics part. Yeah. Everybody's going to die. The whole world's doomed. Great. Let's move on.
Yeah, but I follow a little bit.
Okay, guys. Let me talk.
I want to speak one time.
Speak like an European, because afterwards I give the place to someone else to come in. And it's like this: the European establishment is scared like hell of Trump. They are trying to prepare themselves for him to come to power. Now, there are some impressions of it, but they are mostly and foremost scared. I think Garrett will probably also give you good insights about it, how the UK establishment is reacting to it. It's a little bit better. In Central Europe, the reaction is almost hysterical sometimes. But this is nicer than when it was Merkel on the power. My point is the Europeans are going to have a big trouble in trying to readapt to a new Trump. But this time they will really have to adapt to what he wants or doesn't want. And this makes the European prospect of future policies very difficult. And I think this is one of the reasons we are seeing so much chaos inside of different players inside of Europe. Well, Mr. Lambo will also be will be also able to give great insights from Belgium. But the thing is that nowadays we have a completely dismemberment of European countries, what to do with Ukraine and what to do with Trump. Nobody really knows, because if Trump comes, they have to change their policies. If Trump doesn't come, they will continue with the same stupidity, and that is rising, and things could get turned really bad if the US comes back to the international market asking for better deals economically. So this is the point that people are not realizing. So if Trump comes to power, I'm telling you, this is one of their biggest fears. We'll have to pay more for our gas. Trump will not accept us to pay so little for gas like we had lately. So that was
I think you'll also possibly see a Trump effect before you even have an election, because you've got Putin's re-election coming up in March, which is essentially the beginning of the dry season, or let's call it the offensive season, till probably October. As Trump gains momentum and it looks like he's going to become the nominee, and then everyone thinks he's going to win, the Russians may speed up their offensive because they know once he gets in, they're going to have to make a deal. And the deal will be favorable to them, but they want to make sure they'll get as much. So I would look and see, as Trump gains momentum in the United States political race, look to see after March if maybe the Russians start turning up their offensive to get, pick up speed, just because they're playing against the clock too. And you figure by November they're going to know if they keep doing what they want, or they might have to start thinking about making a deal because it's a new president. So I would look at that between probably March and October to see if they really push.
Yeah, exactly the thing that I was thinking about. So the elections of Russia is earlier than the United States, and I think, and it's also the reason why we see Russia attacking Ukraine in so low pace, at such a brave pace, is that like Putin has like in his mind, like, I don't need to fuck up for the elections. I'm going to stay brave. After I ruin the elections, I'm going to go hard. For the United States, of course, Europe is fucking scared about Trump. It's logic. You need to understand one thing about Europe. We are fucking ass lickers of the United States. That's the truth. It's that. It's like that. Never going to change. It's like that. We are depending from the United States and armory and weaponry. Just look how many United States bases are in Europe. They are ruining everything.
Can you say that again, Mr. Lambo? Please.
So United States has a lot of bases, air bases, military bases in Europe. Actually, the biggest bases in Europe are United States bases.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I needed that.
We in Belgium have nuclear bombs. Guess who's the owner of these bombs? Guess why Belgium need to buy F-35s? It's not Belgium that decided that. It's the United States that said, we need you to drop our bombs, so you need to have F-35s.
Motherfucker, I gotta get paid. That's why you buying them.
You're just fucking ass because of the United States, and that's the truth.
Protecting you from the Germans, Lambo.
The Germans is more pussy licking. Prefer the pussy licking and the Germans. They have big boobies also. So, yeah,
the Russians and the Germans. It's very dangerous.
Can I say something? I don't think that Putin would be alarmed by the prospect of Trump. I mean, he and Trump got on very well. I would think that what Putin expects is that if Trump were to come to power, aid to Ukraine will basically Trump will let him do what he wants. So he's got no. I mean, if anything, what he's waiting for is for that aid to dry up.
But Trump is going to stop everything. Trump has one goal.
Well, yeah,
the people. No, Trump has one goal. We the people on his own country.
No.
Making America great again. And
he doesn't care about his own people at all.
Conflicts in the rest of the world. And what Biden is doing is fucking amazing. Spending all this fucking money to all these other countries and not even looking after their own people. Trump is not like that. Trump is a businessman.
The thing you got to understand is there's already a lot of aid in the pipeline, and the chances are between now and the election, some of it will get passed, so it'll still trickle through. And if you know anything about all the American cabinets and ABC agencies, there's tons of funds and all kinds of bullshit things that they can keep stealing money out of. You know, the fund for infrastructure in underdeveloped countries. You know, it's supposed to be for Africa. Next thing you know, it's going to Kiev to fix the sewers or something. I mean, they'll find ways to steal money. I mean, hell, look when Trump told people to get the fuck out of Syria. What did they do? Oh, they just moved guys around and told them they were taking people out of Syria. Oh, we moved him from Syria to Kuwait, so technically he's out of Syria. Or we moved him from Syria to Iraq, so he's out of Syria. I mean, they'll do the same fucking thing with the money. Yeah, it may slow down for a while, but I mean, they'll always find ways to fucking prop up the little criminal shit.
That's true. It's the U.S. Senate committees that allocate all the money in the world. The presidential budget's really small. If the Senate committees still want to pump money into Ukraine, they can.
LG whatever fucking rights, and they'll give it to Ukraine to buy rifles.
So my question would be like, do you believe, well, because one of the biggest problems with Trump when he was first there was that he had no control over those little committees that were doing whatever they wanted, sometimes even sabotaging the central government, or the White House, actually.
That's a feature, not a bug. America is a republic. It's not a dictatorship. It's not a monarchy. The president is a figurehead. In a republic, the senators rule, and that's what the Americans have.
Right. But when Trump arrived, he was being sabotaged from everywhere, from inside of the establishment. Something we
But yeah,
never
he
really saw
made the
before.
mistake of trusting people in the establishment to help him do the changes he wanted. So
not
he got
supposed
some
to have
things done, and he got
power.
hamstring all the way because those guys
so
weren't
my
going to be
question
on
is-
board to basically neuter themselves. So
Okay, so
it's just like when people bring up term limits. You got to get both houses to vote for term limits. They're not going to vote themselves out of a fucking job. So it's the same kind of thing.
Sure, but my thing is, due to what happened in the first term, do you think when Trump this time comes in, he will try to make a kind of cleaning house, expelling all these type of neocons? They are inside because
It
otherwise
depends who he picks to do the job. I mean, pick me. I don't have any
He has already
affiliation to
said
any
he
of these
will.
people. I'll clean out everybody. But if he picks somebody that's a buddy or somebody he's recommended to, maybe they'll do a good job. Maybe they'll be a fucking hack and not do a good job. I mean, that's the problem. You can't trust half these fuckers. You really
hang on.
should just go out and pick random people off the street. They do a better job.
Hang on, guys. The Senate committees have to approve his nominations. The president doesn't just get to arbitrarily make the government. It's like he has to play ball, not only with the Republican Party, but also with the senators on the other side
like
of the
several
House.
thousand appointments. But if he can't make those individually himself, so you've got to trust the people that around you to make the right calls. And that's the problem, you might get good people in some cases, but then you got people in there with their own agendas picking people they want that don't have anything to do with what a president would want. So, I mean, he's got power, but he doesn't. There's always ways to fuck with the presidential power and hamstring it and interfere.
Yeah. You guys are talking about, Toby is talking about people that you bring in and run as well. I was not talking about these people. I was talking about the people that Obama put there at first, and they were the ones really making sabotage all the time. And my question was, will Trump, once he came in, start to cleaning the house, expelling these people? These are the real problem. All these little officials that you don't know who they are. They were placed
It's the
there
bureaucracy, and that's the thing. It's the bureaucracy, and it's the team of people that you pick to do it. That's going to be the problem. Are they going to be a good team that cleans house, or are they going to be a bunch of shitbags?
Trump has said that he's going to do that. The Republicans put out a document called Agenda 2025, which is basically to rule without democratic consent. But as part of that, they are going to weaken the job protections of federal workers so that they can be more easily fired. So they are definitely going to reshape the government.
They should even have a union if you're a federal employee. That's some horse shit.
Even
I don't
if
refer to
Trump
unions
has
at all.
20 years term, he won't be able to drain the
I didn't get a
swamp.
union when I was in the fucking army. Why the fuck should some guy in the fucking IRS get a union? He ain't on the fucking line.
Nobody mentioned unions. Nobody mentioned unions.
Understand the reality of the U.S. bureaucracy. Even if Trump has a 20 years term, he wouldn't have enough time to drain the swamp. So big the swamp is.
He's also got to do deals with the swamp to get elected, right?
Bureaucracy. Please. That's why I don't think that Vladimir Putin is dreaming to see in United States Trump win the election. I'm sure Putin don't care if Trump win the election or not, because the outcome in Ukraine won't change.
Yeah,
it will change. Don't forget who destroyed the agreements in 2022. Biden and fucking
because inside the neocon establishment they were okay with scrapping the deal with the Iranians. Remember, Trump wanted to get out from Syria, remove US troops from Syria. He wasn't able to. He was the first to want to get rid of Afghanistan, to get out of Afghanistan. He wasn't able to.
NATO were in Ukraine the entire time Trump was in office. Let's not kid ourselves.
You don't need to forget
he tried
that Trump
to build a wall in the border with Mexico. He wasn't able to.
He did already some changes, and Biden stopped it all. That's a problem that happens. Now he had 4 or 5 years of time to look what's happening with his
Good.
country, to prepare himself even better, learning from his mistakes and making a plan to make the country greater again. He's going to make big changes and he's going to fucking clean up. One of the first news channels are going to disappear is going to be CNN. These fucking assholes of CNN always crying of Trump is a bad boy and I need to go to jail.
Well, exactly. So he's going to behave like a dictator.
No.
Yes, yes.
He had
Definitely. You just said that he's going to shut down the media that he doesn't like.
No, he's the guy is a fucking businessman. He has fucking 5 times.
He's not a businessman. He's a nepo baby who inherited a fortune and went bankrupt 6 times.
That is your thing. But the reality is he is a businessman. And everybody say
no, he isn't.
And things. You know what he did? He just used the fucking rules of the states to do his things. If they say, why did you fraud some things and I didn't pay taxes? He said, because the fucking country allowed me to do that. Like every fucking entrepreneur.
That's hardly an excuse.
The same fucking system. That's how you get rich.
I don't know why Trump would ban the very platforms that give him probably literally millions of dollars in attention that he doesn't have to pay for.
Okay,
Trump got $3 billion worth of free TV coverage.
So I think
there's no way in hell he'd fucking ban that shit.
I think we're giving Trump too much credit. He will be able to do some things, but not all the things you're saying. There's stuff you just can't do. Okay,
I didn't have the time even to
he will
explain.
he will be less of a headache to deal with Putin, but there are things he will not be able to do. You can't.
One thing I'm sure. When I
Daniel,
talk about Putin, I'm sure that he will not deny to talk to Putin. He will be one of the first that we call
he will
him
be less of a
and
headache
try.
to deal
This
with.
is what Biden doesn't do.
Course,
He doesn't
because he
call
loves
him.
strongmen.
But you need
Trump
to
loves
understand
strongmen, so yes, he will be.
But you need
You
to
like
understand.
strongmen.
No, you need to understand the first things. The first things after the election he's going to do is close the border with Mexico.
Ooh, this is
very, very severe in that. It doesn't one of the first because it's the easiest thing to do. Put more people in front of the borders and let nobody in anymore. And then he's going to take his time. You also need to know the guy is going to make a better crew team compared to 4 or 5 years ago. You know, he's going to make.
What's going to happen if candidate Trump? What's going to happen if candidate Trump calls President Putin and congratulates him on his victory as president?
That would be hilarious.
Mr. Lambo, let the person finish his thoughts until the end. So, Mr. Lambo, to the end, go on, and nobody keeps interrupting.
So, if you're just talking about Putin, you already say from the beginning, I see the guy stopping the war. It's going to happen. He's going to say to Zelensky, here, 1 kilo of coke. I stop funding you. If you agree with the plans we have, and the plans is going to be the agreements that Putin wants to have. So the basic agreements that Putin wants to have, having all his I think closing the coast of Ukraine, have these territories that you already have, and make a Ukraine an independent country not able to join the NATO or Europe. You know, there's going to be agreement is going to be agreed to. Putin is going to agree with that, and if Zelensky is not going to agree with that, what's going to happen? Zelensky is going to get no funding anymore. Putin is going to continue his war, and as the opposite is going to happen, Putin is going to fund Ukraine more.
Yeah.
So they're not going to have a chance. I just see it happening, you know. About the United States, he's going to think about his country, and he's going to clean up a lot of things. He's going to clean up the situation with Mexico.
Basically, I mean, I get what you're saying, Lambo, but really, no one knows what's going to happen, and all Trump represents is a different person to talk to and deal with, possibly versus the last 4 or 5 years. You know, that's all you can hope for. That's all Putin can hope for is maybe he'll have somebody he can talk to and they can work something out. But you know, until it actually happens, no one knows what's going to happen. I mean, he could go full crazy and threaten war, or he could talk.
Okay, so let's talk. Now let's give the voice to Nuni. He has been waiting for a long time. You guys have to watch this as well.
You know, you said you will let me finish, and
Nunia.
I wasn't able to finish.
Yeah, we
were not.
We changed our mind.
No.
You couldn't finish, Mr. Lambo.
I'm not finished because you still cross. You ask fucking everybody to not cross talking, and everybody's fucking cross talking every time. But I understand Vaughn. But you need
knock
to
this
believe
shit
that
off and let whoever has to go. Knock this bullshit off. People ain't watching you argue.
No, the guy is
Wrap it up, Lambo.
No, the guy is going to make a bigger crew, and I see like a guy like Vivek joining his team. I see even Vivek as a future president. I just love that guy, his way of speaking, and he's also one of the youngest candidates that had some votes that make some difference in the voting and the people that's following and the Republican parties. The Vivek guy as somebody that is also an entrepreneur, is also somebody that knows how business work and I just see that guy make a difference. I see that guy govern together with Trump in the future. If Trump is going to win the elections, it's like 100%. But you know what I mean? Trump has now more people that's supporting him compared to the earlier elections also. And what Trump is also going to do is knock on the door of Europe, and he's going to be very short at Europe, but very short.
Yeah.
And Europe, and like I said, Europe is as liquor of United States, never going to change. And Europe as going to have just one thing, and it's just to fucking listen what Trump is going to say. They have no power anymore. Just look at the whole mess as United Kingdom, just how a mess as Germany. What are they going to say to Trump? Trump can shut down what he wants. He has just a mentality to do it, and he's going to make big changes.
So good. It was a great speech. Now, Nunia, go on.
I don't know
You
if it
finally
was great,
have.
but I said
All right, a couple points based on what was just said. I think that I think right now in Washington, in the establishment on both sides of the aisle, they are absolutely freaking out, as Prada said at the very beginning, because neither of them want Trump as the candidate. Even the Republicans. I mean, McConnell is about as deep state as you'll get. And he wants to prevent that as well. So I think everybody's freaking out. And you know, they're trying to figure out how do we collectively stop Trump again? Because keep in mind, this is not their first rodeo. They opposed Trump last election too. Like even the Republicans, the media machine, the whole thing, they were just very subtle about their opposition against him. So I think that you're going to see a lot of ramp up there. And then the other point I want to make is I think you're going to see a lot of disaffected voters, because you're basically looking at the same two candidates again. Neither candidate is good. I mean, you know, Trump is not an ideal candidate. Biden's not an ideal candidate. I think that the Democrats, in hindsight, they're kicking themselves right now, and they're wishing that they had replaced Biden a year ago, because cognitively, his decline in the last year has been really rapid. Like, it's really noticeable now. So I think that they're kind of, you know, kicking themselves over not replacing him. It's too late now. They're going to have to move forward with who they have. Now, the thing that I'd like to ask you guys about is the third party effect, because when you see disaffected voters who are not strong on either party, which I think a lot of Americans are, they're going to move to these third parties. They're going to start looking at Kennedy. They're going to look at Jill Stein. They're going to look at Cornel West and whoever else is running, if anything, as a protest vote. I don't think it's beyond the realm of possibility to see somebody like RFK get 5% of the vote.
Okay.
They say that every election cycle that they're going to get more percentage. In the federal election, they'll be lucky if they get a few percentage points. RFK will take away Democrats more than Republicans. I mean, these third parties, I'll never vote for a third party unless they're going to get like 40 or 50%. And I don't see that happening in my lifetime. I mean, not until the establishment is broken up and there's actually factions within the parties. Maybe you can get something going then, but that ball hasn't even been cracked hardly either. So, you know.
So now we
like somebody said earlier, you could give Trump 20 years.
Yeah.
And he probably still couldn't crack this fucking nut all the way, so it wouldn't matter.
So
we let
Alex
Alex
now,
talk?
Alex should speak now. He has been
He's
also
been
waiting a
lifting his
long
finger
time.
forever.
You can come back later. It's just because these people have been asking for a long time. I think we should give them the voice. If they haven't interrupt nobody. Go on, Alex.
I was from the side of the pond. It's always seemed to us that with America, as I'm living in the 51st state, essentially, it's never really mattered who it is that's been in the White House or what coloured tie they've got. We've always ended up the same sort of stuff has happened this end, or the same kind of influence that America's had on us when there's been a Democrat being in is the same as a Republican. There isn't really much difference, but I don't actually know how much difference there is in America itself. So suppose I'm asking the Americans, when Trump was in, how much of what he said he was going to do did he do?
I mean, I'd say a good portion of it. I mean, the economy was good. People had jobs. People's buying power was up. People's wages were going up. I mean, gas was cheap. You know, he didn't start any new wars. You know, he supposedly was trying to get us out of these other places. He was talking down to Europe like they needed to be on NATO and telling them they needed to pay their fair share. I mean, he got done what he could get done, but I mean, if you pay attention, you know, people were undermining him all, you know. I mean, imagine if he didn't have 4 years of people trying to fucking undermine him, his own people working against him. I mean, we might have actually got some shit done. I mean, he's popular for a reason. Regular people can see the tangible things that he did. It may not mean a lot to some people, but $2 gas and, you know, being able to fill your grocery cart with $100, $150, people remember that shit. I mean, the other thing is too, they're doing more and more man on the street interviews and shit like that, and you're just seeing more and more regular people of different backgrounds, economic backgrounds, color, whatever, race, and the one thing they start to key on is, I've got it bad here. Why are we giving money away over there? And it's just little things like that that are starting to add up, and it plays into Trump's populism in America first. And even if somebody doesn't really agree with Trump or whatever, they see he's saying things they like, hey, why are we giving all this money to this guy and this guy and this guy? We're not. I mean, you've got black people saying, you know, there's a guy over here laying in the street high on the heroin. Why the fuck's he laying there and we're giving money to Ukraine? And the guy's, he's no Rhodes Scholar. He's just some random black dude cruising through Chicago, probably trying to get to a job, or maybe he's going to rob somebody. I don't know. But it's just regular ass dudes. And it's like, if you can't even hide the shit from those people, then how the fuck are you? You know, I mean, there's a potential chance for change, but you know, a lot of things got to happen. I mean, I think a lot of people are waking up to the bullshit, but you know, will it matter in time? I don't know.
So what would
Can
you?
I just say something? Can I say something?
Yeah, by all means.
Yeah. I was saying, okay, Trump is good for the rest of the world, good for the American population because he is good for business. He's good for American our industry. He's good for American exports. And he's bad. He's very bad for China. Very good for Russia. Very bad for. Okay, he's also kind of good for Israel because he's not gonna let those guys go. Very bad for Palestine. But the one thing he is not at all good for is for the, you know, the global hegemon type thing, like all this nonsense about the US being, you know, full spectrum dominance and all that pointless, expensive nonsense for the US. He's very bad for that. But for
well, you think about it in some ways, if you go with his businessman persona,
yeah,
he would. The multipolar world would look at him as somebody good because he'd be the guy wanting to make deals all around the world and be loved by people, and the guy that brought this here and that there and made this big deal and that big deal. I mean, that's what he likes. That's what he is.
But not stupid
So of course they'd like
nonsense and what the fuck. And I don't know. We want to put a base here for some pointless, stupid things because of China. Like, he's very bad for all that stupid, expensive nonsense the US does.
I don't know. I don't
more
think
money on the military than anyone else ever.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he built new bases. That just means he was building ships and stuff
he's not
here.
going to cause another Ukraine. He's not going to.
It's called Toby. You know it perfectly. Toby. You know perfectly how it works. If you want peace, you need to prepare for war. It's an old Latin
And
saying.
the other thing too, that spending was based on the deficiencies of the previous administration, and it was to backfill a lot of deficiencies in the military. Because, like I've said before, the United States and Europe have been living off their Cold War stockpiles, and they're finally running out. And now, because they quit building M1 tanks in 1993 and Cummins turbines in 1996, they've only got what they got. And they've been giving shit away, and now they're like, oh, we got to start building shit again.
Vaughn, let's have a cold, hard look at Ukraine, right? We all know what Trump said when he went to Europe. He said, what are you doing buying Russian gas? Why aren't you buying our gas? And he said, why aren't you spending a lot of money on NATO weapons? Biden's policy in Ukraine is a continuation of Trump's policy in Ukraine, right? Trump's objectives in Ukraine have been achieved. Russia is no longer supplying Europe with energy, one of Trump's express policies, and Europe is now spending a whole heap of money on American weapons, another one of Trump's policies. The entire time Trump was in office, NATO and Americans were active inside Ukraine. The idea that Trump and Biden are different in any way with regard to foreign policy in Europe, this is just fantasy. Take a look. Alex is right. It doesn't matter who is in power in the US because the US political system is run by the Senate. And the Senate is run by people who make weapons and who sell oil internationally and gas. And those people are achieving their objectives. And they're going to continue achieving their objectives under Trump because Trump is going to have to do a deal with all those people if he wants to be president, just like he did last time. This isn't a problem. That's how the system works.
I think there's
I mean, you act like Trump would have gone to war when you know damn well if he could have worked a deal that benefited Europe, Ukraine, Russia, and him, and he could have been the guy that brought peace. Again, another amazing accord of some kind. He would have done it in a fucking minute. The idea that he's gonna, granted his policy was achieved indirectly by somebody else, but you really need to quit trying to
Nord
tie
Stream was
Trump
pretty
to
direct.
the establishment. I mean, if he was part of the establishment, he wouldn't be sitting in court every day on bullshit charges cooked up by whores
Trump
and
is the
prostitutes. And
establishment.
Vaughn, I appreciate your support for your man and all, but at the end of the day, Trump's a classic narcissist. Trump is out for Trump. He'll make a deal to save himself.
Yeah, he's out for Trump. He ain't out for the fucking deep state.
But he's not out for you either. That's the point.
Yeah, well, maybe I'm a bit of a narcissist, so some of the stuff that benefits Trump benefits me. I mean, that's the game I play. I'd rather have 50% of something than all of nothing.
That's how I play it. You just want to sell gas to those euros. That's your deal.
It's just like when Mitch McConnell's a piece of shit, but he's the piece of shit I vote for because he gets a few little things that I want.
You just like it when the French Vaughn, you like it when the French man burns your gas. That's the deal.
Yeah, he'll make a deal for sure.
That tickles
Can
you.
Can I say something? Trump is going to make your lives worse. I mean, somebody said he's going to be good for business. Yes, he is going to be good for business in the sense that he's going to give them full reign to exploit you even more. His only interest is his own glory. When he was in power, his diary showed that he only started work at 11 in the morning, and it was only for 1 hour. And he basically spends his whole day watching his own coverage on CNN. He doesn't actually do anything. The American state ran by itself. The previous question was about what were Trump's achievements? Well, he promised to build a wall, which he completely failed to do. He promised healthcare better than anybody else could do, which he completely failed to do. He achieved nothing. He basically sat there jerking off in the Oval Office. I mean, that was his tenure. And
whose fault is that?
If there's going to be anything that he does on the world stage, it's because he thinks of America purely in terms of a great power that stamps all over the world. And I expect that he will become more aggressive.
No.
Wait. Men in dresses and asking us to start doing how people are gonna do shit in their fucking bedrooms. I'm good with that. Like if he's not bringing people wearing dresses, full-grown men wearing dresses and weird fucking shit you've never heard about. He's not gonna have children.
Why do you care about this?
But Gareth is right. Gareth is right. No, wait. Let me.
Wait, Andrew. Garrett, whose fault was that Trump was not able to achieve anything? Democrats, something like that. People of Biden. I don't know. What did
Well, okay,
Biden?
but it's good that he
How
didn't
can
achieve
Trump be
anything.
worse than Biden? Can you explain me that? How can Trump be that guy?
Trump is an order of magnitude worse than Biden. You'll all I honestly think that I think Americans should really treasure their vote in 2024 because it will very likely be their last one if Trump wins.
Oh, please.
Biden is the biggest shame that the United States ever had. Just look how many homeless people are on the street. Didn't happen when Trump was in power. Just explain me that. When Hawaii was fucking
Of course it
burning,
did. Of course it did. America's got millions of homeless people and has had for years.
No, but listen.
And
Fucking
it's
listen.
Trump's fault.
It's not Trump's fault. It's much
We have a super chat. Somebody pays good money for the super chat. It needs to be addressed.
Just let me speak that one.
Yeah, I
If
think it's a
Hawaii
bang
was
on
burning, if Hawaii was fucking burning, you had the citizens of the burned houses that just got $750 fucking dollars, and Ukraine got $200 billion. And do you find something logical in that? Biden do nothing for his fucking own citizens. And somebody was also said, and another super chat, because there was no super chat before, NGS said, oh, fucking hell. How many are going to post? Yeah. Trump will be the excuse for Germany to buy Russian gas. Guess what? In Europe, Belgium still buys Russian gas.
Let me just tell you how stupid this situation is. Let me just tell you how stupid the situation is.
Pipeline explodes.
I think Andrew wants to talk.
Let me just say how stupid the situation is. The US government under Biden put Uganda under sanctions because Uganda had an anti-gay law. I mean, how fucking dumb is that? Like, how fucking stupid
Why is it dumb? They're killing people. Why is that dumb? They're killing people.
How the fuck is that your business? How the fuck is that your business?
Because it's dead people. I care about them for the same reason I care about the gardens who are currently being destroyed.
They know how to let them make their own fucking decision.
United States kills people.
That's a
Their
fucking
prison
stupid thing to
system,
do.
their jail system is a business.
That's a fucking stupid thing to do.
It's even
If the
worse.
US,
That's right.
if the US wants to do whatever it wants to do in its country, that's its business. If the Saudis want to marry 4 wives, who the fuck are you to go tell them to marry one? I mean, how the fuck is that your business? I mean, what kind of
Except
stupid shit
from
is
Seychelles Island, United States has the most rate of incarcerated people per 100,000
that?
people.
It has way more
It's
stupid
incredible.
problems. You didn't go to other people's stupid
That
problems.
country
Like,
is
Yes, it's a
just
prison
a hell,
nation.
a hell on
And that's
earth.
why I support this guy.
I think Andrew
He has
wants
the
to say
common
something.
sense. He may not be some Harvard guy, but he has the common sense not to do stupid, arrogant things like go tell people who they should sleep with, or tell men to go fucking wear dresses and stupid
But
holidays.
that's exactly what you're doing.
I'm sorry,
Andrew, yes,
doing what is it we're doing? We're forcing men to wear dresses. But I just wanted to say that, Gareth, I think you have a very apocalyptic view of Trump as this sort of neo-Hitlerite, enlightened individual who, once he will come onto power in the US, he will personally molest every American woman and personally segregate each American town and force black people onto the outskirts to live near dogs and animals in the wild. I think you have a very, very
It's not far off,
pessimistic and yeah, that just proves my
Extremely
point. That you were,
pessimistic, yes.
no, even like what you said earlier about Trump working only 1 hour a day. It sounded I don't find that credible. But I would like
They
a
leaked
source
his
of that.
diary.
You read his
Okay.
diary?
Dear diary.
No, it was leaked to the press.
Dear
Oh, it was
his
leaked.
appointment
By
diary.
whom? By whom?
Wait, Trump has a fucking diary?
Some
Okay, I'm
sensible
surprised.
person.
Oh, so you tell me. You tell me.
I mean, I don't know Donald Trump personally, but he doesn't strike me as the kind of dude that would write a fucking
No,
diary.
guys. I read it personally, and I will leak today First time in the world, the Trump diary. He said he had personal butlers in the White House that would wave palm leaves onto him as he was laying down entirely naked in the Oval Office desk.
Andrew, some say he also take a bath and milk.
Yes, breast milk of
yeah.
virgins. Yes.
Oh.
That is true. I read it in his diary.
He used to
And
bathe in the
Melania
blood
makes
of
the bubbles in his
Mexicans.
throat.
He used to
used
bathe in
to
the
go
blood
in
of
shower
Mexicans so
when
that
he
his
went to
skin gets
Moscow.
better. Did you
He,
read that?
all the
I mean,
bullshit.
what's more credible, Hunter Biden's? What's more credible, Hunter Biden's laptop or this diary that Trump wrote?
Yeah, yo, in his
I
diary,
am-
he said he used to bathe in the blood of Mexicans, and like he just used to love the feeling of it.
Oh yeah, well that I knew that. I mean, I
Yeah,
saw
you
him
know
do
that
it.
too? I
There's
saw
a
that
leaked
part.
image of him doing it. So
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yes indeed.
There's
No, though,
fucking diary.
Gareth, if I were you, I wouldn't trust any leaked material that doesn't have a direct source or like, the direct material itself. I don't know if I would trust it entirely.
But Andrew, I am sure he had like that little diary book of Hello Kitty with that little key hanger with like a number lock, like 666 to open it. Oh.
Yes, 666 because he is the devil himself.
Yeah, of course.
But Gareth, I had a question for you. Do you think that Trump's re-election would mean anything for the? Okay, he's left. Never mind. I just wanted to ask if it would affect the U.S. minorities in any significant way in their lives, their daily lives. I just was asking that.
Hey guys, I'm on 270.com right now, and I'm looking at the national polls. So right now, we're looking at 45% Trump, 44% Biden. So this is a close race. 11% other, which would be either other candidates or undecided. So I go back to, I think the third-party candidates are going to play a key role into this race. I really do. Mm-hmm. I think that they could potentially swing the election one way or another.
But who's going to vote to these third-party Kanye West candidates?
Yeah, but I've seen polls when it comes to the independents. Trump is overwhelming. So whatever 11% is of an independents, Trump is going to get the majority of that already.
And also, you're forgetting.
I'm not going to be able to cheat this time.
What Trump will do for minorities? When he was president 4 years, the unemployment rate of black people were the slowest in black history in United States.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go, Andrew. Things are looking up.
I mean, and he did other things like with pardons of people, of prominent black people. He brought in people from the hip hop industry and culture to help him sign shit. I mean, he funded the historical Black College Fund for 10 years consecutively, so that they didn't have to come back every year to Congress and ask for the money. And that's the kind of shit that people remember, and that's why he gets that extra play in the black community, because you have people out there saying, hey, this motherfucker gave $100 million to the historically Black College Fund. This dude let out, this guy, this dude pardoned this rapper. I mean, that's what it works. He's playing that game.
Those topics don't go anywhere because the US treats black people a certain way. That's not going to change regardless of who's president. It's going to be shit for them regardless of who the fuck is the president of the US. That's a structural.
Nah, that's not really true.
He has more new black supporters. I following YouTube channels who like LRA family. Like
he's not going to change.
Videos. I know he's fucking pro Trump, and he is he's gathering a community of new black people supporting Trump.
I mean, Trump's anti-immigration policies benefit African Americans in the United States by eliminating competition for lower-paying jobs or lower-skilled jobs that they might be able to get into and get their foot in the door, or work while they go to school. You have people that are coming in illegally that are taking away jobs and opportunities and scholarship money and competing illegally against these people. And that's another angle that people are playing and starting to play more and more. It's us against them. I call it a nationalist thing. I think black African Americans should get first dibs on the fucking benefits before some fucking asshole that snuck across the border.
Do you think
Especially if
Trump
he's a
will
fucking
This
deport?
citizen.
discussion,
Do you think Trump will
You
deport
is
know, I
actually
mean, and that's
this
the kind of
discussion
shit that Trump
actually is in
plays to, and
Europe.
that's the kind of stuff that is getting traction with Trump in these communities. I mean, you think Mexican citizens want to compete with some illegal motherfucker for gardening
This
jobs or roofing jobs or construction jobs? Because I know a lot of motherfuckers that are legal that make a lot of good ass money doing it, and they got to pay taxes, and they had to get licenses, they got to get permits and shit, and they don't get to skate under the table. They had to do it the right way. That shit played. So,
it's
I mean, people can deny it all they want, but he's getting traction legitimately in minority communities because he brings shit to the table for them that's tangible. And it
this
isn't
is
just the
in,
rich black people or the rich Mexicans. It's a guy fucking slinging concrete or climbing up on a roof or working at a fucking McDonald's. They all know. They know who fucking buttered their bread. They know who doesn't.
So it's interesting because we are having exactly the same discussions a bit in Europe as well about immigration, how we should deal with immigration. And we hide, actually, immigration has been hiding, or they are being hiding immigration somehow. And this creates this kind of discussions where the money is going to and so on. I think, okay, obviously, the big problem is Ukraine. It costs a lot of money. But there are also uncontrolled immigration, which is problematic for some countries. Some others don't have it. But it creates a lot of inequalities, especially when you have older people or less integrated communities. They are suffering, and others come into the country and get a lot of money. And the problem is not that they come to our country. The problem is that they have to come to our countries because the situation around Africa and so on is going to be bad. At this moment, we have information that, fortunately, most of the global south will grow more than the Western countries, meaning these countries will be able to give more job opportunities for their citizens. It's still not clear because we live in as they get scared with all that is going to happen, they might do a lot of shit and really create a lot of problems for many countries in the global south. But this is the problem we have to endorse, which is the fact that people are coming to our countries mostly and foremost because they don't have opportunities in their countries. And it is not the bullshit of climate change, like they say. It's mostly because they haven't have really investment there from nobody. And this should be seen. And this is what people are probably going to vote for Trump in the United States and in Europe, even before Trump gets elected, if he will. We'll have actually the problem in Europe, where so many populist parties are growing like crazy. Sometimes it's really unfair the way that immigrants are treated or portrayed on the press. And it is true. There are people that are shameless the way they talk about the problems. And when they talk about the problems, it's either right-wing, extremist right-wing, and they don't talk about the middle side of the problem. Many left parties actually want to talk about the immigration. They are not able to because the discourse about this problem is completely mixed up with right-wing extremism, which is not. Things can be talked and they can be dealt with a very intelligent way. Europe can't accept so many immigrants if it's not able to integrate these people. And it won't be good for them as well just to come here and become parasites of the social system because the economy is not able to integrate the people. Or the state, like in Germany, doesn't allow these people to integrate in the economy. I don't know why, although the economy needs people to work, which is something even more strange. So people are just put it years and years in social system, in social care, and they could actually go and find a job somewhere else, but they are not allowed to. So there's a lot of discussion that should be done, and they are always completely, especially in Europe. I think Mr. Lambis probably could confirm that. Whenever we talk about immigrations, we are called fascists, we are called all type of things, instead of talking with things with seriousity and honesty. So this is a problem. The other thing as well, I wanted to give a bit to the people expectating. The next elections in the US are in November. We have a whole year to go. We are just in January, and the time is running. And in Europe, we have elections in October for the European Parliament, which are going to be as the problematic like the Trump election. So I think we'll have a kind of campaigning both together, and let's see how it works. Garrett, you are back. And by the way, actually also something Garrett was talking about, which I find sometimes we should also in the chat be some careful. One thing is homosexual people, they have to be respected all the time. Another thing is the politics that go along with it, which is something different. The woke, the genderings, and so on. But we have to be careful. What's happening in Uganda, it's not pretty, but it's also not so bad, like Garrett was saying. In many places around the world, homosexuality is not forbidden and people are killed on the streets. There hasn't been a person yet, it will be a person, but there hasn't been a person yet judged by the new laws in Uganda.
The
There will be
Palestinians
this
getting
year.
killed right now. What the fuck? They're
Yes, but we
people,
are
they haven't
talking
done
about
shit.
profiling. Come on, Daniel. We're talking about profiling people just like that and give people also some honest treatment, wherever and distinguish.
Okay, well, done. You go.
I just wanted to answer NGS's question. He put a super chat question up about European values, I think, and what we think of European values. I would love to see a list of European values. I would love to see a list of Western values. I hear from the politicians quite often about Western values, Canadian values, American values, European values, whatever it may be. I've never actually seen a list of what that means. The reason I'm saying this is I'll bet you if somebody was to come up with said list and put it to the populations to vote on whether or not these were values, a good chunk of those values, they would not be values. So NGS, to answer your question, I'd love to see a list. Never seen one.
And I don't
Same
care
as
to
the
make one
rules-based
also. So.
order. It's the same as the rules-based order. Nobody's ever seen these rules. They're just supposed to exist when we want them to.
That was a very good one.
That's funny.
Nobody's
I
ever
give you the
seen
list,
these fucking
euros,
rules.
dollars. Okay, yeah, fair.
Yeah, there is no European values as far as I'm concerned, and if there were, I'd be very worried. Yeah, my two questions, I suppose one point actually is about immigration in Europe, another one's about Trump and immigration. As far as I'm aware, the net migration rate, according to macrotrends.net, was pretty stagnant after Trump came in. It did decrease a small bit, but not really any significant change. Apparently, I might be wrong. I don't have any exact numbers, but I've got a macrotrends.net, which is about the migration rate in the United States. So, and about Europe, yeah, we can't talk about immigration at all, especially in Britain. There isn't a single political body in Britain that is in any way anti-immigration or even lowering. You hear a lot about the migrant support, which is realistically insignificant. It might be 24,000 people a year or something. We have the highest immigration levels we've ever had in the history of the country. I think it's about 1 million people a year now, something like that, about 800,000 to 1 million people a year coming here.
That's too much.
Yeah. No, apparently, I may be wrong, but I won't be surprised. It's me.
When Trump came in, and once they got done and started actually putting the wall up, and then funding enforcement and putting people up, and I mean, it was like a combination of things. They also made declarations like, well, you can't do this anymore. You can't use this reason or that reason. So when you factor all that stuff together, it knocked it down. But it was a combination of stuff. I mean, if the longer he'd been in, the more the wall got built, that might have helped more. But I mean, he basically made it clear that the border was closed and they weren't literally going to let you in on anything except, any of the normal claims and stuff. So because I mean, the wall wasn't really getting up that fast. There wasn't really a lot of it. It was just like sections here and there. Some of it was even on private land. So it was just that a little bit. And then the enforcement being stepped up, and then the clarification on what they would accept at the border. And all those combinations, people weren't willing to make the risk to go up there if they weren't going to have a good shot of getting in. So, I mean, it was a lot of things.
Prata, the immigration problem in Europe is going to explode way bigger than the US, because by 2040, you're going to have around 2.5 billion people in Africa, and by 2100, it's going to be 4.5 billion people. If those people are not wealthy and in the middle class, guess where they're going? Europe.
That's my
Europe
point.
is going to have a bigger problem with.
That's my point. We
You're
are
gonna be
blocking the
looking at
development. We are
You're gonna be
blocking the
looking for
development
Trumps.
of the global south. We are doing everything that the global south doesn't develop, and this is the real mistake.
That's
because
a really
otherwise,
stupid thing.
But hold on, it's the West that has prevented the global South from developing.
yes, exactly.
If you want to point the finger,
Gareth,
They also say that there is a specific reason.
Hello.
There's a specific reason that Europe imports these migrants, which is that wages are too low to have people working on farms. You can't have.
The West
normal
uses
life.
global warming
Well,
to
if I
oppress
could
the
just
South
finish-
from development. That's the problem.
If I could just finish, please. The point is that they need people to work seasonally on farms, and you can't live a quote-unquote ordinary life as a European or certainly a British citizen at the kind of wages that they will pay for only 3 months of work or whatever it may be. So English people just won't do those jobs. They have to be done by migrants, and America is in basically the same boat. So I don't see that there's ever going to be a stop to immigration because these societies absolutely have to keep pulling people in.
Not at these quantities.
It
These
depends on
quantities
what
are
are you
over
talking
the
about
scale.
when you're talking about agriculture. Example, here in France.
That's where most of the migrants end up working.
No, that's bullshit. It depends on what agriculture product you're talking about. Because France
talking
is a
about the
big
pickers.
producer of wheat. It's a big producer of wheat. Wheat don't need migrants. It needs machines. Machines, hormones, and also
not all crops can be picked by machines.
Fertilizers. That's what it
Actually,
needs. It doesn't need migrants for wheat.
Aaron,
And then you have the
economists-
fruit business for grabbing
A
apples.
country that
grabbing
doesn't have
bananas.
peasants will need to have migrants.
They need workers to grab those things, but it's just a tiny minority of it.
No,
To make wine, the agriculture. Please, the farmers who make wine don't need migrants. They need machines.
No, depends. Depends. Sorry, wait. The grapes,
Well,
for
in
instance,
France-
it depends.
in France,
High
grapefruit are
quality,
not taken by
high
hands.
quality
In France,
wine is
grapefruit
made
are
by
not
people.
taken by hands. They are taken
No.
with machines.
No, high quality wine is always picked by people.
Yeah, and they don't use migrants for it.
The reason you see these
I
attempts to
would
change
agree.
the global, sorry, Prata. The reason you see these attempts to change the global financial system, for the first time ever since they were created, to favor the global south, is because if the global south does not, like, Africa could not access a loan. Africa used to access loans at 8-10 times more. They used to pay 8-10 times more than the US or everybody else, despite the fact that they had all the factors of production. The reason that is changing now is because all economists in the world are telling Europe and the US the so-called third world needs to develop very, very fast. Because if they don't, they're going to become your problem in your doorstep very, very soon. That's what is happening. Because you're going to have 10 million people in your country that you can't take anywhere else because they're all over the place. And if you cascade that over 3 generations, they're going to be your voters. They're going to be messing up your elections. And you're going to have an American problem.
But Daniel,
Yeah.
If you speak about Europe for the future, Europe is getting more and more extreme far right. Just look to Holland. Here, Wilders won the elections. There's already a very good one to know what's happening in our side of Europe. Belgium is going more far right. The Flemish part of Belgium is going to be winning by at least.
Why?
Vlaams Belang.
Why are they doing that?
Because we're fucking sick about all that immigration problem and these
Exactly
people
my
that
point.
are taking our jobs. You know what I mean? If I'm
Yeah,
going out
I
to the
am agreeing with
McDonald's,
you.
if I'm going out to the McDonald's, I don't take the drive-in because I don't fucking understand what he's saying to the microphone because that guy don't even be able to speak that language. That's the reality. And Voz, you need to put your mic closer because we don't hear you. That's why you can't speak. But the big problem is with Europe.
My mic is here.
No, it's better, you beauty.
Did you guys just kiss each other? We just talked about this. What the fuck is wrong with you people?
No, the thing is that
you need
when
to
we
understand,
look at
I
the whole
fucking
promises.
Europe, so I see what's happening. I'm living in Belgium. I see what's fucking happening in Belgium. I see what's happening in Holland. I see what's happening in Germany. I see what's fucking happening in France. I see the evolution political in these countries. These countries all are going more far right. I don't know for Germany, but for France, the future is going to be more Marine Le Pen because Macron is going to be fucked up. Everybody is sick and tired of him. Belgium is going to be more Vlaams Belang of NVA. NVA is like the wolf clothes of a sheep. And then you have Holland already won the elections by here dwellers. And they're going to struggle to make a government because nobody wants to work with far right. But the Dutch citizens already said, we are sick and fucking tired of the situation in Holland. We have a lot of problem with immigration in Europe and that part of Europe, and that needs to fucking change.
Yes, the biggest problem we have, which nobody is talking about, is the fault of housing. We don't have housing anymore. In big cities, it's impossible to find a new apartment. It's like 1,000 to the same bone. It's incredible. In Lisbon, for instance, there are people, they are living in their cars during the week so they can have their job in Lisbon because they can't pay an apartment neither in the city or in the outskirts of the city. It has become really catastrophic. A good friend of mine, actually my best friend, he lives in the outskirts of Lisbon, and he was traveling with me with the car to his house, and I was looking like, these old Pakistanis, they're like little houses, small little houses, and they were living like 30, 40 inside. You could watch it because the air probably, it was in the winter, but the air was probably so horrible that they had all the doors open and there was thousands of people on biches.
Imagine the smell.
Yes, because that's why they had, so that's how I saw. And I like, how can this happen? How can this happen? And people don't realize how bad it is. We definitely need to go. The European Union is so hypocrite. They have promised the African country 100 billion to develop infrastructure projects in 2020.
Prata,
they have done nothing.
That's not even a thing. The only thing Africa needs is for the global financial architecture to be equal. Like, that's it. Don't make it special. Don't make it better. Just make it the same. Like if Britain wants to take money from the World Bank, they get 1% interest. If Kenya wants to take money from the World Bank, they have to pay 8% or 6% or 10%.
Yeah,
on
Kenya.
the same fucking thing.
Hello.
Yeah.
What do you think the risk is of an investment in Kenya versus
the problem.
the UK?
That question of risk.
Hello.
Hello. It turns out the concept of risk does not exist. Who is more risky? Britain after World War II or Kenya right now? Who's more risky? Yet Britain was able to get those loans done. Like the question of risk has been completely removed by economists. It does not exist. Like, how risky is it for you to come put money in Kenya to build a road right now? Like, is somebody gonna bomb it? Are we gonna take our shovels and go take it and go with it home? I mean, who the fuck is gonna risk a highway? Like, what the fuck are we gonna do to a highway if you put it in Kenya? Nothing. The whole idea of risk was actually completely removed. It was just an excuse to keep the populations of the so-called third world in very poor conditions so that you can get the resources from them at a cheaper value. That was the whole point of the whole question of risk. But there is no question of risk. It's actually being removed. The current, the new rules that they want to bring in, because actually our president is championing that thing. They want to make it equal. Like if you're paying 1%, we're paying 1%. So that I can be able to develop my country, so that my people don't need to go through the Mediterranean to Europe.
One of the biggest problems.
Let's respect the
Daniel?
finger here. Let's go to Gareth,
yeah,
Alex, and
I'm
Nanya, since
listening.
they've been wanting to speak for some time.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Go
Hey,
ahead,
thank
guys.
you. I can Sure. The housing thing is not only in Europe at all, it's actually affecting all of the major metropolitan cities. And the reason for it is that after 2008, there was a huge shift of capital away from investments and into hard assets, bricks and mortar. And so they've been buying up houses all over the world. It's quite ridiculous. There are the investment firms, the venture capitalists are buying up literally whole towns full of properties. And we have programs that are like build affordable housing, but affordable in the UK is defined as 20% less than the market rate. So at the moment, the market rate for a 2-bedroom house is something on the order of £250,000. 20% less than that is £200,000. So the vast majority of citizens cannot actually afford this affordable housing. That's the situation we're in, and it is because of that shift of capital into bricks and mortar. They're buying everything up, as we've discussed before. You will own nothing and you'll like it. That's what they want for you.
Alex, did you want to close?
I agree with Gareth. If you own your own houses, you're not going to continue being washing machines.
The government should take actions to prevent such things. Yeah, so they are also complicit.
The government is taking action to encourage them. They're the ones who are allowing the banks to buy up everything. They're the ones who allow property to be sold. I mean, a lot of the properties in this country are owned not by foreigners, essentially. So, we're paying rent out of the country.
Alex, did you want to close off on the housing?
I was going to follow up from Mr. Lambo's point, actually, about Europe going more right-wing. Yeah, I can probably see that, but there's one issue with it, and that is that the right wing in Europe is not allowed its own voice on the level that we're on about when it comes to migration, especially, which I think in the future will fuel quite a lot of extremism. I think Europe's future is going to be quite a violent one. I like to be optimistic about certain things, but you're going to have millions of people living in small little countries who will have a lot of dislike for each other for historical reasons, cultural reasons, or even for the reason they're not allowed to say what they want on the European side. So, yeah, I think when it comes to a political sense with Europeans getting disgruntled with migration, I think that's an unrealistic thing because I don't know what it's like in continental Europe, but at least over here, every option you've got on the ballot is the same in regards to basically everything. I can't see any difference between the Tory party, Labour Party. To me, even these people who run the parties all went to the same school as each other. They've all got photos of each other, being in the same classroom, shaking hands, smoking. Going to the ballot and thinking you have the option to make a change is foolish thinking. It does not matter who you pick. What happens, happens, and you can't do anything about it. And that's the reality in Britain anyway. I don't know what it's like in Europe, but someone's already made the choice for you, and you have to live it.
Is Britain not Europe? Alex, is Britain not Europe?
No, Britain is an Atlantic island like the Bahamas or Prince Edward Island. It's part of the North American continent.
Alex, I'm glad I let you go first because I think it's a good segue to what I wanted to talk about, and if we can switch to the WEF conversation, because also just to follow up on what Lambo was talking about, with the we read about these far left, far right labels that the media talks about. I think we need to get out of that because I haven't chatted here. I think we agree that, as Alex just rightly pointed out, you look at the ballot and they're all the same, right? What we're talking about within the next 10 years or so, you're looking at a fight between, this WEF post-humanist movement where there's no borders and no genders and everybody can move about and everything's fluid. This post-humanist movement versus a humanist movement. These are the two extremes that we're going to be fighting. It's not a conservative versus a liberal agenda. It's WEF globalist-backed post-humanist clusterfuck versus some semblance of what we have now. Those are the two extremes.
I 100% agree with Nanya. That's where we're going. You're going to have really stupid things like telling me that I am not a fucking male because of what the fuck? Those are the kind of stupid things.
Nobody tells you anything. That's complete bullshit.
So what? But that's what we
Nobody
will be
tells
talking
people
about.
that they're a different gender. They're just arguing for people to be allowed to be who they are without being killed.
But people.
Okay, let's not get into the fucking tranny topic, please.
Yeah. Let's talk about WEF, but that's where I think we're going. We've got a political class right now in the West that is deeply entrenched with this, whatever we're going to call it, philosophy or viewpoint of how the world should be structured versus the rest of the world. That's what we're looking at.
Yeah.
Does anybody know why?
I just like to point out, though, that
why?
Wait, Daniel. I just want to add some stuff that if the extreme right in Belgium going to grow, it's going to be a very big problem for us because we have a national parliament, you have a federal government. It's like. So you're going to have like a year and a half without government because it's just going to be one mess up. Like if they are able to make a government federal, and the far right parties and the right parties can go together, they're probably going to try to split the country in two because it's Belgium and always want to be happening by these guys. Not going to happen, but something they're going to try to do. But like an immigration system, they're going to say like, okay, we're going to close more the borders, not really close them, but not allow the immigration anymore to go inside in the country and just send everybody back. And also, I think they're going to stop the double nationality. They're going to say, if you come to live in Belgium, you are going to lose your double nationality. You need to choose for which country you want to stay living. And that's a problem that we have here. A lot of Turkish, Moroccan people, or even African people that are living in Belgium still prefer their own fucking country, but they're not living in that country. You know the problem? So they don't want to integrate, and they're just looking for problems. If you do like something stupid and you are like in double nationality, they're going to give you the chance. It's like something already happened with terrorists. They lost their double nationality. Already happened.
Yeah,
It's not something that's going to be globalized.
I think Belgium is a wonderful microcosm of the entire globalist project and the failure of the globalist project, because at the end of the day, what Belgium is a fake country created as a border, as a buffer state between France and Germany that consists of Flemish and Walloons. And it's the seat of the entire of NATO, of the European Union as well, of this project of uniting all of these different ethnicities and bringing in people and thinking that people are totally fungible, that you can just bring people in, and soon enough that they'll completely forget about where they come from. And yet, even within Belgium, there is a division between the Flemish and the Walloons.
Exactly.
Globalism isn't a bad thing. Like the world being a village.
Yes, it is, Daniel. Shut the fuck up. Globalism is a bad thing.
No, Archimedes.
You just say that because you're Canadian, and without globalism, your country would devolve into famine, man.
No, the world being a global village is not a bad thing.
Stupid nonsense.
Yes,
the
it
bad
is.
thing is the type of globalism that's being pushed by the US and Europe. That type is fucked up. The World Economic Forum, that type of globalism is fucked up. But the one where I can be able to take my shit to China and China can be able to export to me, what the fuck is wrong with that? If you can be able
Daniel,
to
maybe you can take some European globalism known as Christianity, and then you can go to heaven, and then you'll have what you're looking for. Okay?
You can take what? That made no fucking sense. Can you repeat that again?
No, I can't. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to closing.
I don't disagree.
Closing time. You don't have to go home, but we can't stay here, as the song says.
Yeah, it's 5 hours already.
Yeah. I got to go, so I want to close real quick. As always, I had a great time.
Anyway, so some other
Like,
time. Bye.
subscribe, and share.
Oh, make a closing, Gareth. If you're gonna run. Oh, fuck. All right.
Well, I got to like, subscribe, and share. As always, I had a great time. I kind of like this new format. I still think it could be tweaked out a little bit more, but it was really good today. We really hit everything we wanted to hit. And as always, I enjoy it. Hi to the new faces. And as far as the Ukrainian front goes, I'd say just watch around Kupiansk and just watch the slow push continue. I don't think there'll be any big surprises. Maybe. Y'all have a good week.
Bye-bye, Vaughn.
See you, Vaughn.
See ya.
Take care.
Making my closing statement and also bringing some stuff about the World Economic Forum. Don't you know the movie Resident Evil?
Yeah. Umbrella. Umbrella
Forget
cooperation.
about the zombies and the virus T and something. Just look at the background story of Resident Evil. It's a world dominated by multi-corporation. That's the plan of World Economic Forum. To unite the globe into one institution, global, where the multinational, the big corporation will have all the rights. As Klaus Schwab stated, you will own nothing and you will be happy. That's their goal. That's why you see mass migration in Europe, in United States, and those big corporations controlling everything: media, housing, means of production, money, everything. That's their goal. Voilà.
Thank you, RL. Mr. Lambo.
Yeah.
Closing.
You want to say something about Belgium? Understanding Belgium is a very big manual. I think the manual is almost that big as the one of a woman. I think the one of the woman is still 100 times bigger, but it's a very difficult country to understand. And if you're not living in Europe or where I am living, you're not going to understand what's happening here. So it's something difficult. And I can say that Europe is very fucked. And the military, it's a nightmare. If you're ever going to think that a third world war is going to happen and Europe need to fight, we are in very, very big shit. Like I was joking with the Belgian Navy, it's normal. Our specialty in the Belgian Navy is minesweeping. We have just 2 frigates to protect 60 kilometers of coastline. So it's enough, you know. We are a very little country with a very, very little coastline, so it's not worthy. It's not important. But if you look like a country like the UK, it's not really Europe anymore. But the UK was one upon a time the biggest naval power in the world. They conquered everything. And now they are not even able to have one fucking complete carrier group. They don't even able to have more than one support ship. And that support ship is almost completely broken. And they are planning to build a new one. And they already delayed it until 2030. It's a problem. It's a joke for the United Kingdom. I always, in my past, in my young age, if I learn about history, and you can still visit that beautiful ship, the HMS Victory, in the UK. It's a dream for me to go to UK just to visit that ship. And it's such a shame for these people that fought these wars against France and others, things with these ships, with these beautiful cannons, this fucking amazing history. And if you just look at the history of the present now of the UK Navy, is the biggest joke you can find for the moment. They don't have the manpower for it. Also for the military, they don't find manpower. Every year they have less and less and less recruits. It's a problem, and I still can't understand that all the European countries, even including in United Kingdom, they are not even thinking now to look after a bigger military, because we can be pushed potentially in the problem, and nothing happening. We just see nothing happening. Even the military budget. Yes, we in Belgium, we did a growth of 1 billion, I think, for next year, for this year, to buy more ammunition. Yeah, okay, good. Not a big, okay, yeah, happy for them that they're going to do that. We're going to wait for our F-35s, but the first 7 or 9 F-35s are going to stay in the United States for to train our new pilots. So we're going to need to wait for 3-4 years to have the planes in Belgium. Okay, good. Still fucking big expense also for what they're going to get. I just say that Europe is a fucking big problem. Ukraine, happening like every day. And just about Trump, you know what I like about Trump? He speaks the language of his people. And for the moment, you don't have any choice, because nobody willing to be a president is able to govern a country like United States better than him do. I mean, what are you going to do? 4 years extra Biden? Good luck with that. And he's not even going to survive these 4 years, probably. He's too old. What are you going to have in his place? Kamala Harris again? Good luck for that also. I think the world is, for the moment, in a very big mess. And all these conflicts that you have at the same moment, in the same time for the moment, it's like that Putin planned something with several countries to say, let's make a very big mess a little bit everywhere. Let's divide the US Navy a little bit everywhere. Let's divide the world a little bit everywhere so we can progress and do our stuff and Ukraine. And we were going to see what's going to happen. It's like a fucking crazy thing that's happening now. Iran that's messing up Pakistan, the problem in the Black and the Red Sea. It's too much happening for the moment. And I am very concerned for Europe for the moment, and the Red Sea is our goods that we are buying from AliExpress and all that stuff that need to come to Europe or to other countries, and we're going to see getting everything more expensive because that conflict also. So I hope they're going to solve that problem very fast. For me, they just can destroy all these terrorist Houthis, gangs or whatever to protect our goods that coming to Europe and other countries. So yeah, that was my closing. Just a concerned one, you know.
Thank you, Mr. Lambo. Alex.
Yeah, first time on here. Been watching it a while. Thanks, everyone. It's been great. I've rather enjoyed it. Mr. Lambo, that's an hour's discussion waiting to happen about why Britain is in such a bad state militarily, mate. There's a lot I could say about that. But yeah, it's been great. I'll see if I can join in the future. Yeah, keep it cool.
Nunya. Closing, Nunya.
Sorry, sorry, guys, I was on mute. Yeah, not much to say. I just wanted to follow up on what RL was talking about in his closing with the World Economic Forum. And I wish we had spent more time on it today because, like, this bunch is a really terrible, awful group of individuals. And they're still going to make a push, even though we're coming towards a multipolar world, and even though they're going to lose influence over the next several years, they're still going to fight like hell, like they're in charge. So what I'm saying to each and every one of you, like, we've got to start to mobilize and we've got to start to push back. And this goes with everything. Like, if you want to see change in Gaza, post pictures of dead Palestinian babies on your social media feeds. Get people talking. Post articles of, mass media propaganda and challenge them openly. Make people aware of things. Like, for example, the farmers that are being attacked right now, that the majority of people aren't even aware of what's going on with the farmers, to shut them down. And I guess what I'm saying is, if you want to assimilate into some world order, like in a dystopian science fiction movie somewhere, by all means be silent. However, if you don't want to live in a world run by the corporations, you need to start fighting. You need to start fighting now. You need to start fighting like hell for the next several years. And it's going to be tough. I'm doing it already, guys, and I'm telling you, it's going to be tough. You're going to lose friends. You might lose a job. You might even end up in jail. But if, the civilization that we're used to, if you value your nation, your language, your culture, you need to fight. And that's where I'm going to leave it at.
Thank you, Nunya. Daniel Quino. Closing. You are muted.
Am I good now?
Daniel, you're muted.
You mute
Daniel, speak. It's your moment. It's one moment in time.
Unmute.
This is why your interest rates are so high, Daniel. Get your shit together, man.
Okay. He's unmuted now.
Can you hear me
Okay,
now?
yes, talk.
You can hear me now? Archimedes?
Yes, I cannot hear you.
Good. Thank you. Now, today was very interesting. Wow, where do I begin? Okay, I agree with Nanya. I agree with what Nanya was saying. Like, it almost seems like we should have a bigger discussion about this World Economic Forum thing, because it seems we're all going to be living in a world the world that these people want to create is pretty fucked up, and it's almost like it's no longer about nationalities, no longer about classes, it's no longer about color of your skin. It's basically, if you're human, you're probably you guys can hear me, right?
Daniel, keep going. We don't
Keep
want to stop
going.
you.
Okay. Wyatt was doing a fucking thing with his head. I'm like, he's frustrated. Anyway, I just had an interesting conversation today, and I liked it. Very passionate. Guys should subscribe and like the videos. And yeah, we really should have a topic about the World Economic Forum next time. Like a whole show just dedicated to those fucking idiots. I'm good.
That's called a panel. We can organize the DPA panel for that.
Yeah,
if
we
you
need
guys
that.
want.
We need that shit.
Yeah,
we need
so you
Gareth
guys let
there.
me-
We need Gareth there, and then we
So
need
someone need to be
Archimedes.
the sponsor for that. And then, let me
Archimedes
know.
should be the moderator, and then the rest of us can be the cacophony of noises at the back.
Give me the mute power, man. Oh my god, I want it so bad.
Oh, you sure? That is so evil. Okay,
Nah, don't give this guy the mute power. I'm sure I will never be able to talk in this fucking show if he has the mute power.
No.
Prata closing.
You guess that.
So, I will pick up several points that you guys talked, which were
No one is
extremely
safe.
interesting, which were extremely interesting today. First of all, too much thing happening. This is a big line from Mr. Lambo that we should take into account. We are today on the 21st of January. What happened to this world? There happened so many things in such a few days. This is incredible. Imagine if this keeps this pace, the world on the end of 2024 will be a completely different one. And if we had the possibility of traveling back to 2023, we would have thought we changed the planet. We live in a different in another world, in a different planet. I don't know. Something very crazy is happening. I think it also had a lot to do with the World Economical Forum. This is not really like a really bad thing happening. It's just a bit strange how big men and politicians kind of promiscuously handled together out of the public eye. They make these nice speeches in front of the camera, but the really good thing, well, I'm not saying the good thing, what's really happening during the World Economical Forum are the meetings behind doors that nobody knows about. And this type of promiscuity of our politicians that were elected being able to come unchecked, it's actually not a very good thing. But nevertheless, many things happen, and in this type of little message, like the Houthis, the Pakistanis, the Israelis, all those things that happened behind this big event, actually came from the beginning of the event, saying this is going to be crazy, the world is going to grow, everybody is really optimistic about everything, we are going to bring peace. And on the end of the conference, the idea we have is the world is expecting death and inflation, chaos and whatever. So it's not what they pretend the world to be. It's more complicated. And it brings me to another concept, the concept of global politics. So before, many decades ago, world politics was mostly done between states. Now we have big corporations. Well, RL would be the big presentation of how much big corporations nowadays have so much power that they even interact in global politics like actors that are stronger than many countries around this world. And they actually change the direction things go globally, more or less, because we still live, especially today, we live very much together, and things are happening in more or less one direction or in different directions if we look at it in terms of regional. And this is the problem. We have the old powers trying to get us to a certain direction, and we have the local powers that they call like global south, which are trying to interact all or much together. Going back to global politics and coming what Nunes said is actually also people are part of these global politics as well. Also individual people, either like in small organizations, ONGs, or even really a single person is able today to change global politics, to influence it. The way he was talking is not completely unmeasured. It's not completely silly. No, it is something we can do if we believe nowadays we have this ability. And this is something new in the world, that each one of us, if he believes in a certain cause, he actually can present a global perspective to the world of what he's doing and influence that decision-making as well. I'm not so sure it will be possible, but please do. It's great. I think it's amazing when we everywhere in the world keep trying to change things. On the other side, Nuni also picked up a very good thing, and then afterwards Daniel, which is the farmers. And this is incredible how everywhere in the Western world farmers are being attacked. The goal is not particularly clear. And it's very interesting if you look what Macron has been saying in the last days in his speech. He says something like, if Russia wins, they will have control of 30% of the wheat production in the world. And this will be very bad for France. And I was wondering, why is this being very bad for France? Because they want to control the price of food. With a growing population around the world, with somehow problems, insecure harvest because of global change, climate change, what they want is to preserve the prices, because that's where we win. And who is winning the prices with commodities, food commodities? Actually, big enterprises, some of them French, which is disgusting for Macron to try to use. Of course, famine is being used for many thousands of years as a political weapon, but it's quite disgusting for Macron to say it out loud, and I find it really repulsive. In terms of investments, I think there is a big wave around the world, so there is some positive things that Daniel actually should be able to also make some research. There is more openness towards give smaller countries to find out investments. They are prioritized by local authorities. So the New Development Bank has a lot of promise. It is said that the New Development Bank is one of the easiest ways to get financing at the countries that adhere to it. And they say we presented the case to the New Development Bank, and in 1 year it was approved. If it was any other bank, it would take years and years, and they would just finance a little bit and create loads of problems. So this is also, we need this type of institutions. Everybody needs this type of institutions. We also, a big talk would be the African Development Bank. So developing banking, investment bank is a big thing in trying to bring Africa to a point where people don't feel they have to leave their home. And this would be great if we actually could also open people's minds to it, not just showing children deaths in Gaza. Sorry, guys, I talked too long. I always do.
We should clap for you.
Yeah, I mean, well, first of all, Prada, don't apologize. I think I like I said in the comments, I think you have a really good perspective.
Were you crying, Archimedes? I think
No,
Archimedes was crying after the speech.
Oh gosh, I never intended to be a politician.
No, I think I do enjoy hearing Prada's speeches. Like I said in the comments, I think you are long-winded, but you have a lot to say that's worth listening to. So I appreciate your comments, Prada. So for my closing, I pretty much just want to wait. Sorry, wasn't it my turn? I thought we were going in a circle.
Anything. Go ahead.
Okay,
go ahead.
Well, since I already started, I'll just finish my closing. It's just going to be pretty quick. I just want to say a little bit about Trump, because I had to jump off when we were talking about Trump, and I just kind of want to get my thoughts out there. So Ananya was talking about the prospect of a third party taking over the, having some success in the United States election. I think that a third party has had success over the last 8 years, and that third party is called the Trump Party, the MAGA Party, the America First Party, and they have taken over the Republican Party. And I think what we're seeing today in the election between for the Republican nomination is this last stand of the old neoconservative Republican Party with Nikki Haley. DeSantis was kind of the guy in the middle, whereas Vivek was always, 100% pro-Trump. And now DeSantis has dropped out and thrown all of his weight behind Donald Trump. And I think that it goes to show that, and this is the guy who's really the star, who was the star of the Republican Party, a couple of years ago during coronavirus, DeSantis. And he is basically 100% on the Trump train. I think that the Republican Party is fundamentally just going to be on the Trump train from here on out. Whatever 20% or so of the party actually cares about Nikki Haley and is part of that old George Bush type of party, that John McCain era, they're done. They're out. They're going to have to go and join the Democrats. Basically, the American parties are changing very rapidly as we speak. Trump is taking over the Republicans, and I want to say a little bit about what I think the Trumpism is, and I think that I've kind of boiled it down to 3 points. The first point is that it's basically pro-American and anti-immigration, right? And this is where he gets a lot of his, where he basically flanks the left. Because being anti-immigration is extremely helpful to the working class. And America has seen an incredible hollowing out of the lower class labor due to NAFTA, due to negative trade deals that we've had with Asia and everything else, and global trade in general. That all is reversing. And that is a huge bonus for real average Americans. And that's the first element of Trump. The second one is that he's basically anti-neoconservative. America's foreign policy by and large is dictated by the fact that America is a great power in a system of other great powers. That's not going to change. But what is going to change is the language and the way that it's phrased, that it's instead of being phrased as everything being about liberal internationalism and saving democracy and making sure that we spend $10 million a year on making sure that Afghan kids can get transgender surgeries. Instead of that being the language about why we're going into Afghanistan, the language with Trump is going to be, well, you know what, we want to have a base in between Iran and China. We want to have show force to our enemies that are trying to destroy us, our geopolitical enemies. That's going to be the language. A new geopolitical realism, I think, is what Trump is about, because he's not a liberal, internationally speaking. Not to say the American empire will die, but it's going to be talked about as an American empire rather than talked about as some, gay American front for democracy and liberation of all humans. Okay. And I think that's important. And the third thing is that Trump is basically, this is maybe a little bit esoteric, but he's anti-managerial. Okay. There's a great book by James Burnham written in the 30s, I think, called The Managerial Revolution. And the point is basically that the previous dialectic between the workers and the owners is it's really changing, because there's this class in the middle called the managers who are taking over everything, the experts, right, the technocrats. And these are the people who are the globalists, right? These are the people who are putting a lot of weight into credentialism. Trump is anti-credentialism. Trump is anti-managerial. Trump is a owner of capital, and he talks like a working class guy. He's an anti-technocrat, like someone said in the chat. Exactly. He's an anti-technocrat, anti-globalist, and he absolutely short-circuits the technocrats. He short-circuits the bureaucrats. He wants to drain the swamp. He wants to destroy the deep state. These phrases of the deep state, of technocracy, that has become relevant in the popular discourse because of Trump. People are becoming aware of what it means to have an unelected bureaucracy, of what it means to have these people, and why we need elected officials, leaders, kings, to god emperors, some would say, to remove these people. And a union between the top and the bottom to destroy the middle, I think, is what's happening right now. And I think that's what Trump represents. So just to quickly recap, right? It's anti-immigration. He's anti-neoconservative, anti-liberal, and he's anti-managerial, anti-technocrat. And those three things are going to change American politics in a big way. All right, that's my closing.
Serious Trump groupie, dude.
Hell yeah, brother.
Thank you, Archimedes. So who want to go first, Carlos or average dude?
I'll go first before making my breakfast. It's about 6:21 a.m. over here. Hi. I just want to let you know that I come in late and just want to come up speak for my mind regarding about this kind of current affairs in January. Year 2024 will be election years. And as I can see over here, I search in the internet, 7 of the world's 10 populous nations, Bangladesh, India, United States, Indonesia, Pakistan, Russia, and Mexico is the most populous countries that have election these years. I'll study off this quite a significant one is India. India, I think, through my predictions over here, Modi's, I think, still remain in power because of his populist stance on it. Despite there have a lot of protests and something going on, he managed to handle the international affair quite well and attract some European communities and Asians over there. He can balance out how to make the diplomacy there. So he's some kind of in the middle way, and it handle well and create a lot of job opportunities for India. So I think Modi will retain power. And United States, same old deja vu. As an outsiders as a non-Americans over here, I can see is that Trump versus Biden again. Will these people gonna fed up to have really like this kind of being into the same situations again? We shall see on this. And I would suspect that people start to fed up, kind of start running into the same kind of a situation again, Trump versus Biden. And could be the lowest voting rate turn out to be lowest turnout to ever in United States history. As for Indonesia's over here, I think that the current vice presidents, incumbents, will become a president, and his running mate, which is happens to be an incumbent president, Jokowi sons, as a vice president. So they have a highest support according to the poll over there. So I don't think Indonesia's direction would change anything significantly. They remain the current path of their development. And Pakistan's over here, I can see is pretty restless. Seeing the expulsions of they ousted the Imran Khan, the most popular leaders in prime minister in Pakistan. Presidents in Pakistan. So there, people are quite frustrated. Is military influence governments. It could be some kind of a chaos running brewing over there because people feel injustice of this. They're removing the Imran Khan's from the presidency. Then we talk about the big brother here, Russia. Russia, I think, since the Ukraine war, the support level of Putin still very strong, and I can see Russia has getting a momentum, have quite an influence at the global theater over here. And nothing much to be changed, but I can see the Russia has an upper hand in the international scene in terms of geopolitical. And coming over here to Mexico, Mexico's have a surge of this immigrations problem between the borders over here. I think it's a challenging time. I don't have an in-depth understanding and analysis of Mexico. I can't comment further on it. Other than that, I can see over here, American continents, especially United States and the Europe's have a very big political shift in terms of who they are leaning to. Whether should people who emphasize on economy development, because last year's 2023 will be very chaotic to them. And then, so people will have some frustrations over here moving up. They tend to express their dissatisfaction in the ballot box. I think the European Unions and most of Euro countries have a shift from the supporting the old establishment, which is Rustophobia, which is anti-Russia stance, to be more on people who are more populist, like those conservative peoples put in the power. And those liberal left could be facing a very challenging time ahead. A part of that, that sums up my comments of these years 2024. We're pretty restless, and because Taiwan elections also influence this whole Asia regions, how China are going to handle these Taiwan issues, and they're going to have more economic sanctions to have abolish some of the benefits from ECFA trade agreements between Taiwans, to push Taiwan into negotiation tables. And William Lai, which is current president elected, over here facing very tough challenges, especially economy. If we can't handle it well, Taiwan economy will be going downwards. That's all I can say. Thanks.
Thank you, Average.
Okay.
And Carlos, closing.
Just to have like a very quick one. I don't know. I really like listening to you guys. Sometimes I'm just here in the uni cooking, smoking. It's nice to have it after Shabbat. And I don't know. You guys talked about a lot of things and why I probably want to go sleep after 5.5 hours. So yeah, that's my statement. Thank you very much, guys, and see you next Saturday, I guess. Thanks for being here, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
That's it. Thank you so much. Bye, guys.
Go brush my teeth. Has some tea, not coffee right now.
Bye, guys. Thank you so much. And this is the end of DPA Open Mic episode 62. And for those that are not aware, many of the regulars, they have arranged this new format they are trying out to have a consistent topic from the beginning to the end. Like there's like 4 or 5 topics today, and they start off with Ukraine, and then they talk about the Red Sea and whatnot. So and they try to keep it together so that the conversation don't jump here and there. But of course, there is some trade-off when you try to do something like this, and when you try to moderate speech. So I'm not sure how you guys think about it. Do let them know in the comments. I think not in the live chat, in the comments later when this thing ends. You can actually drop your opinions in the comments to feedback to these speakers. I'm not involved with it. For me, I'm more of a free speech guy. So but like, because it's free speech, so I let them do whatever they want. So I just let them be, and then wait for rebellion. So thank you guys for watching, and thank you everyone for participating in the conversations in the live chat, on screen, and in the various platform. For those that do not know, this current stream is being test streamed on the DPA Telegram channel. So there is a live stream of the DPA Open Mic right now on the Telegram channel. I'm not sure how well it goes. I constantly see 7 viewers. I'm not sure how accurate is that. And Twitter continues to be quite shitty in terms of for streaming, because the live chat box do not have history. So every time you refresh, everything is gone. If you just come in, you can't see the live chat that the people was talking about. You can't see the conversations, so it's quite bad. I hope that X or Twitter will fix it. And so we are also live streaming this DPA Open Mic on Rumble, and on, of course, only DPA Open Mic channel on YouTube. So and on Twitch, but Twitch usually no people. So because Twitch, nobody go to Twitch to watch political conversations. So, but anyway, yeah, that's it. So do press the like button, subscribe. The last week open mic there's no timestamp because the AI app is broken again. So I'm gonna see how it works and see how it goes. And also yeah, there's also no thumbnail because I was so busy. So anyway, I will hope to do better. Yeah, and hopefully we'll grow this open mic as we go along, together. This is your platform. I have my own platform on the main channel, so there's no problem with platforms for me. But the open mic channel is your platform, is to allow you guys to have more influence. So when this channel grow bigger, I believe, when we are like 500,000 strong, or in terms of subscriber, or 1 million subscribers, and every time we have a live stream, we have like 50,000 people, 30,000 people watching at one time. I think you don't even need 50,000. I think you like 10,000 to 30,000 people when watching live, and it will accumulate to like 300 over 1,000 people watching over the course of a week. I think we will have significant influence in the world, and it will be you guys who will be wielding this influence. So it's going to be very crazy when we ever get there, and we will definitely have to come up with some other new systems to try to see how to manage who can come on, who cannot come on, and whatnot. And but anyway, we are still a long way from there. We are still quite small. So for those that are not subscribed, do subscribe, definitely. And for those that are watching after, if you're not subscribed, of course you should subscribe. And it's going to be difficult because I'm doing this open mic on the side. It's not like a main thing for me right now, and there's no income, not much revenue at all. All the revenue is sinking back into the DPA open mic. So it's going to be a bit challenging until we grow to a certain stage where it can become profitable. Then I can hire more staff and do more for the open mic channel. But anyway, it is what it is. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next update. Bye guys. Where is the bye?